it turns out, I can confirm this right now, I Wish I Was Dead got a foot job under the table at Applebee's and now wants to live.
With the dealt battle damage, but Wicked Witch is just insane on its own for the fact that it has a once per turn during either player's turn
It's
effect.
true.
You can pay 1,000
It's very
life points
true.
and it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. It's pretty sick, pretty annoying too. So I expect this card to be a pain in the ass to deal with. As for the other pilots, we have one Tin Can, which is like the main going first play. If you can end on Tin Can during the end phase, you get a search for any of your ships that you want, or at least one of the ships that you get the choice of. And then hopefully that can convert itself on your opponent's turn. You can banish the Cosmo to then summon from your hand one of the big ships and get your engine rolling there, right? I'm elated that we pulled a Dark Destroyer. I want to say that's one of the only reasons that we can play this. This card was unbelievable. Glad that it already got a reprint and we were able to secure ourselves one copy. Can't target the big ships with card effects, already annoying, but if it's destroyed, this card can pop a monster on the field, which is insane. The Delta Flyer can sink the attack of one of the cards and send a Cosmo monster from deck to graveyard. Dogfighter gives us continuous tokens, and then Forerunner gives us life points. You might be noticing the star of the show right here. Mind Master is around for this deck profile, but he's not
More
doing
like
anything
Mind
extraordinary. We do have a lot of psychics in the form of all of our little pilots are psychic monsters, so the fact that we can cycle them out from different ones to serve different purposes is pretty strong. Even just tutoring a Tin Can out of the deck isn't half bad. Hopefully if it sticks around in our collection, we have crazier things that we can do with Mind Master, but let's keep it clean at this point, right? I might be a little bit rusty with the Cosmo. It's been a minute since I've played with them, that's for sure, but I'm excited to see what we're capable of doing.
All right, what's Alex playing? Chain Burn?
Like in the middle type build.
If Alex rolls up with Chain Burn, I will shit my fuck.
See what Alex has got for today.
All right, I give this about like a 15% chance to actually win today's episode.
Yeah. Why the fuck is he playing Gores in this deck that's 80% Call of the Haunted?
But I think it's going to be a lot of fun. If we can actually see Dark Destroyer, I think our odds of us winning.
Something's got a hold on me, yeah.
Oh my god.
I must be love. Oh! I said, oh, hey, hey, yeah. Oh, it must be love. You know it must be love.
Watch Wonka on Max today.
May I present Willy Wonka's Wild and Wonderful Wishy-Washy Wonka Walker. Please don't make me say that again.
What's going on here?
Run!
You sure can be silly, Willy.
Winning this just go up exponentially because this card is cracked. Some people still think that this card is just like the epitome of power creep, and honestly, I sort of agree because back during the day when Dark Destroyer was first released, there was very few things that could actually like deal with Dark Destroyer effectively.
Say that word again. When Dark Destroyer was first released.
Epitome of power creep, and honestly, I sort of agree because back during the day when Dark Destroyer was first released, there.
Alex, that's not how you say that word.
And honestly, I sort of agree because back during the day when Dark Destroyer was first released, there was very few things that could actually like deal with Dark Destroyer effectively. And so here we are playing absolutely neutered Cosmo, if you can even call it that. I'm so pissed. I was looking through my collection. I missed out on Sword Trooper in Breakers of Shadow, which was a super, there's a super in every pack. So like conceivably I should have pulled at least one. No, I pulled 0, which fantastic, great. So that makes it even harder for us to summon this. But in any case, we're gonna do our best. So we're playing almost every single Cosmo card we have. So we have the Destroyer, we've got 2 Delta Shuttle. This may seem bad, but we can send Dark Destroyer to grave with Delta Shuttle's effect, and then start bringing it back with like Call of the Haunted and stuff. So that's honestly why this is in here. This also floats into something like Farm Girl, so there is utility to having this. And it's also a random call for reasoning, so I figure it's like actually not terrible. 1 Dogfighter, only 1 Farm Girl, triple Forerunner, double Strawman, and triple Wicked Witch. It's very slim, but when you pair it with the fact that we have triple E-Telly, double Cosmo Town, triple Reasoning, and then we also have like stuff like triple Upstart Goblin, we have Cosmo Town that can also search stuff and like shuffle cards back and possibly like mulligan in a sense. It's not as bad as it looks, but it's still not great. So we are relying on our good old friend Gores. I know it's a bit counterintuitive with stuff like Call the Haunted, but Gores is just a way that can really equalize the board. There could be other traps in here.
Okay, we know what fucking Cosmo is. Get to the goddamn games.
We've got some kaijus as well, just because that can out a lot of really. But in terms of comboing the Cosmo Town, Black, ladies and gentlemen, let's not make you wait any longer. It's time to duel.
Take it from your inner child. What you really need in life is some freaking torque.
What? Can you explain how a sewing machine works?
I'm a guy who lost a bet and my dignity, as if watching my team lose wasn't punishment.
On December 1st, 2022, the journal Nature published a cover story about a holographic wormhole. It was purportedly created inside a quantum computer to probe the intersection of quantum mechanics and gravity. The story kicked off a frenzy of tweets and news headlines.
Nobody has seen a wormhole. Nobody has produced one.
Well, we'll take the world's best quantum computer and see if we can map that into building the wormhole.
The wormhole becomes traversable. It opens. You really can go through.
This video was sponsored by Shopify.
The problem was, of course, that no wormhole had been created.
It feeds off itself, right? When one story starts, then other media outlets grab hold of it, and so it spreads very, very quickly.
What actually happened is that a quantum computer is built, and within this quantum computer you can do some calculations that can be done with my iPhone, because all the most powerful quantum computers today at most do calculations that can easily be done on my iPhone.
You basically have something that represents the mathematics of a wormhole, but the way the story was sold, of course, is that in doing this, whatever calculation they did, they had created the wormhole.
They say so in the same sense in which I could say, look, my children has built a rocket that goes to the moon. Say, wow, what kind of child you have? Yeah, here it is. And I show you a little sketch on a piece of paper when there is a drawing of a rocket going to the moon. I say, look, so what the quantum computer has done is exactly that. It's a little sketch what could be perhaps a wormhole in some hypothetical theory, which is probably wrong. Is this interesting? Yes, it is interesting, because the fact that with quantum computers you can do these things mean that quantum computers suddenly begin working. So people get excited about that, and then they go out and tell to the world, oh, we've created a wormhole in a quantum computer, overemphasizing the wormhole, which probably don't exist, the theory being used of that, which probably is wrong, and the utility of quantum computers, which is not yet there. So that's an example of bad communication, very bad communication. I was embarrassed, I was angry with my colleagues who did that.
To me, it looks like the source of this problem is bad incentives. Scientists need to secure funding for their research, and increasingly that depends on attracting public attention to their work.
It's just become part of the culture of science that it's expected that you will have some sort of media attention. And to get that attention, you have to sell your science. And often it's not the result of the science that is the story, it's something else.
Universities seek to promote themselves, to attract students and bolster their reputations.
And nowhere in the scientific method is, and you release a press release. But it's just become part of the norm now.
Press releases simplify and may overstate the research. And journalists just want to get as many clicks on their stories as they can. The end result of this incentivized game of telephone can be oversimplified, sensationalized headlines, science that is just plain wrong. Now, I myself have been guilty of overhyping a science story. Back in 2014, I made a video about the Bicep 2 experiment.
So this is one of the hugest discoveries in science of all time.
Researchers reportedly detected polarization in the cosmic microwave background radiation. Allegedly, it was caused by gravitational fluctuations just a fraction of a second after the Big Bang. The result was considered the first real evidence of the quantum nature of gravity, and a smoking gun for inflation theory. Experimenters even surprised Andre Linde, one of the founders of inflation theory, with the news.
Let's just hope that it's not a trick. I always live with this feeling, what if I'm tricked? What if I believe into this just because it is beautiful?
Unfortunately, further observations showed that it was likely just dust in our own galaxy rather than primordial gravitational waves that created the polarization in the CMB. So I took down my video. And to this day, I am wary about making videos about breaking science news. Like any type of breaking news, there is a high probability that early reports will turn out to be wrong. Just a few months ago, a paper was uploaded to the arXiv preprint server claiming to have discovered the first room temperature ambient pressure superconductor. This again triggered a flood of media attention.
A monumental breakthrough, room temperature superconductor, LK99.
One of the most important scientific breakthroughs of the 21st century.
If the discovery were real, it would have been a big deal.
The room temperature superconductor stuff, of course, is such a dream. Because if it worked, it would revolutionize everything, right? Transmission of energy, that kind of stuff. The world would be different if it worked.
But even before attempts to replicate the material and its properties failed, there were clear signs that the claim was false. In the only published plot showing resistivity versus temperature, the resistivity did not drop to zero as you'd expect at the supposed critical temperature. Instead, it continued to decrease below this value. Plus, the resistivity scale was given in units of 10 to the minus 2 ohm centimeters. On that scale, any ordinary conductor would appear to have zero resistivity. Copper's resistivity, for example, is on the order of 10 to the minus 6 ohm centimeters. A video showed the material apparently levitating above a permanent magnet in a supposed demonstration of the Meissner effect. But in that same video, the material also sticks to the magnet, something a superconductor would not do. And finally, there is this plot showing that over the past 100 years, scientists have found new materials with progressively higher critical temperatures. But as of now, all the highest temperature materials only superconduct at very high pressures. For an ambient pressure room temperature superconductor, we would need a jump in critical temperature of around 125 degrees Celsius. That's a lot. And this brings up the point that it is the most unexpected and surprising results that get the most attention. But it is also these very same results that are the most likely to be false. In social science, it's been shown that studies that later failed to be replicated receive on average 153 more citations than studies that can be replicated. Similar buzz surrounds faulty research in the physical sciences.
The Italians, I'm Italian, came out announcing to the world some time ago that the neutrino was faster than light and then measured it. Okay? It turned out to be a plug that was not fitting well, and so the entire machine was not working well.
When the truth is discovered, it rarely gets as much attention as the original finding.
The fallout where everybody was going, oh, this doesn't work, and this doesn't look right, and there's no way this material can do what they say it's doing, that sort of fizzles in the background. It doesn't get the same media attention.
There is the apt saying, a lie can travel around the world while the truth is still putting on its shoes. But that saying might need to be updated in the age of social media, when lies now have an even greater advantage.
Do you think it's a bigger problem now than it used to be?
I must admit that I think it's getting worse. I think there's a feeling that you've got to change the world to be noticed by the media.
Overhyping science discoveries can give people a false sense of how science works. Like, if that latest discovery I hear about turns out to be false, what else could be untrue?
People keep telling me that cosmology is in crisis and all this kind of stuff, because that's the kind of stories they hear in the media. Eventually, people will say, well, why are we funding these things if it's always just turmoil?
Making bold, unsubstantiated claims also reduces trust in scientists.
So, we're enlarging a little bit the conversation here. It's not just single pieces of news. I think there are entire fields which are hyped.
Entire fields of science that are hyped?
Yes.
But aren't really legit, or like just they're all hot air, or what's...
Oh, no, they're not hot air.
Fusion's like big in the news. People think it's close, right? There's startups, there's people getting billions of dollars.
Exactly. I don't know where we are there. Again, it's not my field, but there was one particular announcement, 1 year ago or something.
I remember this announcement, yeah.
Scientists have produced a nuclear fusion reaction that created more energy than was expended, a breakthrough to tap into the same kind of energy that powers the sun and the stars.
Simply put, this is one of the most impressive scientific feats of the 21st century. Right?
Sometimes I need to paraphrase.
It's easy to make your work clearer and more concise. They're still your ideas, just shorter.
We'll definitely stay under the time limit.
Which is good, again, because it is in the context of military research, of nuclear energy, basically for weapons, in a way of doing it which at present has no visible way of how to become industrial way of producing energy.
Yeah, there's no way to scale.
There's no way to scale it up.
This is just lasers at a pellet.
Just, you little thing, and then you compress it enormously, and then basically it explodes because it's a mini nuclear explosion, and then you have more energy than the actual pressure energy that was needed to compress it. That's correct, but you need a huge amount of external energy to do that. That was sold as a big step toward solving the energetic problem of the world, but it's not.
Back in '87, fusion was already, people were talking about it like it's around the corner. We just need 20 years more work, and we'll crack it. And we have exactly the same story today with the current experiments.
Something that is not overhyped is this video's sponsor, Shopify. And I would know because I've been personally using Shopify for 8 years. Something a lot of people don't know about me is that before I was a YouTuber, I worked as a science teacher at a tutoring company in Sydney. But I was always frustrated by this misconception students had that bonds store energy. They don't. So I decided to make a better version of the traditional ball and stick model of molecules, one where the atoms snap together magnetically. I came across these little ball magnets, and in my first prototype, I pushed them inside little styrofoam balls. and I learned about plastics and injection molding, ultrasonic welding, and I brought my invention Snatoms to life. But one thing I had no clue about was how to run an online store, and that's where Shopify came in. They had simple templates, so I set up the Snatum store in just one day. Shopify allowed me to process payments, withhold appropriate state taxes, and see everything that was happening with my store at a glance. Plus, it also integrates with lots of third-party apps and sites, so for example, I could offer multiple different methods of shipping, and this makes fulfillment a snap. I also got set up for Google Shopping right from within the app, and it was simple to create automated reminder emails, like if someone forgets something in their cart. The whole store runs with very little attention from me, which is great because I'm always working on the next video. So I think there is a reason that everyone is using Shopify for their online store or their side hustle, because it offers everything you could want, it's easy to use, and it's very affordable. I highly recommend Shopify to anyone who's thinking about starting a business, and for a free trial of Shopify, go to shopify.com/Veritasium. And now, back to Science Hype. Science is interesting in that you can divide it up into basically two categories. One is an established body of knowledge, and the other is speculations, things that might be true, but we don't really have any solid evidence for them yet. And because there can be an infinity of bad ideas and only one truth, most of these speculations are likely wrong. But the way certain topics are discussed in the media, it may be impossible to tell if they're part of the established body of knowledge or just very fanciful speculation.
There are too many books out there saying we have understood that the world is made by strings and the string theory. It's not true, not at all. We have not understood that the world is described as string theory. We have a very interesting tentative theory, which is string theory, which has had some success and some failures. And that's interesting. If you want to tell about this research, do tell about this research. But don't tell people that it's what we have learned about the world.
One question I have is how do we get past the overhyping of science? Because it seems like the system is set up to reward overhyping. It rewards the journalists because they get the clicks, it rewards the scientists, they may get the money or the attention. So, I don't know, I'm kind of curious whether a solution is possible.
Yeah, I think there is one. And it's exactly what you're doing. By talking about the fact that there is a risk of overhyping. If I can go out and say, oh, my quantum computer produces a wormhole, and nobody says anything, that's a problem. If we talk about the risk of overhyping, if we talk about the risk of presenting ideas, theories, radical results, which are very, very tentative as solid, then we sort of immunize ourselves against this danger.
Science is not presented on the news like sport is presented on the news, right? At the end of the news, you get 10 minutes of sports where they will talk about the fact that somebody kicked the ball around in a field, and it's not that particularly important. So you get the full rundown of lots of bits and pieces of what's going on. But to get a science story, it has to be earth-shattering kind of thing. Right? There has to be a big story. What many scientists would like is this larger picture of the fact that the entire enterprise is moving forward, right? That there are lots of things happening, and we definitely know more tomorrow than we do today, but that's not the way that it gets picked up by the media.
Well, ultimately, almost everyone is incentivized to sensationalize scientific findings. So I think it's important to remember that anytime you hear a science story on the news. Surprising, unexpected results that have not been independently replicated, they are more likely than not to be wrong. But despite this, I remain convinced that science is the best way to get at the truth. I mean, sure, in the short term, some may seek the spotlight by rushing the data analysis, overstating results, or circumventing peer review. But in the long term, that is not going to win you the Nobel Prize. The bold claims, mistakes, and dead ends, they will fade into oblivion. And only sound science that is vigorously tested and independently validated, that is what makes it into the accepted body of knowledge.
is Hannah, and I'm here to show you how students can use Otter to make lectures and campus events more accessible and inclusive.
A single sentence in one of the oldest math books held the key to understanding our universe. Euclid's Elements has been published in more editions than any other book except the Bible. It was the go-to math text for over 2,000 years. But for all that time, mathematicians were skeptical of a single line, which seemed like a mistake. Ultimately, some of the greatest math minds realized that Euclid wasn't wrong after all. But there was more to the story. Slight tweaks to this line opened up strange new universes out of nothing. Surprisingly, 80 years later, we found out those strange new universes are core to understanding our own universe. Around 300 BC, the Greek mathematician Euclid takes on a massive project to summarize all mathematics known at the time, to essentially create the one book that contains everything that everyone knows about mathematics. But that's no easy task. See, before Euclid, there was a bit of a problem with math.
People would prove things, but they would just be going around in circles. Why does a triangle have 180 degrees? Because if you take two parallel lines, yeah, but why do parallel lines exist? Oh, that's because you can make a square. Why does a square exist? You have this infinite recursion of what the fundamental reason why something is true is.
It's kind of like in the dictionary. Every word is defined in terms of other words. So how do you get to ground truth? Euclid used a solution that was pioneered by the Greeks. Let's just accept a few of the most simple, basic things as being true. These are our postulates. Then, based upon these postulates, we can prove theorems, one at a time, building up our math using logic. So that as long as those first statements are true, then everything else that follows from them must definitely be true. He had perfected the gold standard for rigorous mathematical proof that all modern math relies on. Euclid used this method when he published his 13-book series called The Elements, in which he proved 465 theorems covering almost all of mathematics known at the time, including geometry and number theory. And all these theorems depended on were some definitions, a few common notions, and 5 postulates.
We go right to book 1, and book 1 starts with definitions. You got to start somewhere. And the definition is a point is that which has no part. A line is a breadthless length, and the ends of lines are points. By line, he really means a curve, and then it has some ends. A straight line is a line that lies evenly within the points on itself, and then so on and so forth. He's got 23 definitions, then he's got the 5 postulates.
The first 4 are simple. 1, if you have 2 points, you can draw a straight line between them. 2, if you have a straight line, you can extend it indefinitely. 3, given a center and a radius, you can draw a circle. And the 4th is that all right angles are equal to each other.
But postulate 5 gets the big guns.
Which is that if a straight line falling on 2 straight lines makes the interior angles on the same side less than 2 right angles, the 2 straight lines, if produced indefinitely, meet on that side, on which are the angles less than the 2 right angles.
What the hell is he talking about? That's a postulate? Like, all of these are, half of a sentence, and they're all
on that side, on which are the angles less than the 2 right angles.
What the hell is he talking about? That's a postulate? Like, all of these are, half of a sentence, and they're all blatantly obvious. And then comes 5, out of left field, and it's like an entire paragraph. What is he doing?
This made mathematicians suspicious. It seemed like Euclid made a mistake. Greek philosopher Proclus thought postulate 5 ought even to be struck out of the postulates altogether, for it is a theorem. But if it's a theorem, we should be able to prove it from the first 4 postulates, so that's what many people tried. Some, including Ptolemy and Proclus, believed they had succeeded, but they hadn't. In fact, all they'd managed to do was just restate postulate 5 in different words. Here's one formulation. If you have a line and a point that is not on that line, then there is a single, unique line which will be parallel to the first line. For this reason, the fifth postulate is often called the parallel postulate. When the method of direct proof failed, other mathematicians, including Al-Haytham and Omar Khayyam, tried a different approach, proof by contradiction. The idea is simple. You keep the first four postulates the same, but assume that the fifth postulate is false. Then you use those new postulates to prove theorems. And if that leads to a contradiction, for example, true equals false, well, then it means your new fifth postulate must be wrong. Therefore, the only remaining option would be that Euclid's version of the fifth postulate is correct, and you would have proven the fifth postulate. So, what would it look like if the fifth postulate were false? Well, according to Euclid, through a point not on a line, there could only be one line that is parallel to the first. One alternative is that there are no parallel lines that you could draw through that point.
Well, people tried that, and they realized that then lines had to be finite in length. They're like, well, that can't be.
So this option was ruled out. It contradicted the second postulate, which states that lines can be extended indefinitely. The other alternative is that you can draw more than one parallel line through a point not on the first line.
So that's what they would do. They would assume that postulate 5 fails. They're like, this has got to be wrong. Where's the they couldn't find the contradiction.
So proof by contradiction also failed. In total, mathematicians spent more than 2,000 years trying to prove the fifth postulate, but everyone who tried failed.
If you ever tried asking questions to ChatGPT for research,
Then, around 1820, Janos Bolyai, a 17-year-old student, started spending his days and nights working on the mystery. His father became worried, and he wrote to his son, "You must not attempt this approach to parallels. I know this way to the very end. I have traversed this bottomless night, which extinguished all light and joy in my life. I entreat you, leave the science of parallels alone. Learn from my example." But the young Bolyai didn't listen to his father. He could not leave the science of parallels alone. After years of work, he realized that maybe the fifth postulate can't be proven from the other four. It could be completely independent. See, according to Euclid, you could have only one parallel line through a point, but Bolyai imagined a world where there could be more than one parallel line through that point. But how? Well, who said you needed to have a flat surface? On a surface that is curved like this, you can draw more than one line that is parallel to the original line. But wait a second, those lines don't look straight. Well, what makes straight lines special is that they're the shortest paths between 2 points. On this surface, those shortest paths just look bent because the surface is curved. Here's a more familiar example. Airplanes always try to fly the shortest path between two cities. They're basically flying in a straight line, but that line doesn't look straight on a map because the surface is curved. These shortest paths on curved surfaces are called geodesics. So all these lines are straight, they just don't look it because the world Bolyai had imagined turned out to be curved. We now know this as hyperbolic geometry.
You know, when I used to think of the hyperbolic plane, I would just imagine it as one giant saddle. But that's not really what it is. The hyperbolic plane is much more like this piece of crocheting. So it starts out pretty flat and even in the middle, but as you move outwards, more and more fabric is created, and that would push parallel lines apart. And the further and further out you go, the amount of fabric grows exponentially, and that ends up causing this crumpling effect. So if you really want to think about the hyperbolic plane, I think you've got to think about saddles on saddles on saddles, like it's an infinite crumpling mess.
But that little piece of crochet isn't the full hyperbolic plane. To show that, we need to make a map, one that fits the entire plane into a disk. To show how this works, we're going to fill the entire plane with these triangles. Starting in the middle, just as with the crochet, things look pretty normal. But as you go farther out from the center, you get all this extra space, so you can fit more and more triangles. So they appear smaller, but they are actually the same size. Now, since the hyperbolic plane is infinite, you can keep adding triangles forever, and they all need to fit on the disk. So as you get closer to the edge, the triangles will appear smaller and smaller and smaller, infinitely smaller, never ending, and you can never quite reach the edge. This is known as the Poincaré disk model. Here, straight lines are arcs of circles that intersect the disk at 90 degrees. And just like on our original shape, a straight line down the middle appears straight, while straight lines next to it appear to curve away. What's remarkable is that Bolyai didn't have a model of hyperbolic geometry yet. He was just drawing Euclidean triangles with the assumption that Euclid's fifth postulate didn't hold. And while Bolyai found that the behavior in hyperbolic geometry is very different than Euclid's, mathematically it seemed just as consistent. In 1823, the 20-year-old Janos wrote to his dad, "I have discovered such wonderful things that I was amazed. Out of nothing, I have created a strange new universe." But Bolyai had been doing more than just tackling ancient math mysteries. In his 20s, he joined the army, where he continued developing two of his other passions, playing the violin and dueling. He had mastered both, but with a sword in particular, he was unmatched. Perhaps because of his many talents, Bolyai grew arrogant and found it difficult to accept authority from his superiors. That made him hard to get along with. This reached a peak when, during one of his deployments, 13 cavalry officers from his garrison challenged him to a duel. Bolyai accepted their challenge on the condition that after every 2 duels, he could play for a little while on his violin. Bolyai fought each of them in succession, winning all 13 duels and leaving behind all his adversaries on the square. While Bolyai loved dueling, his first love was still mathematics. In 1832, 9 years after he discovered his strange new universe, he published his findings as a 24-page appendix to his father's textbook. Extremely proud and excited about his son's work, Farkas Bolyai sent it to perhaps the greatest mathematician of all time, Carl Friedrich Gauss. After careful examination, Gauss replied a few months later, "To praise it would amount to praising myself, for the entire content of the work coincides almost exactly with my own meditations, which have occupied my mind for the past 30 or 35 years." Years earlier, Gauss had wandered a similar path. In 1824, he wrote a private letter to one of his friends in which he describes discovering a curious geometry, one with paradoxical and, to the uninitiated, absurd theorems. For example, Gauss writes, "The 3 angles of a triangle become as small as one wishes, if only the sides are taken large enough. Yet the area of the triangle can never exceed a definite limit." In other words, you can have a triangle that's infinitely long, but the area is finite. You can see why by using the Poincaré disk model. A small triangle looks pretty ordinary, but as you make it bigger, the angles start to become smaller and smaller. Eventually, all those angles go to 0, because all these lines intersect the disk at 90 degrees. Now, these lines are infinitely long, but because of the geometry, the area is finite. In the same private letter, Gauss wrote, "All my efforts to discover a contradiction and inconsistency in this non-Euclidean geometry have been without success." Just like Bolyai, Gauss had found that this geometry seemed thoroughly consistent. He named it non-Euclidean geometry, a name that stuck. It describes geometries where Euclid's first 4 postulates hold, but the 5th doesn't. But Gauss decided not to publish his findings for fear of ridicule. This aversion to a different kind of geometry should at least be a little surprising, because there is one other geometry that we should be very familiar with, spherical geometry, since we all live on a sphere. On a sphere, straight lines are parts of great circles. These are the circles with the largest possible circumference. On Earth, the equator and circles of longitude are examples of great circles. And we can use this to see how straight lines behave. These lines seem to go in the same direction, but as you keep extending them, you find that they intersect, once and then again on the other side of the Earth. And this will always happen for any 2 great circles, because they must each have the largest possible circumference. So on a sphere, there are no parallel lines. Gauss had long been fascinated by spherical geometry, He was also a geodesist and frequently took measurements of the Earth. In the 1820s, he was tasked with surveying the Kingdom of Hanover to help make a map. As part of this survey, he climbed the mountains near Göttingen. With the help of people situated on other landmarks, they were able to carefully measure the angles of several triangles, which would then be used to determine the position of one place relative to another. As a reference for the survey, and to help determine the roundness of the Earth, they also precisely measured the angles of a large triangle formed by 3 mountains. But for all of Gauss's romantic notions of taking measurements on top of mountains, he was not the kindest correspondent. When Bolyai received his hero's response, he was devastated, believing that Gauss was trying to undermine him and steal his ideas. He was so embittered by Gauss's response that he never published again. In 1848, Bolyai had to endure another hardship when he found out that Russian mathematician Nikolai Lobachevsky had independently discovered non-Euclidean geometry, several years before Bolyai had published his 24-page-long appendix. When Bolyai died in 1860, he left behind 20,000 pages of unpublished mathematical manuscripts. He would not know that Gauss did independently discover non-Euclidean geometry, nor would he know that upon receiving the appendix, Gauss had written to a friend, "I regard this young geometer Bolyai as a genius of the first order."
I'm a guy who lost a bet and my dignity, as if watching my team lose wasn't...
While Bolyai was embittered, non-Euclidean geometries continued to develop. Until 1854, spherical geometry wasn't actually considered a non-Euclidean geometry. That's because on a sphere, lines can't be extended indefinitely. This is what earlier mathematicians had stumbled upon and therefore dismissed this geometry, since Euclid's second postulate wouldn't hold. But in 1854, Riemann changed the second postulate from an infinite extension to something that is, quote, unbounded, so that the second postulate still holds on a sphere. With this change, spherical geometry became another valid non-Euclidean geometry. By using the generalized 4 postulates and taking the 5th as there being no parallel lines, you could now derive spherical or elliptic geometry.
Would you consider the 5th postulate a mistake? Would it have been better if he just never wrote that down?
If he never wrote that down, he would have stunted his geometry because he wouldn't be able to prove a lot of the things that he claimed to have. It's beautiful that he wrote this. It's beautiful that people spent 2,000 years trying to refute him, only to discover that in fact he was right in writing this in the first place.
So while Euclid was right to write down the 5th postulate, he did make a different mistake.
So here's the problem with what Euclid was doing. Definition 1. A point is that which has no part. What does it mean to have a part? What is a part? What does it mean not to have a part? A line is a breadthless length. What does it mean to have breadth? Lying evenly within itself, within the points in itself? What the hell is he talking about? We read this 2 minutes ago and we were nodding along like, yeah, it completely makes sense what he's saying. It's all nonsense. Don't give me a definition that's going to have an infinite recursion. If you give me a definition in terms of other things, then you have to tell me what those things are. If you tell me what that is, you have to tell me what the thing before it is.
Are the definitions a bad idea?
You shouldn't have definitions. You should have undefined terms. I'm not going to tell you what a point is. I'm not going to tell you what a line is. I'm not going to tell you what a plane is. All I'm going to tell you is what the postulates are that they're assumed to satisfy. It's the relationships between the objects that's important, not the definitions of the objects themselves. And once you free your mind to that possibility, all of a sudden you realize that there's a perfectly good geometric world in which by line you mean great circle, and by plane you mean sphere, and by point you mean a point on a sphere. And then 4 of those axioms are satisfied, just not the 5th. And similarly, there's another model, something called the disk model for hyperbolic space, which the disk is the plane. What I mean by straight lines is arcs of circles that are orthogonal to the disk, and then points are points inside the disk, and the disk is the plane.
See, you can think of geometry as a game. The first 4 postulates are like the minimum rules required to play that game. And then the 5th postulate selects the world that you'll play in. If you pick that there are no parallel lines, you're playing in spherical geometry. If you choose one parallel line, you're playing in flat geometry. And if you go for more than one parallel line, then you're playing in hyperbolic geometry. But Riemann decided to take it one step further. Instead of selecting just one world to play in, why not combine them all into one? During his inaugural speech in 1854, he laid out the groundwork for a geometry where the curvature could differ from place to place. One part might be flat, another part might be slightly curved, and yet another part might have a very strong curvature. And this geometry wouldn't be limited to two-dimensional planes either. It could be extended to 3 or more dimensions. Another breakthrough came in 1868 when Eugenio Beltrami might be slightly curved, and yet another part might be in spherical geometry. If you choose one parallel line, you're playing in flat geometry. And if you go for more than one parallel line, then you're playing in hyperbolic geometry. But Riemann decided to take it one step further. Instead of selecting just one world to play in, why not combine them all into one? During his inaugural speech in 1854, he laid out the groundwork for a geometry where the curvature could differ from place to place. One part might be flat, another part might be slightly curved, and yet another part might have a very strong curvature. And this geometry wouldn't be limited to two-dimensional planes either. It could be extended to 3 or more dimensions. Another breakthrough came in 1868 when Eugenio Beltrami unequivocally proved that hyperbolic and spherical geometry were just as consistent as Euclid's flat geometry. That is, if there were any inconsistencies in hyperbolic or spherical geometry, then they must also be present in Euclid's flat geometry.
The prospects for these new geometries were looking great, and it turns out this was just the beginning.
In 1905, Einstein proposed the special theory of relativity, which is based on just two postulates. One, the laws of physics are the same in all inertial frames of reference, and two, the speed of light in a vacuum is the same for all inertial observers. So, as a result, space and time must be relative. But that created a problem for Newtonian gravity, because according to Newton, the force of gravity is inversely proportional to the distance between the two objects squared. But in Einstein's special relativity, that distance is no longer well defined. In whose reference frame are we measuring? And so Einstein had to find a way to reconcile relativity and gravity. 2 years later, in 1907, Einstein had the happiest thought of his life. He imagined a man falling off the roof of a house. And what made Einstein so joyful is that he realized that while the man is falling, he would feel absolutely weightless. And if he let go of an object, it would just remain in uniform motion relative to him. It would be just like being in space, not near any masses, floating around in a spaceship at constant velocity. And that is an inertial observer. Now, here's the big breakthrough. Einstein realized that they're not just similar, they are identical. Because there's no experiment you could do to determine whether you're in free fall in a uniform gravitational field or whether you're in deep space, not near any massive objects.
And so the free-falling man, too, must be an inertial observer, meaning he is not accelerating and he's not experiencing any force of gravity.
But if gravity is not a force, then how do you explain things like the space station orbiting Earth? Shouldn't it just fly off in a straight line? Well, astronauts in the space station also feel weightless, and that's the key. It feels just as if they're traveling at constant velocity in a straight line. It feels like that because that's precisely what they're doing. They're traveling in a straight line. How then could that straight line appear curved to a distant observer? The answer is because the space-time that straight line is on is curved. See, massive objects curve space-time, and objects moving through curved space-time will follow the shortest path through that curved geometry, the geodesic. So while astronauts in the space station are following a straight line, it appears curved to a distant observer because the Earth curves the space-time around it.
So the behavior of straight lines in curved geometries is core to understanding the universe we live in. And in the more than 100 years since it was published, the general theory of relativity has been remarkably successful.
In 2014, astronomers briefly observed a supernova, a violent and extremely bright death of a star. In fact, they saw the exact same supernova in 4 different places. How? Well, in between the supernova and Earth, there was a massive galaxy which curved spacetime. So light from the supernova, which was spreading out in all directions, had several different paths to reach the Earth, and 4 of those reached Earth at approximately the same time. The galaxy had functioned as a massive gravitational lens.
The astronomers realized that other galaxies in the cluster might also lens the light from that supernova, but with different path lengths and gravitational potentials, so the light would reach Earth at different times. After careful modeling, they predicted that they should see a replay of that supernova just a year later.
And on the 11th of December 2015, just as predicted, they saw the same supernova once more. In addition to being able to observe the effects of curved spacetime, we can now even measure the ripples of spacetime itself, gravitational waves formed by cosmic events far, far away, like the merger of black holes. And according to a recent survey by Nanograv, the fabric of spacetime seems to be buzzing with the remnants of grand cosmic events. In the 100 years since general relativity was published, countless findings have supported its predictions, and at its very core are the curved geometries of Bolyai and Riemann. But so far, all the effects we've looked at are local distortions of spacetime. What is the shape of the entire universe?
Watch world-class soccer live on a variety of networks, all
Using the differences between the geometries, we can find that out too. In flat geometry, we expect all the angles of a triangle to add up to 180 degrees without fail. But in spherical geometry, the angles don't add up to 180 degrees, but to more. Similarly, in hyperbolic geometry, the angles add up to less than 180 degrees. So to determine the shape of the universe, you just need to measure the angles of a triangle. And measuring a triangle is precisely what Gauss was doing 200 years ago. In fact, this led some to speculate that he was actually trying to measure the curvature of space itself. The angle he found, 180 degrees within observational error.
But that shouldn't be very surprising. Take this balloon, for example, which approximates a sphere. If I draw a small triangle on it, well, the surface I'm drawing on is basically flat. So the angles inside the triangle will add up to essentially 180 degrees. Only if I make the triangle large enough will the effects of curvature come into play, and then the angles in the triangle will add up to more than 180 degrees. And this was the problem with Gauss's experiment. Even if he was trying to measure the curvature of space itself, for which there is no solid evidence, the triangle he measured would have been far too small relative to the size of the universe.
So, in order to overcome the scale issue that Gauss encountered, we need to scale the triangles formed between mountains up to the largest triangles we can. And since looking further and further away is the same as looking further back in time, we need to look back as far as possible, to the very first light we can see, the cosmic microwave background, or CMB, a picture from when the universe was just 380,000 years old. While the CMB is almost completely uniform, there are some spots that are slightly hotter or colder. Now we know how far away the CMB is, so if we can figure out how large such a spot is, then we can draw a cosmic triangle. It's thought that the first density and temperature variations originated from quantum fluctuations in the very early universe, which were then blown up as the universe expanded. But due to this rapid expansion, not all regions were in causal contact with each other. So, using the information we have of how the early universe evolved, astronomers can predict how often spots of different sizes should appear in the CMB. This is what this power spectrum shows, essentially a histogram of how often each spot size should occur if the universe is flat. So now we have something to compare our measurement to. If the universe is flat, the angle we measure on the sky should be the same as we'd expect. But if the universe is curved like a sphere, the angles of the triangle should add up to more than 180 degrees, so the angle we'd measure would be larger than predicted, and this peak would shift to the left. Similarly, if the universe has hyperbolic geometry, then spots should appear smaller than predicted, and this peak would shift to the right. So what did we measure? This is the data from the Planck mission, which is almost exactly what you'd expect if the universe were flat. This mission also gives us the current best estimate for the curvature of the universe, which is 0.0007 plus minus 0.0019. So that's basically zero within the margin of error. So we're fairly certain that the universe we live in is flat. But living in a flat universe seems to be remarkably serendipitous. Right now, the average mass energy density comes down to the equivalent of about 6 hydrogen atoms per cubic meter. If on average that was just one more hydrogen atom, the universe would have been more spherically curved. If there were just one less, the curvature would be hyperbolic geometry. And so far, we're not entirely sure why the universe has the mass energy density it has.
What we do know is that general relativity is one of our best physical theories of reality. And at the very heart of it are those paradoxical and seemingly absurd geometries. Ones we found because mathematicians spent over 2,000 years thinking about a single sentence from the world's most famous math text. When it comes to human brilliance, it's not just what you know, it's also how you think. And a great way to improve how you think is by building your knowledge and problem-solving skills. So if you're looking for a free and easy way to do just that, then check out this video's sponsor, Brilliant.org. With Brilliant, you can master key concepts in everything from math and data science to programming and technology. All you have to do is set your goal, and Brilliant will design the perfect learning path for you, giving you all the tools you need to reach it. Want to follow in the footsteps of Euclid and Bolyai? Then Brilliant's latest course, Measurement, is the...
So you think you know Wix, but do you really? First up, we've got...
Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast, where we discuss science and science-based tools for everyday life. I'm Andrew Huberman, and I'm a professor of neurobiology and...
Most of us tie our shoelaces wrong. There are two ways to tie a knot in your shoelaces. In one, you go counterclockwise around the loop, and in the other, you go clockwise. These two methods look almost identical, but one of these knots is far superior to the other. It doesn't loosen or come untied nearly as easily. To understand why, we need to delve into knot theory. This is a whole branch of mathematics that aims to identify, categorize, and understand every possible knot that could ever exist. So far, we have discovered the first 352,152,252 knots. Each one has its own particular properties and characteristics. I think it's fascinating that there's something like a periodic table for knots out there. But it's not pure math. Knot theory has turned out to be remarkably useful. It is core to the structure of proteins and DNA. It's leading to new materials that could be stronger than Kevlar. It's even used to develop medicines that save millions of lives. All of this just from trying to understand the humble knot. So what is a knot? Well, in our everyday lives, we see knots like this or this. But if you're trying to rigorously study knots, you want to be able to pull them apart so you can really see what's going on. The problem is, knots like this are held together only by tension and friction. So if you pull on them too hard, they fall apart. So in order to capture the knot on the rope, mathematicians got the idea to connect the two ends. And now, well, you can tease the knot apart to study it, but it will never fundamentally change. So in knot theory, all knots exist on closed loops. This means the simplest knot you can have is just a circle like this. Now, admittedly, this is not much of a knot, which is why it is called an unknot. Here is another knot. Again, it's made of a single piece of rope that forms a closed loop. Here is another. Two knots are only different if you can't make one into the other without breaking the loop. This is the simplest knot after the unknot. It is called the trefoil. And you can see that there's no way for me to turn this back into a circle unless I actually break it open, take out the knot, and then close it up again.
Now I have 2 unknots. It is surprisingly hard to tell 2 knots apart by eye. Here is a simple mystery knot. Is it an unknot, a trefoil, or neither? I'll give you a second to figure it out. It is in fact a trefoil, which you can see if I just untwist this and rearrange the knot a little bit. And our first complicated knot? Well, it is actually just the unknot. I'm going to try to disentangle it so you can see that. There you go. It was just a single loop. In fact, these are all unknots. And this is where the problem begins. You can't just randomly tangle some rope and connect the ends. To make a new mathematical knot, you need to prove it's not just a tangled up version of another knot. So how do you tell 2 knots apart? This one question, also known as the knot equivalence problem, is so famously difficult that it's propelled the entire field of knot theory for over 150 years. Alan Turing even wrote in his final publication, "No systematic method is yet known by which one can tell whether 2 knots are the same." A decision problem which might well be unsolvable is the one concerning knots. The results in this article set certain bounds to what we can hope to achieve purely by reasoning.
Previously, the most famous knot problem in history was the Gordian knot. It was said that whoever untangled this massive knotted rope was destined to rule all of Asia.
Legend goes Alexander the Great simply came along and sliced right through it. That would not be a valid solution in knot theory.
And there are other famous knots of history. The endless knot is seen as far back as clay tablets from the Indus Valley, and it was used in medieval Celtic designs, Chinese knotwork, and Hinduism and Buddhism.
Let's face it, smudges on a first date, not a good look. Native spray formula goes on clear and doesn't leave white residue.
In Incan civilization, knots were tied on cords called quipu to track everything from taxes to calendars. You can even find a knot in the coat of arms for the House of Borromeo, an Italian noble family that has existed since the 1300s. The Borromean rings are technically a link, which is just a knot with multiple loops of rope. The most basic link is the unlink, 2 loops which aren't actually connected, much like the unknot. After that is the Hopf link, then later the Borromean rings and more. But the knot equivalence problem was only encountered centuries later. In January of 1867, Scottish physicist Peter Guthrie Tait showed off his homemade smoke machine to renowned scientist William Thomson, later Lord Kelvin. Tait had read a paper that said a vortex ring should be eternally stable in an ideal fluid. So, intrigued, he set up 2 wooden boxes containing a kind of toxic mixture of ammonia, sulfuric acid, and salt. When he tapped a towel stretched across the back of each box, the chemical smoke popped out of a circular cutout in perfect rings. Kelvin, watching, was transfixed by the rings. He had been pondering the composition of atoms, a fundamental question of the time, and suddenly he saw an answer. He declared that atoms must be made out of vortex rings of ether, an invisible everywhere medium. Different knots of vortex rings would make different elements. The shape of the Hopf link explained the double spectral lines of sodium. The simple unknot ring was hydrogen. Tait was skeptical, but as Kelvin's vortex model of the atom became a leading theory, Tait began investigating knots in earnest, in his mind creating a periodic table of the elements with every new knot he found. The crossing number is an easy way to categorize knots. Just take the simplest form of a knot, one with no extra twists or tangles, and count up all its crossings. By hand, Tait discovered a 3-crossing knot, the trefoil, then a 4-crossing knot, the figure 8, then 2 5-crossing knots, 3 6-crossing knots, and 7 7-crossing knots. One quick note, knots are additive. You can stick multiple knots together to make a new knot, like combining these 2 trefoils into a 6-crossing knot. This is called a composite knot. But some knots aren't decomposable into simpler knots. These are known as prime knots. Since all composite knots are just built from primes, people mainly focus on tabulating prime knots. Unfortunately for Tate, warning signs were on the horizon for Lord Kelvin's vortex theory of the atom. Mendeleev's first periodic table had been published in 1869, the Michelson-Morley experiment sowed seeds of doubt about an ether in 1887, and the most damning result was J.J. Thomson's discovery of the electron in 1897. So there were particles smaller than the atom which were inside atoms. But Tate was already in too deep with knots to stop. He had even roped in his academic rival and close friend James Clerk Maxwell, of Maxwell's equations fame. Thanks to Tate's influence, Maxwell became a knot enthusiast for the rest of his life. His last poem, written shortly before his death from stomach cancer, even begins, "My soul's an amphichiral knot, upon a liquid vortex wrought." Assisted in part by hundreds of letters with Maxwell, Tate published his list of knots up to 7 crossings in 1877, the first math paper with the word knots in its title. Then, Tate paused his search for 7 years. In a speech, he stated, "The requisite labor increases with extreme rapidity as the number of crossings is increased. Someone with the requisite leisure should try to extend this list, if possible up to 11. 2 mathematicians took him up on his call for help, Thomas Kirkman and Charles Little. Together, the 3 of them were able to find all 21 8-crossing knots, all 49 9-crossing knots, and all 166 10-crossing knots by 1899, just 2 years before Tate's death. This was all done painstakingly by hand. Tate admits in his paper, "I cannot be absolutely certain that all those groups are essentially different one from another." In the process of tabulating knots, he had uncovered the central problem of how to possibly tell them apart.
Somewhat miraculously, Tate, Kirkman, and Little had done a near-perfect job with their knot tables. Their list stood for 75 years without change, until a single correction in 1973, but more on that later. For decades after Tate's death, little progress was made on the knot equivalence problem. But in 1927, German mathematician Kurt Reidemeister proved a radical theorem. You only need 3 types of moves to transform any 2 identical knots into each other: the twist, the poke, and the slide, where you move a string from one side of a crossing to the other. Now we can prove some knots are the same if you can show that they're connected by Reidemeister moves. You've proven that they must be identical. But we still don't know how to prove any knots different from each other, because you could do Reidemeister moves on one knot for centuries without it ever looking like the other knot. And maybe they're actually different, but maybe they're the same and you just never made the right move to show that that is true. This may have been where Turing was coming from when he called the knot equivalence problem potentially undecidable. But in 1961, mathematician Wolfgang Haken created a computer algorithm that solved the knot equivalence problem definitively for the specific case of distinguishing any knot from the unknot. That said, his paper was over 130 pages long, and the algorithm would have taken longer than the age of the universe to run for large knots. In 2001, building on Haken's work, mathematicians found a way to distinguish between any knot and the unknot by simply setting an upper bound on the number of Reidemeister moves needed to connect them. If you check all sequences of Reidemeister moves up to that number, you can prove if the knot is the unknot or not. There's just one problem. That upper bound was 2 to the 100 billion n moves. As of today, the upper bound has improved dramatically to just 236 n to the power of 11. Now, while smaller than before, checking all possible sequences of Reidemeister moves up to this number is still unfathomable. For a single crossing knot, this is larger than the number of stars in the observable universe. In 2011, mathematicians found an upper bound on the number of Reidemeister moves needed to connect any 2 knots or links, solving the entire knot equivalence problem. This is the upper bound. First, raise 2 to the second power, then raise that to the power of 2 again, This operation is called tetration, and it grows fast. Now keep doing it until you have raised 2 to itself 10 to the million n times. Cap it off with n again. This is easily the largest number we have ever shown in a video.
But even just to have a solution is remarkable, given that Turing thought the problem was potentially undecidable only 60 years earlier.
Every epic foot-long deserves a perfect sidekick. Order one with your favorite Subway series sub today.
Beyond Pet Food helps me care for what matters, with high-quality natural ingredients for my pets and responsible sourcing practices for my world. Beyond Pet Food. Your pet, your world.
If it's this hard to tell two knots apart, how have we managed to tabulate 350 million different knots? Well, there are some properties of a knot that never change, no matter how much you twist or tangle it up. These are called invariants, and these invariants will be different for some knots compared to other ones. So you can use them as hallmarks of a particular knot. They're not perfectly discriminating. I mean, some knots will share invariants, but if two knots have different invariants, then you know for sure that they are different. Crossing number is itself an invariant. Two knots can't be identical if they have different crossing numbers.
But the crossing number is surprisingly difficult to calculate. You can put extra crossings into any knot, like just throw in a bunch of twists. Different variations of the same knot are known as different projections of that knot. Crossing number measures the least number of crossings a knot can have, but it only works for the simplest projection of a knot, also known as its reduced form. But it's difficult to ensure that a knot is fully reduced. Instead, we can use another invariant, one that's true right away for all projections of a knot, so it'll give the same value both for a messy trefoil and for a reduced trefoil.
This first invariant is tricolorability, or whether a knot can be colored in with 3 colors.
Take a diagram of a knot and color in each individual segment. These are just separated by undercrossings, where you would lift your pen off the page. Tricolorability only has 2 rules. First, you must use at least 2 colors, because you can color any knot in with 1 color. And second, at crossings, the 3 intersecting strands must either be all the same color or all different colors. Basically, no 2-colored crossings.
There are just 2 categories of this invariant. Either a knot is tricolorable or it's not. Identical knots must match, so if one knot is tricolorable and the other one isn't, then you know they're different knots.
It's hard to believe that tricolorability is constant across any possible projection of the same knot. But since you only need Reidemeister moves to move between projections, we just need to prove that it isn't affected by Reidemeister moves. The twist is easy, everything's 1 color already, and it stays that way. With the poke, the intersection of 2 colors means that the loop formed must become the 3rd color, so we have 3 colors at every intersection. With the slide, you never have to break tricolorability because you start with 3 colors at 3 intersections, and then switch 1 intersection to just 1 color. So any knot will maintain its tricolorability no matter what Reidemeister moves you do.
This is a good time to note that we never actually proved the trefoil and the unknot were 2 different knots, but we can do it now with tricolorability.
The unknot is not tricolorable, since you can't use at least 2 colors to color it in, and the trefoil is easily tricolorable. Just color in each of the 3 segments a different color. The crossings all have 3 colors, so it is tricolorable. Now we know every possible projection of the trefoil is tricolorable, while every possible projection of the unknot isn't. So these 2 knots must be different knots.
This invariant isn't very specific. It only gives you 2 categories across all knots.
In fact, the next knot after the trefoil, the figure 8 knot, isn't tricolorable. There's always a crossing with 2 colors. So how do we prove that this is different from the unknot, which also isn't tricolorable? Tricolorability expands into a much more powerful invariant called p-colorability, where p can be any prime number besides 2. Instead of using colors, we'll number each strand with integers between 0 and p-1. P-colorability has 2 rules. First, you must use at least 2 different numbers. Second, at crossings, the two bottom strands added together and divided by p must give the same remainder as twice the top strand divided by p. Tricolorability was just a simple version of this. If we go from 3 to 5 colorability for the figure 8 knot, we can number the strands 0, 1, and then this strand must give a remainder of 0, so 4, and this strand must give a remainder of 2, so 3. This knot is 5 colorable, so it's not the unknot. P colorability is a huge tool. The unknot is completely uncolorable, so any knot with any colorability can't be the unknot.
P colorability still doesn't cover everything. Some of the most powerful invariants right now, the ones that can distinguish between the most unique knots, are polynomials. The Alexander polynomial was the first one discovered back in 1923, before even Reidemeister moves. Like P colorability, it relies on only 2 rules.
The first is that the Alexander polynomial of the unknot is equal to 1. The second is that you can zoom in on any single crossing of a knot and vary it in 3 possible positions: forward, backward, and separate. The Alexander polynomial gives a relationship between the 3 resulting knots. Let's do an example. What's the Alexander polynomial for the unlink? Well, if we zoom into this separate crossing and then vary it, we see that the other 2 knots formed are both the unknot. So we can plug in 1 for both of them, and we get that the Alexander polynomial for the unlink must be 0. Then we can do the same for the Hopf-link, taking this crossing as the forward crossing, then seeing that the backward crossing gives us the unlink, and the separate crossing is the unknot, so the Alexander polynomial for the Hopf-link is minus t to the half plus t to the minus a half. And now we can do the trefoil. When we vary this crossing, we get that the backward crossing gives us the unknot, and the separate crossing gives the Hopf-link. So the Alexander polynomial is t minus 1 plus t to the negative 1. The polynomial is designed so that we get separate results for as many knots and links as we can. And this is recursive. We can calculate the polynomial forever for bigger and bigger knots.
The Alexander polynomial stood unchanged for over 60 years as the knot invariant of choice. But in 1984, it was upended by an unlikely discovery. Mathematician Vaughan Jones had been working on a type of algebra for statistical mechanics, a concept in physics, when he realized his work resembled a series of equations in knot theory.
He traveled to New York to consult knot theorist Joan Berman at Columbia University, who helped refine his equations into a knot invariant. They met again a week later and tested it against knot diagrams from Berman's filing cabinet, quickly realizing Jones had discovered a brand new polynomial invariant. He scribbled down all their work in a 15-page letter. The Jones polynomial is like the Alexander, but with the more specific equation for the second rule that lets it distinguish many more knots. For this discovery, Jones won the Fields Medal in 1990. The first new polynomial invariant kicked up a fervor in knot theory. Just months after Jones' result, 6 mathematicians each independently found an improved version of his polynomial with 2 variables instead of 1. The editors of the American Math Society published all their papers together, naming it the Homfly polynomial. 2 Polish mathematicians missed the news and discovered it again a couple months later, upon which it became the Homflight polynomial.
If you're a burnt-out sales professional, listen up. You've probably realized you're really good at what you do. You've probably
None of these invariants works alone. Just like if you were searching for a person, you'd start by checking a first name, then a last name, then a birthday, and so on to eventually narrow your search down to just one person. Similarly, knots have dozens of invariants, which, when taken together, uniquely identify them. With invariants to prove if knots are different and Reidemeister moves to prove if knots are the same, you can attack from 2 angles to meet the gargantuan task of distinguishing every single knot. But this method isn't perfect. These 2 knots were listed next to each other in Tate's knot tables for over 75 years. They were the same by all invariant accounts, so Tate and Little likely tried Reidemeister moves to see if they could transform one into the other, and once they failed, they listed them as 2 separate knots.
Kenneth Perko, a lawyer who had studied knot theory, spotted them in 1973 while looking through Little's table of 10 crossing knots. Suspicious of their similarities, he pulled out a yellow legal pad to sketch some Reitermeister moves, and he quickly found a way to connect the two knots. These two projections, now known as the Perko pair, are the same knot. So the knot tables of Tate, Kirkman, and Little were issued their single correction, and instead of 166 10-crossing knots, there are 165. It had taken decades of work to tabulate all 249 prime knots up to 10 crossings. No one dared tackle the 11 crossings until John Conway. He found all 552 and claimed he did it in a single afternoon. This was the last tabulation by hand. In the 80s, Dowker and Thistlethwaite built a computer algorithm to count all 12 and 13 crossing knots. Thistlethwaite later joined forces with Haust and Weeks to tabulate all 14, 15, and 16 crossing knots in a paper titled The First 1,701,936 Knots. The method they used is still the one used today, employing a computer to list all possible knots and then using invariants to weed out duplicates. They split into two teams and cross-checked their results, aligning perfectly on all but 4 knots on their first try. In 2020, mathematician Ben Burton single-handedly tabulated all 17, 18, and 19 crossing knots, bringing the total number of known prime knots to 352,152,252. His project was so computationally intensive, several hundred computers had to run for months before obtaining the final number. The hardest part of knot tabulation is counting up every knot and then carefully eliminating duplicates. But if you just want to generate a huge number of distinct knots, you can make alternating knots, knots with crossings that alternate over-under. This computation is much easier, though it leaves out most knots. And back in 2007, this method was used to find alternating knots up to an absurd 24 crossings. So in total, we know of 159,965,097,353 knots. Of course, we're missing a lot in between there. Knot theory was always just pure math. All the algorithms, invariants, and tabulations were knowledge for the sake of knowledge. But in 1989, chemist Jean-Pierre Sauvage tied molecules around copper ions to form the first ever synthetic knotted molecule. This trefoil knot restricted the atoms from unfurling, trapping them in higher energy states to give the molecule new properties. Any type of knot tied in a molecule will change its properties, and we know of over 159 billion knots. So if you can tie a molecule into each of those knots, that's 159 billion new, unique materials created from a single molecule. Though after the trefoil, chemists have only managed to tie 5 other molecular knots to date. It's a difficult task since they can't just nudge individual ions into place. Molecules must be built to self-assemble into knots. Knot theory helps identify which knots match available molecular templates. Symmetric knots are easier for one, and how to arrange those to assemble the knot. The most complex knot yet created is the 819 knot, with 192 atoms tied around a central chloride ion. This molecule holds the Guinness World Record for tightest knot in the world, defined as the most crossings per unit length. In this case, 8 crossings in 20 nanometers. Since it's knotted around a chloride ion, once the ion is removed, this molecule is one of the strongest chloride binders in existence. The field is still new for specific applications. Chemists are just focused on creating molecular knots before thinking about materials development, but they hope to eventually build things like durable fabrics stronger than Kevlar. Knot theory is also critical to biological processes that have saved millions of lives. Bacterial DNA consists of a single loop of the double helix molecule. This shape means that it always forms a knotted link when it replicates. And the bacteria can't separate into 2 cells with their DNA tangled up like this. So they have an enzyme called type 2 topoisomerase which snips and reconnects the DNA. This turns their linked DNA back into an unlink, so they can replicate cleanly. If you inhibit type 2 topoisomerase, the bacteria can't replicate properly, and in fact, they die. This is how some of the most common antibiotics in the world, called quinolones, operate. Human DNA, while not circular, is long enough to also get into tangles. Each cell in your body contains 2 meters of DNA. That's the equivalent of stuffing 200 kilometers of fishing line into a basketball. When this mess inevitably tangles, human type 2 topoisomerases come to make crossing changes. The human version of the enzyme is different enough from the bacterial version that it's unaffected by antibiotics. But human topoisomerases are sometimes intentionally inhibited. This stops replication and kills cells, predominantly the rapidly dividing cancer cells. So it's one of the most common forms of chemotherapy. Biologists needed knot theory to first understand the mechanism of type 2 topoisomerase. Once they observed it was decreasing the crossing number of knots in DNA 2 at a time, they realized it had to be cutting and rejoining entire double strands of DNA. And there are many other obscure topoisomerases that act on DNA. Knot theory is used to analyze the knots they tie or untie and how they operate as a result. It's not just DNA that knots. 1% of all proteins have various knots in their fundamental structure. If they get misknotted, they malfunction. So being able to accurately tell knots apart helps understand these proteins' mechanisms, as well as how to potentially repair or utilize them.
When it comes to your shoelaces, both of the common ways to tie the knot are composed of 2 trefoils on top of each other. I'm gonna tie some rope around my leg to make this easier to see. When you go counterclockwise around the loop, well then you form 2 identical trefoils on top of each other. This is also known as a granny knot. But when you go clockwise around the loop, then you get mirror-imaged trefoils on top of each other. This is also known as a square knot, and it doesn't loosen as easily. So we should all be tying our shoelaces like this, clockwise around the loop. Most of us aren't. I mean, I'm not, usually. I normally do it like this. A simple overhand knot is just the trefoil. The bowline knot, the most common knot for boating or just holding things together, is the 6-2 knot. And any knot tied without using the ends, also known as in the bite, that is just an unknot. So a slip knot is an example of an unknot.
Those big name coding bootcamps are probably going to delete me for revealing this to you.
In 2007, researchers Dorian Raymer and Douglas Smith conducted 3,415 trials of spinning string in boxes to study how knots form in the real world. They ended up creating 120 different types of knots, some as complicated as 11 crossings. They found that longer agitation time led to a higher chance of knotting. Longer string did as well, except this probability decreased once the string was put in a smaller box, which restrained its motion.
So if you want to keep something like headphones from knotting in your pocket where you can't adjust string length or agitation time, then your best bet is to confine them to as small a space as possible. Raymer and Smith also proposed a model for real-world knot formation. A series of loops are first formed when a string is placed into a container. Then when it's agitated, a free end of the string gets woven up and down through the loops, braiding itself into them to form knots. Let's see. A knot. So coiling up your wires is actually setting yourself up for failure, because you're forming a bunch of loops for a loose end to braid perfectly into a knot. So instead what you want to do is restrict its movement, whether by using a small box or increasing string stiffness. DNA increases its stiffness by supercoiling, and you can do the same with your wires. I just double it up like this, and then I twist from the middle, and this is going to stiffen the length of wire. Now, this is naturally going to want to sort of coil in on itself, and it's going to look like a big tangled mess. But all you have to do is take the opposite ends of the headphone and pull apart, and
there's no tangles, no knots. Their study won an Ig Nobel Prize. It has been cited in studies of knots in surgical catheters and even linked to an Apple patent for stiffer earbud wires. Knot theory began as a failed theory of everything, and for the next century, it was a standalone field of math, propelled by nothing more than intellectual curiosity. But in recent years, it's reclaimed its original potential. Today, knot theory is a theory of everything from headphone tangles to material science to chemotherapy. In 1889, Kelvin gave a presidential address to the British Institution of Electrical Engineers about his failed atomic theory of knots. I am afraid I must end by saying that the difficulties are so great in the way of forming anything like a comprehensive theory that we cannot even imagine a finger post pointing to a way that leads us towards the explanation. But this time next year, this time 10 years, this time 100 years, I cannot doubt but that these things which now seem to us so mysterious will be no mysteries at all, that the scales will fall from our eyes, that we shall learn to look on things in a different way, when that which is now a difficulty will be the only common sense and intelligible way of looking at the subject. Knot theory is a perfect example of how knowledge in one area can become a tool to understand countless others. From learning how to tell a trefoil apart from an unknot, knot theorists have built all the way up to discovering brand new proteins. If you want a quick and easy way to build out your own mental toolkit, you should absolutely check out this video's sponsor, Brilliant.org. Brilliant is the best.
Okay, Vess. The underworld's favorite new scoundrel. You crossed the...
This single equation spawned 4 multi-trillion-dollar industries and transformed everyone's approach to risk. Do you think that most people are aware of the size, scale, utility of derivatives?
No, no idea.
But at its core, this equation comes from physics, from discovering atoms, understanding how heat is transferred, and how to beat the casino at blackjack. So maybe it shouldn't be surprising that some of the best to beat the stock market were not veteran traders, but physicists, scientists, and mathematicians.
In 1988, a mathematics professor named Jim Simons set up the Medallion Investment Fund, and every year for the next 30 years, the Medallion Fund delivered higher returns than the market average. And not just by a little bit. It returned 66% per year. At that rate of growth, $100 invested in 1988 would be worth $8.4 billion today. This made Jim Simons easily the richest mathematician of all time.
But being good at math doesn't guarantee success in financial markets. Just ask Isaac Newton. In 1720, Newton was 77 years old, and he was rich. He had made a lot of money working as a professor at Cambridge for decades, and he had a side hustle as the master of the Royal Mint. His net worth was £30,000, the equivalent of $6 million today. Now, to grow his fortune, Newton invested in stocks. One of his big bets was on the South Sea Company. Their business was shipping enslaved Africans across the Atlantic. Business was booming, and the share price grew rapidly. By April of 1720, the value of Newton's shares had doubled, so he sold his stock. But the stock price kept going up. And by June, Newton bought back in, and he kept buying shares even as the price peaked. When the price started to fall, Newton didn't sell. He bought more shares, thinking he was buying the dip. But there was no rebound, and ultimately he lost around a third of his wealth. When asked why he didn't see it coming, Newton responded, "I can calculate the motions of the heavenly bodies, but not the madness of people." So what did Simons get right that Newton got wrong?
Well, for one thing, Simons was able to stand on the shoulders of giants.
The pioneer of using math to model financial markets was Louis Bachelier, born in 1870. Both of his parents died when he was 18, and he had to take over his father's wine business. He sold the business a few years later and moved to Paris to study physics. But he needed a job to support himself and his family, and he found one at the Bourse, the Paris Stock Exchange. And inside was Newton's madness of people in its rawest form. hundreds of traders screaming prices, making hand signals, and doing deals. The thing that captured Bachelier's interest were contracts known as options. The earliest known options were bought around 600 BC by the Greek philosopher Thales of Miletus. He believed that the coming summer would yield a bumper crop of olives. To make money off this idea, he could have purchased olive presses, which, if he were right, would be in great demand. But he didn't have enough money to buy the machines. So instead, he went to all the existing olive press owners and paid them a little bit of money to secure the option to rent their presses in the summer for a specified price. When the harvest came, Thales was right. There were so many olives that the price of renting a press skyrocketed. Thales paid the press owners their pre-agreed price, and then he rented out the machines at a higher rate and pocketed the difference. Thales had executed the first known call option. A call option gives you the right, but not the obligation, to buy something at a later date for a set price, known as the strike price. You can also buy a put option, which gives you the right, but not the obligation, to sell something at a later date for the strike price. Put options are useful if you expect the price to go down. Call options are useful if you expect the price to go up. For example, let's say the current price of Apple stock is $100, but you expect it to go up. You could buy a call option for $10 that gives you the right, but not the obligation, to buy Apple stock in 1 year for $100. That is the strike price. Just a little side note, American options can be exercised on any date up to the expiry, whereas European options must be exercised on the expiry date. To keep things simple, we'll stick to European options. So if in a year the price of Apple stock has gone up to $130, you can use the option to buy shares for $100 and then immediately sell them for $130. After you take into account the $10 you paid for the option, you've made a $20 profit. Alternatively, if in a year the stock price has dropped
how
to
a
$70,
sewing machine works?
you just wouldn't use the option, and you've lost the $10 you paid for it. So the profit and loss diagram looks like this. If the stock price ends up below the strike price, you lose what you paid for the option. But if the stock price is higher than the strike price, then you earn that difference minus the cost of the option. There are at least 3 advantages of options. One is that it limits your downside. If you had bought the stock instead of the option and it went down to $70, you would have lost $30, and in theory, you could have lost $100 if the stock went to $0. The second benefit is options provide leverage. If you had bought the stock and it went up to $130, then your investment grew by 30%. But if you had bought the option, you only had to put up $10, so your profit of $20 is actually a 200% return on investment. On the downside, if you had owned the stock, your investment would have only dropped by 30%, whereas with the option, you lose.
Pizza parties are better with crispy crust and gooey cheese. Holiday meals are better with 700.
This video was sponsored by Caseta by Lutron.
According to the general theory of relativity, gravity is not a force. There are no gravitational fields. Gravity is kind of an illusion. And in this video, I will prove it to you by blasting off into outer space. In 3, 2, 1... Albert Einstein said the happiest thought of his life was imagining a man falling off the roof of a house. What made Einstein so happy about this wasn't Schadenfreude. It was the realization that this man, while he was falling, wouldn't feel his own weight. He would be weightless. And anything he dropped on his way down, well, it would remain stationary relative to him, or moving in uniform motion. The whole situation would be just like if you were in deep space, not near any large masses, with your spaceship at rest or coasting along at constant velocity. Here, you would feel no weight. Objects would remain stationary relative to you, or if you give them a push, They would move in a straight line at constant velocity. And you would be the very definition of an inertial observer. You're not accelerating, not in a gravitational field. All the laws of physics apply in your reference frame, meaning there is no experiment you could do to distinguish your inertial reference frame from any other. Now here comes the big leap. Einstein looks at these two scenarios and says they are equivalent, not just similar. Physically, they are exactly the same thing, which means man falling from roof is not in a gravitational field. There are no gravitational fields, and he is not accelerating. He is an inertial observer just like Rocket Man. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I mean, okay, I can see how both of these observers feel weightless, but man falling from roof is clearly in a gravitational field. I mean, he's right next to the Earth, and he's obviously accelerating. His speed is increasing by 9.8 meters per second every second, a fact that will become painfully apparent when he crashes into the ground. I know that these two situations look very different, but Einstein's equivalence principle tells us the one thing to focus on, the experience of the observer. If they feel weightless, then they are in an inertial frame of reference, every bit as good as Rocket Man's out drifting through deep space. Imagine if Rocket Man, coasting along at constant velocity and not paying attention, comes upon a planet a long way off in the distance. An external observer might notice that the path of the rocket bends ever so slightly towards the planet, but inside, Rocket Man would remain oblivious. He feels no force, experiences no acceleration. As the rocket gets closer to the planet, it goes faster and faster, but Rocket Man still feels weightless. For him, nothing has changed. So where on this journey would you say the frame of reference changes from inertial to non-inertial? An onboard accelerometer would never even register a blip. He has continued on his inertial path through space-time. So the logical conclusion is his frame of reference is inertial up until the instant he crashes into the planet. Okay, so how do you explain the curved path of his rocket without gravitational forces or gravitational fields? The answer is curved space-time. First, focus on Rocket Man's observation that the whole time he felt like he was moving with constant velocity in a straight line. He was moving in a straight line through space-time. But space-time around massive objects like planets is curved, so that's why his path appeared curved to a distant observer. Now this isn't as unusual as it seems. Airplanes, for example, always try to fly the shortest route between cities. Essentially, they just go in a straight line. But since the Earth's surface is curved, the shortest path doesn't look like a straight line. These shortest paths over curved surfaces are called geodesics, and we use that same word, geodesics, for the straight line paths followed by inertial observers through curved spacetime. Here's another analogy. Imagine you and a friend are standing 1,000 kilometers apart on the equator. Now you both set off due north. Over time, you will come closer together, ultimately bumping into each other at the North Pole. It's as though there was a force pushing you together. But you didn't feel a force, and your friend didn't feel a force. Gravity is just like that force. It doesn't actually exist. The real reason for you coming together was that you were both on straight paths, geodesics, on a curved surface. Astronauts on the space station are weightless. That means they too are inertial observers traveling on a geodesic. But the Earth curves space-time around it, which is why their straight line path appears as a helix. It only looks like a circular orbit if you forget the time dimension. Don't forget, we are all moving through space and time. Space-time. This is the standard bent sheet analogy for curved space-time. But I think this demo is misleading. It allows you to fool yourself into thinking you understand general relativity when the intuition you're actually drawing on is just that objects like to fall towards the middle of a well due to the gravitational force. But in general relativity, there is no gravitational force. What you should be thinking about is objects traveling on a straight line path through space-time. It just so happens that space-time is curved around massive objects, so that straight line path doesn't look like a straight line. Matter tells space-time how to curve, and space-time tells matter how to move.
Now let's go back to deep space. What happens if you turn on the rocket thrusters and accelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared? Well, someone outside would see all objects remain stationary, while the floor of the rocket accelerates into them. Inside the rocket, everything would appear to accelerate down to the ground, and you would feel a force pushing up on your feet, the same force that's pushing up on you as you watch this video.
This situation feels exactly the same as being at rest on the surface of Earth. Because we are at rest on the surface of Earth. Now I want to ask you, are you watching this video in an inertial frame of reference? Well, I mean, do you feel weightless? No. So you are not an inertial observer. Your situation is exactly the same as someone accelerating on a rocket ship in deep space. And let me be clear, I don't mean that being at rest in a gravitational field is like accelerating in a rocket. I mean, it is the exact same thing. You are accelerating and there is no gravitational field. Gravitational fields do not exist. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but come with me for a minute.
Why is it that most sales reps end up burnt out within their first couple of years in the industry? After all, they're doing exactly what they were told. They've followed the scripts, they've taken the calls, some of them even making a pretty decent income. But still, it's not enough.
This is you. In standard Newtonian physics, we draw your weight force, the force of gravity pushing you down, and the normal force from the floor pushing you up. We say these forces are equal and opposite, so there's no net force on you, so you are not accelerating. But in general relativity, gravity is not a force. You have no weight, so the only force on you are these normal forces pushing you up. So you are accelerating upwards, but I'm not moving up. Relative to what? I mean, relative to the flip chart and the floor and basically everything in this room. But all of those things are in your frame of reference, which you know is not inertial. Relative to everything in my rocket ship, I'm not accelerating. What you need, if you really want to measure your acceleration, is someone in an inertial frame of reference, like the guy who fell off the roof. And he would see you accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared. I think what this shows is that what an acceleration really is it's a deviation from a geodesic. You can't follow a straight line path through space-time because the floor prevents you from doing that. It applies a force upwards on you, so you're accelerating up. But if I'm accelerating up, and so is everyone else around the world, and presumably the whole surface of the Earth, then shouldn't the Earth be expanding? No. It is possible for you to be accelerating even though your spatial coordinates are not changing. I will show you one equation from general relativity. This says that the second derivative of your position with respect to time is equal to your acceleration, that's just f on m, and if you were in flat space-time, well, this is exactly what you're saying. If you're accelerating, your spatial coordinates have to change. But you're not in flat space-time. And this term is related to the curvature of space-time, and this is your velocity through time squared. You don't have to worry about the details here. The point is, your position can be not changing. This can be 0, which means your acceleration must be exactly equal to this curvature term times your velocity through time squared. So in curved space-time, you need to accelerate just to stand still.
A lot of this may seem more complicated than Newtonian physics, but one classical mystery looks a whole lot simpler in general relativity, which is why all objects fall at the same rate.
They lost at the same time.
have made a number of videos on this topic, and I would always give the standard Newtonian explanation. The only force on a free-falling body is its weight, g(mm) on r squared, which equals its mass times acceleration. You can cancel the object's mass on both sides of the equation, hence all objects will have this same acceleration. The mystery is why we could cancel these two m's. The one on the left was gravitational mass, the property of an object that creates and experiences a gravitational field, while the m on the right is inertial mass, a measure of resistance to acceleration. Why should these two conceptually different properties be numerically identical? Scientists have spent a lot of time and effort experimentally testing down to around 1 part in 10 trillion that these two types of mass really are the same. But in general relativity, there is no mystery. All objects appear to fall the same way because, well, they're not accelerating. They're just following straight line paths through space-time until they encounter something that stops them. Like the objects in the rocket ship, they appear to accelerate at the same rate because they're not really accelerating. It's the floor accelerating into them.
Now, a lot of this might seem pretty far-fetched, as it did back in 1915 when Einstein proposed it. So he very cleverly came up with a measurable prediction that scientists could make to test his theory. Imagine that this rocket ship is coasting through deep space. If you shine a light beam across the rocket ship, well, it'll do exactly what you expect. Light travels in a straight line and hits a point on the opposite wall at exactly the same height as the source. But now, what if this rocket is accelerating? Well, to an external observer, they're still going to see the same thing, light traveling in a straight line. But inside the rocket, during the time it takes for the light to travel across the cabin, the rocket will have sped up. So by the time it hits the other wall, it'll hit a little lower than before. So in an accelerating frame of reference, light deflects down. Here, I am dramatically exaggerating the effect. Even if I were accelerating up at 10 Gs, which would probably kill me, the deflection would be on the order of the width of a proton. Still, it shows that an accelerating frame of reference will bend light. So, Einstein reasoned, light must also bend when it passes a large mass. But where do you find a mass large enough? Well, the only obvious huge mass near the Earth is the Sun. So the ideal experiment would be to look at light passing just next to the sun and see if it is deflected, say, light from distant stars. The problem was, of course, the sun is just so bright you can't see stars right next to it, unless there is a total solar eclipse, which is exactly what happened in 1919. So Arthur Eddington set out to take pictures of the stars right next to the sun during totality. And what he found by analyzing those pictures was that their positions appeared deflected by the precise amount predicted by Einstein's general theory of relativity. The result was twice the deflection some had calculated using a strictly Newtonian model. And general relativity has passed virtually every test put to it over the past 100 years or so. But there are still more things to try. A well-known and empirically validated finding is that accelerating charges radiate electromagnetic radiation. So one conceptually simple experimental test would be to compare the behavior of a stationary charge in a gravitational field to a free-falling one. If a more Newtonian picture of gravity is correct, well then the stationary charge should not radiate electromagnetic radiation, but a free-falling one is accelerating and therefore it should.
You might know that I have, to some degree, popularized Japan's hardest game, Suika game. But, unfortunately for me, it's back. This time with another dimension. There's a new game that's going around, it's called Fruit Mountain, which is what the football players called the soccer players in my high school, but that's not what we're worrying about today. And the goal of it is very simple. You have a plate of fruit, you throw the fruit on the plate. If it's the same fruit, it combines, and you want to make the biggest fruit a watermelon. The order of fruits goes blueberry, strawberry, spiky fruit, peach, apple, orange with butt cheek, pear, dragon fruit, pineapple, melon, watermelon. And the goal is make a watermelon. Wait, peach becomes apple. I mean, that's great. We're happy now. I think this should be a chain reaction. Okay, it missed. Oh, there we go. Man, I just have it. I just have it. Alien ass fruit. White guy when he sees a dragon fruit. Buddy. It's all right. We're going to be okay. We have double apple coming up. Let's use that. Oh, man. It might be a first try. I don't know if I should put big on top or big on bottom yet. Probably big on bottom, just so it's more stable, because I don't love our stability RN. I'm going to put my little shit over here. Put my little shit right there. That's my little shit right there. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Okay, wait, it's melon time. It is melon time. I need you guys to connect now, because it's melon time. Thank you. Dude, I don't get how people struggle at this game. I'm telling you, I saw Selbit, like, play this game for hours, just struggling. I think I'm just fucking goated at video games, and I like to, like, fucking brag and shit, but, like, dead ass, I might just be fucking amazing and stuff and whatnot and what have you. Dude, like, it's just gonna be a fucking round 1 high score. Oh my god, why did I do that? Oh my god. Dude, I'm just clutch god. I really thought that would move. It did not move even a little bit. Oh, wow, that's bad. Okay. No, I'm not throwing. Chill. They don't move much, huh? There we go. Fuck, I don't want a peach, though. I need a Kuoko. Okay, hold up. We need to combine a dragon fruit with this dragon fruit. That's our win con. So let's do this. Oh, and now I get a Kuoko. It's such a funny life. Yikes! It was not a choke. It was a mistake. There's a difference. You know what I mean?
Damn, this feel like watching a recovering alcoholic go off the deep end with hard drugs SMA.
It feels like that. It feels like that, really. That's the closest analogy you could find in your brain. I would venture to think it feels like some other stuff before that.
Bro, a menace on God. Make sure he gets a peek at that G-Yacht. Pause. That goofy-eyed peach making me act up. Lil Pup is off a damn purse if he thinks he can get a watermelon in this game. He must be bugging, bro.
Nobody hears off a perk. I'm thankful for those GTS messages. Because sometimes I say shit and I'm like, maybe that was cringe. I'm a 28-year-old man. And then I'm like, you know what? There's worse out there. I do need a blueberry of sorts. Ay. Help me out, man. Help me out with the blueberry. A humble blueberry. It's all I want.
Blood is losing his G-Yacht mind over some fruit. That peach could get it, though. Pause. Bro is off a perk off some
Stop saying the peach could get it. It's a fucking fruit. Come on! Dude, I can't believe I banked it so fast. This is gonna kill it. Mwah! Magnifique! Look at my score, bro. I'm about to hit 4K. Oh my god, and they just give it to me. They just actually give me the fucking lottery. This is crazy. I literally watched Selbit play this for hours farming 4K. It took him forever. It's my second run. The good news is if I get another pear, I get another dragon fruit, which means I get another pineapple, which means I get another melon, which means I get another suica. So if I can get another pear, we are in a very good spot. Fuck! Touch! Oh my god! Double suica! Holy shit! That's crazy! Dude, I fucking did it! Dude, I watched fucking Lyric and Selbit for hours trying to do that. I just fucking pulled that off like it was nothing. I mean, let's just go for a high score, I guess. I got a little risky here. Should be fine, though. Fuck, dude. I'm just a fucking god of this game.
Hey, Ludwig. I am getting a colonoscopy tomorrow and doing the prep tonight. Shitting out water right now for real.
Fuck,
Thanks
dude.
for the pooper material. I hope I don't have Crohn's disease.
I also hope you don't have that. I promise, this game is not as easy as it looks. You guys are gonna watch me play this and think it's like the easiest fucking game of all time. I'm so good! I'm so fucking good!
Looking forward to your meteoric god gamer rise in the watermelon game. Also to your inevitable fall in a manner of ours to a Welshman.
Connor's not beating this score. I challenge Connor to attempt to beat this score.
No way, lil bro, just challenged the sweet car guy to another sweet car game challenge skull emoji.
I'm the Suika guy!
Hey lad. I've been watching since April 2020, and I love your streams. My girlfriend of 2 years is a die-hard Bills fan, while I was born and raised a Pats fan.
Huh.
I was just wondering what your advice would be for this. Thanks.
I mean, look, you're kind of dumb if you're worried about your relationship fracturing just because you guys like different teams. That's stupid, right? You guys can like different teams, that's fine. I think ultimately what matters in a relationship is sticking together. Much like the Buffalo Bills stuck together through 4 straight back-to-back Super Bowl losses, an NFL record that will never be broken. Dude, I don't know what is happening to me today. Triple Suika is crazy. If I get quadruple Suika, like, what do I do?
Have you thought the game just might be easy instead of you being actually good?
No, because, dude, I don't know how to explain it to you. I watched people play this game, and they did not do what I'm doing. We are in a tough spot here. I need little fruit! Sorry. I do, though. I really do.
Hey lad, moderator Tim64 here.
No!
Forgot to tell you I enabled big plate mode when I installed the game. Sorry.
Alright, good one, buddy. Good one, pal. That's actually exactly what I needed. I need another one now. God, I've seen what you can do for others. I need an apple right here to go apple, orange, pear, dragon fruit. And I don't want anything in the middle because it's just going to block it from touching the other dragon fruit. Wait, I can do this. Oh my god. The question is not whether the run will succeed, it's how many more points can we get before it fails. Fuck. I thought doing it fast would work. It didn't. That's the wrong one. Alright, let's see it. Let's see it. How do we stack up? Top 100 in the world. Top 100. Triple Suika run. That's fucking awesome, dude. 93rd in the world. I'll take that. I think this is going to be miserable. Normally I come here and I set up some sort of bro versus bro competition that keeps it very close. But sometimes out of my control. Today's one of those days. Because Small Ant asked me to do a Infinite Craft bingo. I've seen Small Ant play, and I've seen him adapt, and I've seen him grow, and I've seen him learn. If I was playing Small Ant from a month ago, 3 weeks ago, I would probably do well. I might even win. But new Small Ant is different. The last time I watched him play, he set up a list of words on the left side. It was like reduce, reuse, recycle, flip, mirror. And if he had to come up with the word flying dragon, he would make the word dragon fly and then throw in mirror on it. And then he'd be like, yeah, flying dragon, bang. Meanwhile, I got the color green and I came to myself. That's what I did. That's what I did.
Here's what I'm thinking. We get a list of 9 words, and since I invited you, maybe you get 5 words, I get 4 words.
I'm not going to make this easy on you.
Okay, no, I'm here all day. I'm good.
No, I don't mean it like that. I'm thinking of picking words that are just going to demonetize any chance of making money on this product. All right? I'm going to pick words that you can't even stream this on Twitch. You can't see the light of day. I'm going to pick words that haven't even been said before. Well, let me come up with my words. I'll come back to you.
Your word?
Epstein Island, Sensu Bean, Reggie Bush, Cersei. Last one, MAGA male.
That's your other channel.
That's correct. Yeah, MAGA
For
male. I try to just push traditional family values. Smalllight, what words do you have?
All right, my chat thought long and hard about the words, and here's what we came up with. We came up with chest hole, short king, bidet, and my last word is micro penis.
Can I tell? I don't think you've put the pieces together here. Because I don't. But the first 3 words that you suggested are all things that are actually related to me.
Really?
Yeah. So it's like chest. Like I have a chest. I actually have pectus excavatum. It's a.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, my old roommate has that.
People call me short, and then I have a bidet company, so it's just micro penis made me laugh because.
Oh.
You don't think.
Well, I don't know. It was just suggested from chat. Like
if you would be like, damn.
I'm following the will of the people.
If I showed you, I wouldn't show you, but if I did, you'd be like, that's average. That's average.
Yeah, I would. From all of them that I've seen, I'm sure it would be.
You wouldn't say micro.
Okay, well, we have our 9 words. They are chest hole, short king, bidet, micro penis, Epstein Island, Sensu Bean, Reggie Bush, Cersei, and MAGA male. The way this works is just the first person to get 5. And if one person gets 1, the other person is not able to anymore.
3, 2, 1, go. Good luck. Good luck. Dude, I am freaking nervous.
So we have Island for Epstein Island. I don't know how to get to Cersei. Probably Sensu Bean and Epstein Island are the easiest.
The first thing that I want to make, I think that would be the easiest, is Sensu Bean. Now, if I do fire in fish, I get sushi plus island is Japan. All right, so we're already doing well because we're going for, again, Goku here. We're going for Goku Sensu Bean because I think he can get that. I'm hoping he doesn't go for it first.
Okay, Japan, how do we get to anime? Because Sensu Bean, it would probably be like vegetable.
I'm going to keep strong here. I need to get paper. Don't we all? Sorry, I'm fucking myself up. I need to stack that paper, though. Real shit. Don't we all?
Because Sensu Bean, it would probably be like vegetable.
I'm going to keep strong here. I need to get paper. Don't we all? Sorry, I'm fucking myself up. I need to stack that paper, though. Real shit. There we go. There we go.
There's a fight coming.
That's what we needed. And then paper in paper's book. And then book in Japan is manga. Manga.
Fire fish? No. Fish and fish. Shark, a fire shark? A shark megalodon? A whale? Dragon, anime, Dragon Ball. Okay, we have Dragon Ball. How's your progress? You making good time here?
I would say I'm making progress, not progress, you know what I'm saying?
I have some pieces of certain ones, like, we got the island for stuff.
You got the island for stuff. What are you doing in an island here?
I got a macro penis, not micro penis.
You already got a macro penis.
Yeah, I can't get it to be smaller though. That's the problem that I have.
That's already impressive, I want to say.
I get that a lot.
Okay, well, okay. Nothing wrong with, because it's not about, it's more. Anyway, I'm focused more on, right now I'm working on Anubis, cat girls. I'm a little bit lost, okay? Let's just say I'm cooking a bit, huh? Anime. I got Neko Naruto. Dude, Dragon Ball! Okay. What is a dragon? How about, volcano, water, wind, earth, mountain. And then, let's add Firebird to them. That was miserable.
Bunny Island? Easter Island. Okay, that's actually big. Easter Island we're going to keep because we might be able to get to Epstein once we get the word Epstein.
Wait, what if I went the Pokemon route? Dude, I'm so dumb. If I go Pokemon, water, I'll get Gyarados. Yup. So I got a Gyarados. And then if I go Gyarados plus wind, I get Dragon. Fuck yeah, I'm smart as shit, dude. I'm so fucking smart. And my penis is not a micro size. These are both facts. One of them's a lie. Dragon Ball! Okay, wait, what about Wish plus Dragon Ball? I wish it was Sensu Bean. That was stupid. I wish I didn't have a micro penis.
We picked some awful words.
What if I told you that I just successfully made zombie?
Well, zombie is like, you're gonna be stuck in the vampire hole.
I don't mind being in a vampire's hole.
No? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of in like the same boat, so. Okay, we have daughter now. Daughter and god. Athena. Okay, here we go. Athena. Is Athena Greek? Greek goddess of wisdom. Okay, Athena. Now we do son for Athena. We have a lot going on here for Cersei.
Dude, I wish I had fart.
Let's try daughter with Dionysus. Daughter with Ariadne. Labyrinth. Daughter with Apollo. Artemis.
You know what? I might as well go for bidet. Wait. Couch plus shit is toilet. Couch plus poop is toilet. What is it except for a couch for your ass?
So, we're 40 minutes in. 0 words.
Can I say something? I don't want you to take it the wrong way.
Okay, I won't take it the wrong way.
I'm on the tip of the micro penis as we talk.
Really?
It's just right there. I
Close?
can't. Yeah, it's hard to tell. I can't really feel it.
Scandal Island. Wait a minute. Atlantis. I guess it did kind of go down.
Cersei was she's a daughter of Helios and Percy, a nymph. As far as I know, Helios is a titan who carried the sun on a chariot and fought in the God versus Titans war on the side of the gods. And also famously had 50 beautiful cows.
I think Cersei is probably the best one we can get. Let's go back to, do we have magic?
Motherfucker, I'm at Ratatouille. Okay, here's my new strat. I need to get to the author of the book, Madeline Miller. The way I can get to the author of the book is by creating the phrase, the Song of Achilles. I can get to Achilles by going from... Oh, God. How do I get to Achilles?
Swamp and Mud is Quagmire. Quagmire and family is Simpson. Simpson family is a Homer. Homer and book is Odyssey. Odyssey in which... Cersei! I got Cersei.
No!
I had the craziest... My brain instantly... It just saw the line.
Damn, he got fucking Cersei on me. That was my easy word, man.
Let's go for bidet. Let's go house.
I got hedgehog. Dude, I did hedgehog and marijuana and I got Sonic. Is that motherfucker high all the damn time?
French toilet sink? Bidet!
You just did bidet.
I did just do bidet. French toilet combined with sink.
It's so disrespectful to my culture.
I'm so sorry.
How do I get bean?
I have a play chat. You're not gonna like it. City, New York. New York tragedy. 9/11 president. Bush. Okay, we have Bush. We need a Reggie Bush now.
Okay, then I need president. And how do I get to Trump or Obama? Oh, who could forget? I want to call that racism, but he did drain an insane 3 to help Joe Biden win the presidency.
Basketball. Okay, a basketball and Bush. That was worth a shot. Okay, we need football now. Trojan Bush. Condom.
Dragon Ball Z fruit. Sell. Dragon Ball Z fruit. Cure. Yes! Sensu bean done. Yes!
You're on the board here. On the board.
That's all we care about. That's all we care about. And Epstein, I'm coming for you. How do I get to pedophile?
Tom Hanks and Island? Okay, chat. If I type in Tom Hanks and Island, you think Epstein Island is gonna show up before Castaway? I mean, alright, chat. I'll do it. But I'd give to 100 subs if it was Epstein Island before Castaway. Exactly.
Why am I trying to get Ludwig right now?
What are you working on right now? I'll tell you if you tell me.
I am trying to get the word foot.
You're
and
trying to get the word foot.
Yeah.
I am trying to get the word Reggie.
Oh, you're going for Reggie Bush.
I am.
I've been going for Short King for an hour and a half.
There's actually a really easy way to get to Short King, or
Wait.
at least to get to Short.
How?
If you get the word mirror, it helps.
Oh, glass in fucking fire? Like Minecraft?
Yeah, you'll get it, I'm sure.
Sand and fire's glass.
I don't think you got the joke.
Wait, you were saying son of. Oh. I just got that he was hurting me. I didn't realize he was being hurtful. I thought he was being actually helpful. Wait, he's going for Reggie Bush. Let's beat him. Trojan, Los Angeles, USC. All right, which is the school that Reggie Bush went to. American football, Bush. George W. Bush, American football. Iraq. If I go college football and I go trophy, you get the Heisman. The Heisman was famously won by Reggie Bush, but it got taken away from him because he got money in college. Heisman vacated. Let's go! Reggie Bush down. Got it.
You got Reggie?
Honestly, that was my fucking best line all time. I think the next one I kind of want to go for is MAGA Mail. Because I think I have enough, like, generally misinformation, Twitter, computer, meme stuff to kind of get there.
Chestnut. Oh, wait. Cargasm. Let's try chestgasm. Chestgasm combined with black hole. Chest hole. Come on. I got chestgasm is actually massive though, chat.
Donald Trump meme. MAGA! Alright, there's no way this works. No, it doesn't.
Chestgasm. Could be holegasm. Chest hole! I have a question. I have chest hole. It's a first discovery, but it has a hyphen. Do I need to remove the hyphen?
I am so sorry. If I made the rules, I would say keep the hyphen. Unfortunately, because this is a birth defect and I want to show respect to everybody with pectus excavatum, I believe you would need to remove the hyphen. And I'm telling you, I wish I could change the rules here.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I get it.
You know how how much I hate being a stickler. It's unfortunately.
No. I fully understand, man.
So unlucky. This should save us some time. You're not allowed to say what I can and can't do because I have the hole in my chest. What if I went with chainmail and then MAGA chainmail? Dude, I almost thought I just got that. Oh my god, I thought I just got that.
I think if I combine these enough, eventually it'll cut out the dash.
Chainmail, chainmail, Gmail, Mail Sonic, and then I want MAGA Park. Oh my god! I got MAGA Mail!
And there is a space there and not a hyphen.
Yes! Oh, actually, you know what, Small Ant?
What?
The MAGA isn't capitalized.
Oh, I hate to be a stickler.
I'm a fair man, and I'm willing to reach across the aisle in a way.
Okay.
You know, because I'm missing caps, you're missing hyphens. We could just miss a couple crossing of the T, dotting of the I, look the other way. Let's both mark chest hole MAGA Mail, move on to the next. We could.
I think I could work with that. Sure.
Gentleman's agreement?
Sounds good to me, boss.
Lock it in. All right.
All right.
Means we're down to the wire here.
Yeah, man. The closest I got to chest hole without the hyphen was bidet King James hole. So
I think that
I sprinkled some baking soda on our laundry and they came out smelling way more fresh. Join me in the Sustainable Swap Challenge and learn what makes baking soda a simple, affordable, sustainable swap that's easy to do every day.
Make the swap to Arm & Hammer Baking Soda.
Hand off your taxes to a local expert who's just right for your situation. They'll do it all for you, 100% accurate, with TurboTax Live full service.
that is sexual in nature. I don't know what I'm going to go for. I might be an Epstein guy. You know what? I should be good at penis too.
I've been grinding that penis, dude.
I'm going to grind penis too, maybe. We'll see.
right.
We'll see.
We'll see.
I can't believe I got MAGA Mail. I'm actually fucking mind blown at that. Like that was so insanely lucky. I cannot believe that because it's so random too.
Micro penis is the next easiest thing. We have to try and get micro penis. The fact that he got Mega Mail quickly, like that one I wrote off is like we're never gonna get it. So
Okay. Micro penis. I want to apologize for putting condom and dog next to each other. I was just spamming. I swear I was just spamming, guys. I was just spamming is what it was.
We got fucktail microscope. I mean, what is a cock but a fucktail?
Condom Valentine. Meat protection. Dude, why don't we call condoms meat protection? It's such a better term.
Kidney failure. Fistula. Fucktula. Fistoscope. First discovery.
I want a porn star, and I want them now. How do I get a porn star? I would go movies, passion, sex, MAGA man. Imagine. Mammoth, condom, sexy. I don't know what to do with this information.
Breast. Evil breasts. Evil breast. First discovery.
Who is the most famous penis I can think of? American Pie 2, Mammoth Sexy. Okay.
I'm just trying to get penis. Fucking coconut tree. What?
Hot sex jacking off. Dude, that's just a Prezzo tweet.
I'm trying to make short king chat, but we might be on the way to micro penis. Come on, that's gotta be close. A gnome king. That is so close to short king. Oh my god. We're so close. We have gnome king and mini dildo.
Why was everyone saying go penny? Oh, it's penny sperm? I've discovered how to get penis.
You got penis?
Yes. If you go penny and sperm, you get penis.
All right. Interesting.
I've given you my information. I saw it in chat. It felt only right.
Okay, we have tiny and we have small. Micro mini penis. Micro penis. Micro penis! We got a micro penis!
Fuck. Okay. All right. It's down to the wire then. Chat, we might lose this because you guys wouldn't stop giving me hints, and I read it in chat, which I can't in good faith win off that, so I told the information away. We might lose because you guys kept backseating me. He's been going for short king a lot, and he's been struggling. If he can't get short king, I think it's better that I go for Epstein Island.
Tiny queen and pirate king. Tiny king. We are so close. We are so close. Tiny king, small king.
Steve Jobs, evolve. Transform, Bill Gates. Billionaire. Billionaire, island. Okay. Billionaire sex island.
We can get short from this. Little small. Little tiny. Little micro. Chip. Okay, little synonym. Big.
Bill Clinton plus billionaire sex island. Jeffrey Epstein plus billionaire sex island. Okay. Yeah! I did Epstein Island. I got it. I went there.
What?
Yes. I got it.
How?
It took so long.
I am right there on short king, so first person to get the short king wins.
That's for all the fucking marbles. Either way, it's been a hell of a race, my good sir.
Yep. It's been a long one. This is a long.
Godspeed.
All right, chat. It all comes down to who gets the short king. How do we get short?
I feel like I have played out of my mind. I got Sensu Bean. I made MAGA Male. I got Epstein Island. Reggie Bush was my only free give me. I feel like I'm playing out of my mind right now. Here's the thing though, chat. Job ain't finished. Job ain't finished. If we're gonna win, we're gonna have to fucking dig deep here, man. My last idea when I went for Short King was going Napoleon, who famously is short, but actually isn't short, but thought he was short. And then I thought, well, how about I go to a measurement system, and I wanted to go to foot. However, I wasn't really able to get to foot, but maybe I can get there now if I do hand job plus shoe. That's what I was hoping would happen.
If I just get short and king, it might just make short king is the thing. How do we get short? How do I get short?
No tall. I need to combine short with a bunch of words and hope that one of them becomes what I need.
Scratch, itch. How do I get short? How do I get short? I can't do it. It was so easy for him.
Job of the king, short. Job of the hut, king. Job of the slut.
What do we do? I can't get short. I can't even. I've tried so many different ways.
Short, you know what? Short baseball, shortstop, king shortstop. Kingpin, short. Come on. Oh my god, I thought we were fucking there.
Top, bottom, small. Okay, we have short and we have king. Please just make this easy. Okay. We just need to make short king. We need to combine these together somehow. So let's make a short something and a tiny king and combine them.
So we have little, mini, nano, micro, small, tiny. King, 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 king. Tough. That was tough.
Ant king. Super short, evil king. You Really? Super short, evil king? I have super short, evil king.
That means you're inches away.
Yeah. How do we even get short? It's too tall. Short, evil king. Short king! I don't know how I did it, but I did it. What did I combine there?
You got there?
I did.
No. What a war we waged.
This was an insanely difficult board.
This board was sweaty, man, because I feel like I did crazy shit today. Small, you've yet again bested me. It feels like you are my kryptonite. What was your final word count?
My final word count was 1,230.
Mine was 1,554.
Damn.
My left finger, my pointer finger hurts. Dude, that's a tough ender. Hey, GG's, Small. That was a good battle.
Yeah. Thanks for the race. It was fun.
Absolute pleasure on my end, gamer. What a battle, dude. What an absolute battle. A war was waged between us, man.
When you shop with the Shipt app, you open the door to the light. Because with Shipt, you're off to the races. Whatever you need, however you need it, we're at your door. Shipt, delight in every delivery.
Hello, hello, hello. Check 1, 2. Hello, hello. We have dropped 119 frames. Are we still dropping frames? Are we good? How do you guys read me? Hello! What is up, chat? Welcome back to the stream today. Thank you very much for tuning in. Hello. Be Raiden. Jade Rabbit Chat Dog. Emil. Dropkick Joe. Garrett. Devil. Joe. Ho. Audrey. Hollow Loser. Ludwig, how do I stop the diamonds from eating my soul? Just they're hungry. Let them nibble a little bit, just not a lot. Bad news. Rui, thank you. Cece, thanks for all the fun streams. Thanks, Cece. That was a very nice message of you to send to me. I appreciate that. Hope you guys are having a fucking fantastic Tuesday.
Tekken for a job, you coward.
Play me in Tekken for a job. No. No. No, I would play you in bookkeeping, right? I would play you in technical broadcast expertise game, where you prove how much technical broadcast expertise you have as opposed to me. You know, but I don't care if you're good at Tekken. Hero Pool, thank you very much. Megan, appreciate it. Dave, Janet's birthday's coming up. When, Dave? When? You got to give me the news. When? 2 years, man. Appreciate it. Arch, pair of socks, raw, derp. All I've gotten is bad news today. Please, some good news. I got some good news. T-Dogs, thank you very much for the 26 months. Derek, Flora, thought this was Chatterbait.
Hey, sorry this is off topic, but I think you could use any distraction right now, lol. Just wanted to say I appreciated your updated content creation guide. I thought I was slop, but I see there's worse, lol. BTW, my most viewed vid is about you less than 3.
Thank you very much for the $10. Keep making content. Thank you for the $20 or 20 gifted. Corey. Yeah, hi, it's my B-Day today. 65 Swedish kroners. Holy shit, that's equivalent to about $7. That's a lot of money. You're giving me on your birthday? You're giving me $7? I feel like I don't deserve that. Well, happy birthday, man. Or how would a Swedish person say happy birthday? I want to role play. I'm your Swedish father, is your birthday.
Bud, saw your Grammy story about Taylor. I'll one-up you. I think I'm the only 31-year-old bloke to go to a Taylor Swift gig and come away with 7 stitches and lose my teeth 10/10ths would do again.
Damn. The fuck you do? Make fun of Travis Kelce? What's going on? All right, role play. You are a Swedish child. I'm your father. It's your birthday. Anders. Yeah, happy birthday. That's it. And scene, because they don't. Because that would be about the max amount of. I'm his. They don't show a lot of love.
This spring break, why not do something exciting and relaxing for the whole family? Book your next fishing trip on fishingbooker.com while the bite is still hot and create.
Hello, thank you very much for all the subs, everybody. Hello, how's it going? Chat, or mods, please hold all TTS. I cannot read it and then think about it. No TTS. Pause all TTS. 30 minutes. We'll bring it back after. Hello, how's it going? Hello. Thank you for the $10. Shit, it went away. It's gone forever now. Wait, we're back? Will you do an ethical react to the new Jack Black season? We'll find out. Dodgeball tournament I created for my theater. All thanks to you, Yandidea. Thank you very much for 21 months. Travolt, Ralph, appreciate it. Chris, Meg, Laxor, Dylan. I had a good time watching Doom 2 today. I still haven't seen it, but I have to. Lilac, the Lily 19 is going to be the most significant ever event related to the number 19 of this decade. Oh, I just remembered COVID-19. You know what? Honestly, COVID started in 2019, though, so that was the previous decade if you think about it. You should make a game suggestion email or something. Not a bad idea, Alex. I'll consider it. Jimmy, are you too scared to play Squeaks and Mario Kart? To be clear, I played Squeaks and Mario Kart and I cleared his ass. Kelsey, thank you for the 20 gifted. I appreciate that. You would say gratis pa felicidade. That's true. Dubbin, New York Times came out with a new daily game called Strands. I think you'd enjoy it. Also, check out Smowtown videos for Elden Ring lore. Okay, you guys want the first piece of good news? Yes or no? Do we want to start, I have one piece of good news we can kick off with. It's not the main good news, it's a little piece of good news. Well, I got a 1% chance of a shout out. There it is. Hi, Lud Bestie. Can you recommend what to get from Slice of Homage Pizza from San Jose? I don't know, man. Whatever slice of pizza you prefer, Sophia. I'm not going to tell you what you like. I like pepperoni. But explore. Aiden, thank you. Alex, appreciated it. Yeah, I'm excited for new Pokemon. Michael, thank you the 50 gifted. Kanye West. Thanks for the membership. I drew the Squeak set too. It's on Reddit Pog. I'll take a look. Nuggets, appreciate it. Elliot, appreciate it. Kyler, E-Man, 10 gifted from Gil Marquez, 5 gifted from Devil, and Agent Shido joined the Parasocial Club. What a big 3. I heard you like your cups. Ever check out Shitty Cups made my Shitty Coolers? I don't know what the fuck that meant. No. The answer is no. All right, here's a little piece of good news. I talked about wanting to do an Elden Ring lore stream. And the good news is we have permission from Smotown himself to watch the Elden Ring lore available on his channel. Now, one problem. I realize this video is 13 hours and 37 minutes and 37 seconds.
Are things that I still... Elden Ring is a fascinating story, but one that is extremely multi-layered and complex.
Which, weirdly enough, is so long that I cannot watch it in one stream, because streams are capped out at 12 hours. So it is actually impossible to watch this in one stream. We'll have to figure out something. Oh, there's 3 parts. What?
Elden Ring's story is one... Elden Ring's story has fascinated me for 2 years.
Hold up. 13.6 plus 12.5 plus 10.1. Watch at 2x speed? Dude. That's still 18 hours. Dude, that's how long I stream in a month. That is actually how many hours I stream in a month. I can't do that. I'm stressed out now. I'm terrified. Was that... I'm not even lying. I thought part 1 was a joke. I thought it was like 13 hours part 1 as a joke. Because then people would be clicking it like, no way, wow, one part's 13 hours? What a fucking... And then at the end he was going to be like, it's actually just one part. I never saw part 2. I'm not... Maybe I could just get him in a Discord call and I'll say, hey, give me the 10-minute version. Give me the rub. Give me the quick and dirty. Fuck. Alright, well, we'll have to figure that out. We gotta do that at some point. Chat, what is the other piece of good news? Let me show you. Because it was announced today on my Twitter, coming to this channel Saturday, we have the return of Beerio Kart. Let me show you. And it's Mario Kart 8 this time. We got 12 competitors. Obviously, we're playing regular Beerio Kart rules. You cannot drink while driving. Hosted by me. Let me do a quick pause. Let's zoom enhance the competitors. We have myself. Very good at the video game. Point Crow. He actually famously beat me in Yingling once, so you know. Yingling lost to Point Crow. Ellum. Ooh, Ellum. British person. They drink beer. They have alcoholics. Mango. Speaking of... Never mind. Nandre. Okay, that man can drink a lot. Stans? Ooh. He asked for an invite. I don't think he'll do well. I don't have to tell him I said this. I love him. Pay Money Wubby. I'm very excited to see this. Doug, he once made a drunk choir. Sandwich. Women's History Month. Give it up. I showed this to Cutie. She goes, wow, one woman? And I was like... I hear you. First off, I hear you. Okay. It is really hard to balance it out when you have people like me in stands, okay, 200-pound club, and then you're supposed to have a woman who weighs about half as much of us drink 8 beers. Look, I'm just gonna say, I asked several women, and they were not pumped about the idea of drinking 8 beers. They just weren't pumped, okay? 11 white guys. First off, Mango would resent that statement. He would resent that statement. And Shake Drizzle at a basketball game said he's halfway. It's not true. He's full white, but he lied and he got away with it. So I don't know where that puts him on the spectrum. But take that information for what you will. Of course, yeah, that is our next competitor, Shake Drizzle. I only brought him here so we could talk about it on the yard when he inevitably got last place. And then, of course, Connor eats pants. And that rounds out our competitors. And the casters, we got TWB98, very legendary Mario Kart content creator, who's going to be commentating alongside Nick Ondergame. And that's this Saturday at 2 p.m. on this channel. All right, this Saturday, 2 p.m. on this channel. Beerio Kart is back. We have a dope-ass trophy. And it should be fun. Troy. Yeah, we got Troy and Nick. And then basically other competitors are also able to commentate, just like when they're not playing. Because we're doing it in heats. Nick Yingling, you are not winning. There was a practice session today at the warehouse. There was a practice session. Shake Drizzle came in to practice Beerio Kart. He learned how to drift. So anyway, I think, chat, because Beerio Kart's coming up tomorrow, I am probably going... They made me TO because they're scared. Aiden, I'm down for you to get involved. Aiden, you say the word, I kick out Doug. Yesterday. Okay? Yesterday. I think tomorrow, chat, we are going to race every single Mario Kart 8 map. We are going to go through every single Mario Kart 8 map. That is my game plan. I'm going to speedrun it. We'll have splits. I'm going to download the DLC. We have to get first place against the hardest computers, 150cc, on every Mario Kart 8 map. And maybe I'll drink. Maybe I'll practice a bit. Bad news? I don't want to give you the bad news yet. I do not want to give you the bad news yet. We are having a good time. Why the fuck is this? Who tweeted this? What is...
Something's got a hold on me here. Oh my god. I must be love. Oh! I said, oh, hey, yeah. Oh, it must be love. You know it must be love.
One of the better things that I decided to do in my adult life was to see a therapist.
The biggest barrier to entry has always been finding a good therapist, but BetterHelp takes out all of the guesswork there.
BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding therapists easy, convenient, attainable, affordable. It has been such a seamless experience for me. Their whole
mission, like the whole reason they exist was because they wanted to create affordability and accessibility for those seeking therapy.
You can communicate with your therapist via messages, phone calls, live video sessions, and even journal entries.
BetterHelp was able to fit therapy around my schedule and is my answer to feeling grounded.
Another great thing about BetterHelp is you can switch to a new therapist at no additional cost.
Different therapists have different approaches and areas of focus, so it's important to find the best person for you who can help you achieve the best results for you.
They have so many different options of therapists on their platform that are so eager and excited to meet with you.
It's honestly a very normal part of starting therapy is it takes some time to match with a therapist that you like.
For the last however long, Monday nights at 9 o'clock, I sit down in my office with a little cup of tea and we talk about all things life.
There are no copy-paste formulas for healing. Therapy should be as unique as you are. It is a space just for you and what you need now.
It's always worth investing in these things, investing in self-care and healing. You're never going to regret that, right?
I look good. This looks like a video from like a summer camp on how to play basketball that one of the camp counselors filmed. Hey gang, today we're going to talk about free throws. But first off, we have to talk about proper attire when playing basketball. We're not playing with peach jars anymore. That's what it feels like. Good girls go to heaven, bad girls go to Quebec. And I love Canada. This is a free outfit, by the way. A lot of what I wear are free outfits. Have you guys noticed I have creamy thighs? And I feel like I have this thing, I don't know if other people have this, but I have like a shelf that sits upon my knee. You see this right here? It's like a piece of muscle, and it just sits on my knee. But sometimes when I put my knee backwards, it makes a face like a man. I don't know if you can see this. I've always thought this, but it looks like a man to me. So this is the eye, this is the nose, and then this is the mouth of the man. And when I say a man, I mean a man like in Harry Potter when he's screaming through the book, more than like an actual man's face. Yeah, my quad. My quad sits on my knee like a shelf. I can't unsee it. Yeah, I mean, I got a man on me at all times. I'm like Zaphod. I got two faces. But I still keep it a buck. Why does one look bigger? Because one is backwards and flexed, and the other one is relaxed. Anyway, enough of that. So Beerio Kart's coming. In preparation for Beerio Kart tomorrow. Can I say something real quick, by the way? Dude, this Twitter account has been pissing me off lately. Because I think they were sold or bought by someone. There were supposed to be, like, fucking history lessons. It's just videos from movies now. That's all they play is just videos and clips from movies. And that's literally it. It is, none of it is history. All of this. Just clips from movies and TVs. Not a single, this ain't history. Anyway. Celeste, thank you very much for the membership. You said you would go live at 2 p.m. yesterday. Is this time on Saturday? You said you would go live at 2 p.m. yesterday. Yeah, I thought today would be a longer stream. I ended up doing several meetings. Good meetings, but I was working. Chat, here's the thing. I have multiple jobs, right? Kind of a jack of all trades. You know, a lot of hats. I make a lot of decisions. Kind of a big guy. Kind of a big guy. And so, you know, was a little busy. And then Cutie was doing this stream today where she had to shoot 100 free throws. So I took my country ass over to give her some water because she didn't bring any. And it was a little out of the way. Took a little bit of time. And then I hung out with her while she finished it out. So give me a little break here. Hey, Lud, just want to say thanks for the streamer guide. I went from 0 to 2.2K in 4 months and achieved monetization. Give me a cut. Give me... Coots is asking for a cut. Coots? Coots, we want a cut. Tell him. Coots! Hey, Coots! Don't get cozy. Don't... You were laying down the law. Okay, just get cozy. Give me the bad news. I don't want to tell you the bad news. I don't want to tell you guys the bad news because I know what's going to happen when I tell you the bad news. I know what's going to fucking happen. It always happens. I don't want to tell you the bad news yet. I don't want to tell you the... Wait! I can't play Mario Kart tomorrow. Shit! Do I do it today? I could do it today. Because tomorrow the new Fadian game comes out. So I was gonna play that. I could do... Chat, how long do you think it'll take to beat all of the Mario Kart 8 maps plus DLC? Dude, you are all saying different times. It's just not possible. Beating all Mario Kart 8 maps. At 200cc, it takes 2 hours and 20 minutes. But I'd be doing 150cc, which is a bit slower. So maybe 4 hours. I could just do it today. How is Germa? We miss him. He's doing well. He's doing well. He's doing very, very well. He'll be back. Don't be worried. He'll be back. Can you tell Coots I said hi? What's up? Coots, son. Coots. Hey, Savo Sheeta says hi. Okay, maybe that's what we do today. If we do that, then I actually don't have bad news. Because here's the thing. The bad news is that today I was gonna play Mario. That's what the bad news was. But if I switch to Mario Kart, then I don't have bad news. All right, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it, man. Let's fucking rip through. Hold up. Before we do it, I think today we're going to play through every single Mario Kart 8 map. And we have to get first place on every single one in preparation for Mario Kart this Saturday. Let's try this. Let me first check to see if I have audio, because sometimes I don't have audio on my Switch. And if I do, then we're good. If I don't, we'll think. Alright, let's try this. We want Valor? No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Hey, Lud, I've never donated before, but you saved my life. I had a hard time the last 7 months, and you made it better. I won't be able to watch anymore as I need to figure things out, but thank you. Daisy, I appreciate the $9.99, the $10. I don't know why I rounded down. Thank you for the $10, Daisy. It was very nice of you. Daisy, I don't technically, or excuse me, I don't normally like when people say I saved their life. But this time, because you gave me $10, fuck, no, I'm kidding. But you know, I hope you figure your shit out, man. It's because you got one life. I hope you do the best in your life possible. And if not watching me makes it better, then that's dope, and I'm all about that. I thought you were gonna say no chess boxing this year, Ash. What? That would be crazy. Valorant, more like Valor can't.
Hey, Mom.
This woman is suffering from a distressed reality transformation, or dirt. The infinite cycle of vacuuming and mopping is making her see loved ones as endless messes to clean up. The cure? A D-Bot. It vacuums and mops.
It mops?
It even cleans itself, all while being ultra quiet. You deserve a life free from dirt. You deserve a D-Bot.
Sorry, I'll do it one more time. Valorant, more like Valor can't. They didn't like it. They didn't like it. Can you do the No! I'm done, man. Oh, by the way, I thought of a genius stream idea. I thought of 2 genius stream ideas. You want to hear them? Want to hear them? Okay. Idea number 1. Idea number 1. So, Cutie today did a stream where she did 100 free throws, and when she finished 100 free throws, the stream ended. Okay? And it was kind of fun, but it was kind of easy. She did it in like less than 2 hours. I thought, what if we level it up? 1,000 3-point shots. And the stream ends. Huh? Do you think it's possible? No, not in a row, obviously. Obviously not in a row. But I do think I can do it. So there's this, I don't know, so you guys are probably in touch with like maybe some like regular streamers or whoever, but this dude is one of the better streamers right now. His name is Jerry After Dark. And apparently he's wet from 3. Now, Jerry After Dark does like challenge streams where he has to like, he did a stream that went mega viral where he had to like hit a hole in one. And the entire stream was him trying to get a hole in one, which took him, as you can see, several days in several 12-hour streams. And then he did one where he had to get a perfect score in Wii Bowling, he had to eat 10,000 calories, and he basically sits down, does the thing till it's done. And the one he's doing right now is breaking Caitlin Clark, the highest scoring women's college basketball players, the amount of points she scored. Because she scored 3,685 points. He's trying to score as many points as her. And he's actually doing pretty fucking well. He's actually doing pretty fucking well. But anyway, I thought, what if I try to do 1,000 threes? I think it'd be pretty hard. This guy's a lot better of a shooter than me.
Now, Cutie, why does this guy think he's so much better than women? During Women's History Month?
Okay, you know what? New stream idea. I do 99 free throws. I do 99 free throws, and then I stop there. And I say only a strong woman could do one more. Huh? Not bad. Not bad. No, we can do Mario Kart, chat. I'm down for Mario Kart. I gotta get some splits. My other stream idea? Wait, I had another stream idea. It was sick. Stop. Shut up. Shut up. Fuck, what is it? Chat, it was good. Okay, wait. Back up. Okay, 1,000 3 points. Gooseneck. Okay. And then, you know what would be fun, chat? What if we do you know what would be fun is? What if we, no, what is it? No, it's not Valo Kart. That doesn't even make any goddamn sense. No! Shit! No, it's not the button. Dude, I can't believe you guys actually took this out of my brain. I'm so mad at you. Hold up, I love this song. Look at the donations. No, I can't do the Luddy. Think of the 10 gifted. Dustin. Dinosaur, thank you. Luddy, what are your thoughts on Swiss cheese? Overrated. Swiss cheese, overrated. I find it to be a little too thick. Not even thick, perhaps. Too hard. I prefer a Munster if I wanted to go for a deli cheese. If I wanted real cheese, I would go for a brie. It's a bit plastic, yeah. Maybe a bit milky. Yeah, I think a pepper jack might get me a little more erect. I wouldn't use that term if I was speaking in the moment, but in this moment I did. Lud, do you have mid-news? Like, not good or not bad either. I did leg day today with stands, and my legs are kind of sore. So, there you go. I also, there's this YouTuber, his name's Jeff Nippard. He does fitness content through the lens of a science man. He's published in many science journals. This is him. He made a video where he gave a quiz to his viewers on how much they knew about fitness. It was a 30-question quiz. The average person got 18 right. I got 17 right. I entered thinking I would get 25 right. So, hey, Lud, would you recommend starting on Twitch or YouTube? I don't know. Who gives a shit, Dasha? I don't think it matters so much. Twitch is probably better. Probably Twitch. I don't think it matters, though. You can do both. I think realistically what matters is being a fucking electric streamer who, when you are on the screen, people want to watch what you're doing. And I think that can happen on either platform. And someone who's, you know, ready to give it their all, just stick to one, you know. Try both and then stick with the one you like. You were going to rip off After Dark guy. No, I already said I was going to rip him off. I had another idea. Dude, this is why you guys can't talk so much. As one of your 21 subs and investor in the Ludwig brand, I highly advise you grace us viewers with Valorant. Dude, if you've been around 20 months, honestly, there's something a little wrong in your brain because you haven't gotten bored of me yet, respectfully, and I appreciate that. But I don't need to try to keep you around, okay? It's the 3-monthers that I'm concerned about, all right? Look, once you have the truck next to your name, sorry, I simply do not have to try anymore. And if you are someone who's excited for Valorant, I didn't have to try months ago. Some of us didn't forget you dodged Hollow Knight by pretending it kept crashing. It actually kept blue screening my computer. I'll literally play Hollow Knight right now. Oh, fuck. I just looked. It's blue screening my computer again. Dang it. Unlucky. Oh, Chrome crashed. Chrome crashed. Everybody give it up for Google. Get up for Google. Chrome crashed again. Let's go. Let's fucking go, man. Let's go. I love that shit. That's so lit. That's so sick. So fucked up, man. What a fucked up day. All right, whatever. While I wait, let me check to see if this will work. Hold up. I gotta check to see if Mario Kart will work. Baldur's Gate, can you try backflip? Oh, dude, I do want to do a backflip stream. I'll definitely do a backflip stream at some point. Because I think I can do a backflip physically. I just need to, like, I don't know if I have the cojones for it, per se. But I think I could learn to get the cojones. Dodge and axe stream because Sherma won't. Nah, it's out of my depth. Thank you very much for the memberships. I appreciate that. Larice. Beatusman. Whoa. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Bonjour de Quebec, Ludwig. C'est 11h33 ici. Au revoir. Have a good stream. Thank you very much, Ben Kenobi. Jesse, appreciate the upgrade. Zach the Creator, thank you for the 25 months. I do feel like I just had a...
Welcome to AFK Journey, the best RPG for all players. If you're an adventurer,
Who is the best gamer in the world? That's a question I've been debating for the past few months. Some people think it's the highest earning gamer. Others think it's whoever's the best at the hardest game. I think it's someone who's good at all games. But I decided to finally figure out the answer to my question by running one of the largest gaming events of all time. And I call it World's Greatest Gamer. I ran this event with the help of YouTube Gaming, and we got some of the best gamers to ever do it. They have a combined 20 world championships. Now they have the opportunity to become the world's greatest gamer.
So we basically came up with a day one format where we narrowed down our 19 competitors, and we basically do it by playing 4 games and giving points that you can see on the right based off how they place. And it's very top heavy. So let's take a look at our competitors. We got 19. It's actually kind of stacked. There's like 3 TIs in this crowd. There's like 5 EVOs. There's like 2 Overwatch championships. There's a VCT title. There's Connor Eats Pants, who won a Rivals event once.
Okay, can I just say, I love E-Rob being here. I saw a lot of people who are like, why is E-Rob here? Why is this? Dude, to me, it's like, have you ever thought like what would happen if your dad was in the Olympics? You know what I mean? Like your dad's just running the 40 and he's like way behind.
You're like, let's go!
Yeah, but like if he does better than anybody, you're like, go get him, champ. You know what I mean?
He beats the Latvian swimmer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he doesn't have to do well. He just has to like not be last. Yeah, I love that for him.
First up is Minecraft. We have a custom map that was built by the team No Name. That's their name. Shout out to No Name. And it's going to include Spleef, King of the Hill, Marathon, which is basically a parkour map, in survival games, Hunger Games.
Are we in it?
Okay, explain Spleef. What is this?
All right.
How do you Spleef?
All right, we are in Spleef right now. The way this game works is everybody has a shovel. As you notice, there are different zones, similar to like Fall Guys, Honeycomb Havoc.
Yep.
You can use your shovel to cut underneath people to make them drop. You want to stay as high as possible. Can we take a look at Smallant? Because I think he is our premier Minecraft player here right now.
Imagine having that like the F3 graph.
Oh,
huge.
Look at that.
Oh, is that Jaden? Oh my god, almost goes right down to lava.
Did that Mango?
Oh, he's trying to kill Mango. Oh my god.
How did Mango not die right there?
We're gamers.
Shifter! I think we have to stick with Smallant through this. Yeah.
Rizzo is staring at the back of Sonic Fox's head though.
He's just thinking, yeah.
He is thinking about it, right?
Do it, Rizzo! Do it, Rizzo!
I love it.
I can't watch this POV. It's freaking me out.
This is stressful.
This is the sad truth of these gamers, is that we are down to the people who don't want to scrap. Rizzo in the chat, so how are we all doing? LeBron or MJ says Zach. Fighting for the honor.
Oh my god, he leaves.
Oh my god, he risked it all. For what? For what reason?
They both died.
This is the overhead view. Shifter talking shit from beyond the grave.
He said super your scum in chat.
Dinner with J000. This is the modern day fencing, and we should replace real fencing with this. Here we go. Spleef. Second one.
Did you hear him?
Yeah. He said, let's end this. He was like so calm about it. He was like, oh, it's over.
I mentioned a bit earlier, the handicap is the hot chip challenge. And the way it works is after this game, there's a few people who signed up to eat the one hot chip, which is insane. I've had it. Have you had it?
No. Heavens, no.
It makes your ass feel what, like sandpaper. If they eat the chip, then they get 3 points as long as they don't drink milk for 5 minutes after eating the chip.
Oh, wow.
Which seems terrible.
If they drink milk, it's it's only 2 points.
Admin help, I can't
No
get
way
over
he
there.
wins twice.
Oh,
He actually said admin help. He called the power. Oh my god. You can't do that. Okay, what's happening?
No, that was fine. That was fine. Oh, he's just going. He's just going in.
Munch it
Oh
up.
my god. Oh my god. I feel so bad for him right now.
Yes, sir.
Oh my god. I feel so bad for him.
He's going back for the crumbs.
Get the crumbs.
No,
That's
clean.
full
clean.
Latino inside of it.
Faces already. Oh, that looks brutal. Oh, he needs beer right now. he needs a big.
We need Faces a beer stat.
Yeah.
He always needs beer.
I thought it was so cute. Yesterday, Super TF was like, "Are you drinking while you're playing?" He's like, "I always drink."
That's a perfect mango inflection.
He's on his Jamie shit.
Oh god, dude. It
Say
hurts me to
strong,
watch.
Mango.
I love him so much. This is really hurting.
I know.
Oh, Sonic Fox is back in.
No.
Did it hit you right away, Mango?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mango's so
How do you look at Mango right
Oh
there?
my god, dude. It's not broken.
Beat it down?
The first phase is the mouth pain. This will go away in about like 10 minutes.
Time, not a long time.
It's starting to. Here we go. They were not expecting that. Wait, how much does the milk help?
If you just drink enough milk, eventually it kind of neutralizes and your mouth just feels like kind of stingy, but not like burning. So this is King of the Hill. The way King of the Hill works is that you have giant fist that punches people out.
Okay.
And you want to just get back to the
Mango
top.
immediately just dropped to the bottom.
So Zekken's in the hill, and people get knocked out of the hill with this giant fist.
Whoa.
And that's kind of how this game
That's funny.
functions.
Let's have some fun, yeah?
So you just have to get like it's time in, and then you get points
Yes.
as you're on top.
Yes, and it's incredibly frustrating because like you'll do all this work to get up, and then you'll get instantly punched off, or you get punched on your way up. Yeah, Asu is in
53.
first. He just got knocked off. I think Super is still up there.
I can't feel my face right now.
Oh,
check out-
goodbye. That's a chic fair.
How's Mega doing this round?
Is he at the bar? Why did Mango?
Oh no!
He's crushing it, dude.
Mango go.
Oh no!
How did he get 2 points?
That is so sad.
That FOV is
Yeah,
gonna make me
yeah.
sick.
This
What
is
the hell is
gross.
this? Ew! It's over.
He Metal
Nice
Geared
job.
it. Yeah, that was stealthy.
Zekken
8-1.
clearly in first
Yeah,
for Minecraft.
definitely.
Zekken saying, "Let's work together" in chat.
Smiley face.
This is amazing.
Yeah, this.
I love this shot.
Yeah, this is storming the Helm's Deep.
Helm's Deep. Yeah.
Intrepid warriors on a noble quest.
This
Yeah.
is good.
Oh, Rizzo's actually in first.
Minecraft
With
YouTuber.
Zakin?
The cheese maze.
Spatial awareness
he's
gets
out.
through
Man,
Look at
fast.
that. All right.
The bamboo forest. It's like
Oh,
Legends
man.
of the Hidden
Yeah, I was
Temple.
gonna say, yeah. The perilous mushroom that he walked around. He just walked around.
That was so funny. He's like,
The
oh,
crystal
cave.
Just like walk right through. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's that
This
simple.
is amazing.
There's a
SNES.
control.
I remember
It's just
Nintendo.
a nondescript.
Oh, God, I'm
Oh
gonna...
my god. So what happens here? What happens here?
So he's not dying. His health is
Spit on me!
It looked like.
Oh, God, no!
Not again.
Him saying spit on me and then jumping right back in the fire. Just immediately.
Spit on me is crazy.
Yeah,
This is
the line.
crazy.
No
Zekken looks really good at Minecraft.
Dude, I saw so much of his forehead right there. That's how you know he's a real gamer.
Yup. More forehead, more power.
Can we get a quick swap? And I want to come back to Zekken right after, but who's in last?
Oh my no!
You, might I suggest you not look up at the ceiling tonight?
Okay, we'll do looking up tomorrow. But seriously, why didn't anybody come get me?
Well, I tried, but you were on another call.
I don't know how to be good at this. I mean, I told everybody to come to me and I would take care of them, but they had me on these calls all day, every day.
Yeah, well, it's too much, Amy. They're spreading you too thin. I mean, we barely even see each other anymore.
Right, and I'm a terrible girlfriend too. And an awful mother. I mean, I see Dennis's kids more than I see my own.
That's not what I meant. You're in an impossible situation. We all are. And I don't know, something has to change.
Oh my god.
You said you wouldn't look up.
Okay, so no morning meeting today. I'm just going to hand out shift assignments because Amy's on another Zephyr call.
Not just any call, a big one. CEO
forwarded her the link.
Oh, really? That's a big call. I didn't know that. I didn't even see her before she left this morning.
Seems like Amy's always on a Zephyr call these days.
She's drawn to that new young job. Old Cloud9 can't please her the way we used to with our creaky joints and our floppy junk.
Okay, hey, come on. Amy might have abandoned us a little, but we're fine. You know, everything's fine. In fact, in my panic dream last night, the person clubbing me to death was Topher Grace. So, little taste of Tinseltown for y'all.
And still, we've managed to see a huge earnings spike from our Cloud9 stores. It really speaks to how well you
Hey, what are you doing?
Just some stuff.
No, you're trying to rob the store.
Yeah.
Well, put it back.
I don't think I'm gonna.
Well, I caught you, so you have to.
I don't think I do.
But that's how this works. No, don't take more.
Do you have a gun?
No, maybe I do.
I don't think you do.
Well, I don't think you do, so, it's a tie. What do you think about that?
Okay. Excuse me.
Oh. Wait! No! No!
Who is that?
He's the stealer. He's a thief. He's a thief.
Jonah! Call the police!
Right.
Look who's grounded now. Jonah! I just did a Law and Order type zinger. I call the police. Not on my watch, buddy.
I saw immediately it was a 487 in progress. The perp appeared to be unarmed. I did not see him violate my colleague. However, he could have violated him before I arrived on the scene.
Is that what happened?
No, he did not violate me.
You just had such a shameful look on your face when I showed up. I don't know what he could have done to you beforehand, but it is not your fault.
Okay.
He touched you.
Okay, nothing happened, all right? I caught him stealing. End of story.
And you made no attempt to stop him.
No, I mean, I told him to stop, but he didn't. And then he asked me to move and just took off.
Wait, I'm sorry. He asked you to move out of the way so he could leave with the cash, and you just did it.
He said, excuse me, so it's more of like a reflex.
Oh, wow.
What is going on in this neighborhood? We got robbed. Home Depot got robbed. That weird store that only makes copies got robbed.
I'm scared to even walk to my car alone at night.
That is why everyone gets a rape whistle.
That's a kazoo.
Yeah, we had an overstock, so everyone gets a rape kazoo. I also think we need parking lot buddies so that no one has to walk to their car alone at night.
I'll be paired with anyone but Sarah. That girl's got like a huge restraining order against me.
I'll take any guy who's 6'2" with blue eyes. Wait, we're talking about picking boyfriends, right?
I'll take Justine. The robbers probably kill her before they kill me.
Since I don't drive, could you assign someone to walk me to the bus stop and wait with me?
We're not picking, we're drawing names so that it's fair. I will go first. Mine is Myrtle, so I'm gonna go again because everybody gets one redo. So my real one is Cheyenne, and that one's final.
Can I be paired with Mateo? Actually, we usually go to trivia night together.
Oh, you guys do a trivia night? That sounds fun.
I still say I got robbed last week. Women do not produce eggs. That's chickens.
Garrett mocked you so hard for that. He was all like, funny stuff.
So like almost everyone goes to this trivia night.
Yeah.
Solid crew. I love trivia.
Sorry, I'm not being raped. I just was trying to play Camptown races.
It's not a toy.
It's not. Dude, you need to do something about Ken. He's a terrible security guard. He wasn't even here this morning when the store got robbed.
Yeah, look, I know he's not the best, but he is such a sweet man.
Look, I know it sucks to fire somebody, but what's worse? Waiting for some lunatic to come in here and kill a customer? Or having an uncomfortable conversation? Security, report to customer service. Security to customer service. He's taking a selfie, Glenn. The dude's taking a selfie.
My parking lot buddy is Jonah. How's he gonna protect me? Oh, stop! Don't attack us.
I'm literally right here, Myrtle.
Listen, her mind's mostly gone, but she raises a good point. You froze while a guy robbed this store.
Okay, again, I didn't freeze. He was being calm, so I was being calm. The robber sets the tone.
Oh, so are you just going to be calm when a group of methed out serial killers stabs Myrtle to death in the parking lot?
No, because that would be a different tone.
Come on. Hey, everybody, can I get you to meet me in the break room for a quick chat?
So, about your boots?
No. It's about this morning's incident.
Is that when you buy your boots?
Maybe just meet me in the break room. Okay, so I wanted to bring Dina up here so we could discuss this morning's incident.
Listen, I don't need an attaboy just for doing my job, okay? But I do think it's positive that this can open a conversation about self-defense and how each of us need to take action.
What I'm saying is, don't do what Dina did.
I'm sorry, what?
He said, don't be like you.
Dina took it upon herself to physically confront the thief, and while it worked out okay this time, it could have turned into serious injury or death, or God forbid, a lawsuit. I'm obviously joking. A lawsuit would not be as bad as death. The point is, we have a policy for this, so if you see something suspicious, report it. Don't try to handle it yourself.
Yeah, we all know what the policy is, but what was I supposed to do? Just stand there and make brown like Jonah?
What did Jonah do?
Well, I didn't actually do anything.
Exactly. He just sat there and watched a guy rob the store.
Thank you. That is what you should all do in the future. Thank you, Jonah, for actually following protocol.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, and you know, you guys came up with the policy. I just knew it and followed it.
It's appreciated.
Oh my God, just sleep with him already.
Okay, what if someone steals a baby? What then? Do you want me to just sit there and watch someone take a baby?
What if the baby is wearing a bomb? Then wouldn't you want him to steal it?
I'm trying to picture a scenario in which somebody plays.
Whoa, what if it's baby Hitler? That's
yeah.
a very good question.
Is it?
I think you gotta kill that baby Hitler.
Yeah.
How would you know that that baby was going to grow up to be Hitler? What if that baby was going to grow up to be the exact opposite of Hitler?
Churchill.
No.
Lance Bass.
Interesting.
Oprah.
Yeah, Oprah.
Oh, yeah.
Oprah.
You got to save that baby.
Gotta save it.
I'm more of an Ellen person. It's fun when she dances.
Anyway, what I'm saying is, don't be a Dina, be a Jonah.
Wait, you guys, what if it's baby Oprah, but the person stealing it is Beyonce?
Whoa.
Wait, that would be fun.
I need a pen and paper.
Kenny, you know how much I love you. But a thief just wandered into the store this morning.
I know. Crazy, right? I just heard about that.
And I hate to be such a Sally stickler, but technically you were supposed to be here.
Yes. And I'm so sorry. You know, it takes me forever to get going in the morning. Because I don't believe in alarm clocks. I like to wake up when my body is ready. You know what I mean?
Look, we've talked about this before, and I think it's time for you to go. So sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry about.
God bless. Jerusha, how was it? I feel sick.
All right.
Hey, you know, you could just take this stroller and leave if you want. Just right out the store. This little girl won't try and stop you.
Ow, what are you doing?
Just explaining that you're a sackless wuss that would even let this pipsqueak rob us.
You know what? I'm gonna go pay for it.
Yeah, enjoy that.
Sorry, congratulations.
What the hell was that?
What the hell is that? I'm a little baby.
Look, I can tell you're upset.
No, you can't.
Okay, look, maybe
Jeff is up your butt. Hello, Jeff? You in there?
Okay.
Try not to scuff your ridiculous boots.
Oh, wow, right? How insane.
We are not on the same team.
Hey. Oh, turkey sandwich. Hey, did you know that the sandwich was invented by the Earl of Sandwich?
Okay.
That's just a little random fact that I knew. My head's full of all kinds of things like that.
Who invented salad?
Good question. I have another one. Remember how we were just talking about turkey? Which founding father wanted to make the turkey our national bird? Huh? Anyone? Benjamin Franklin, who, as we all know, also invented the Franklin stove and bifocals.
Really? I don't think that's true.
Well, it is true. I know it's true because I just looked it up.
So did he invent salad?
No, that was someone else.
Ken, you're here.
Big time.
Okay, look, maybe I wasn't clear, and that's my fault. But what I meant to say was, I don't want you to be the security guard here anymore.
Oh. So you're thinking move me over to what, like sales?
I was.
Because I do think that would be a better fit for my particular skill set. Because if I'm being honest with myself, I don't know anything about security.
Okay.
Yes, thanks. Yes.
Oh, hey, Jonah, I just wanted to tell you, I really like the way you handled yourself this morning with the robbery.
Oh, thank you. But that wasn't really...
I get it, but it's just nice to know we've got some level-headed, calm people working here, so good job.
Hey, you know what? This might sound weird, but could you not compliment me in front of Dina?
I'm sorry?
I appreciate everything that you're saying, but I think Dina was a little embarrassed about what happened this morning. And when Dina gets embarrassed, she can be a bit of a bully.
Dina's bullying you.
No, that's not what I just meant that she could be a bit of a bully.
Thank you for coming forward. I will talk to HR.
No, you don't need to get HR involved. No.
Okay, but you understand you just informed me that a superior is bullying you. Legally, that's something I have to report. We've just had 2 suicides.
Not necessary, no.
Okay, I take no joy in getting Dina in any kind of trouble.
Really? Because you're smiling a little.
Am I? Huh. It's been brought to my attention that there has been some bullying in the store. I have spoken to the person responsible, but I would like to remind everybody that Cloud9 has a zero-tolerance policy against bullying of anyone under any circumstance.
What if you're bullying Hitler?
Bullying's probably what made him Hitler.
Actually, I think it was not getting into art school.
Okay, can we just forget about him?
No, we can't ever forget about Hitler.
She's right.
Okay, I'm fine. I was not bullied.
Believe me, if I had bullied Jonah, Justine wouldn't be the only one with a broken nose.
Heyo.
Okay, bullying's not just beating people up. It's any behavior that is hostile or intimidating.
Like when your ex buys $300 boots, but all he got you on your birthday was a cake from the store bakery.
You said you didn't want anything. So, you know what? That doesn't matter. The point is, we all know what bullying is. Harassment, name-calling.
Sometimes it seems like you're calling someone a name, but then it's their actual name. I once met a Greek guy named Herpes or something like that.
I thought you fired that dude.
I did. Twice.
Okay, so what are some other examples?
Moron, a-hole.
Bimbo.
Bald jerk. Herpes when their name is not herpes.
Vagina.
Opus Dei, pasty freak.
Okay, I meant other examples of bullying, not name-calling, but nobody here should be calling you those.
Oh no, that was just my doctor's.
How about being excluded socially?
Sure, especially if they're purposely targeting an individual.
What if it was more like a group of people who were planning an event and they just weren't inviting a specific person?
I think maybe what you're describing is just a loser.
Yeah.
Loser.
A lot of interesting opinions today, Kelly.
Thank you.
Sometimes the bus driver opens the door, and when I try to get in, he drives forward a little, and then I try to get in again, but then he drives a little more, and we're all laughing, but still.
Yes, that is bullying, Sandra. Jesus.
gonna make a fine associate.
Stop. Ow, you're breaking my arm. Just trust me, it's gonna fit, okay? Stop fighting, man. There you go.
You're right. He's good.
Hey, hey.
Ken.
Hey, it's the cool kids.
Where?
You're the cool kids. So, any of you cats heading to this trivia thing tonight?
Oh no, none of us get invited to that.
That thing is lame anyway. Hey, what if we did something together?
I always wanted to try that bowling alley down the street.
Yes! All right, let's do it. Bowling night.
I bet they have those wings and they serve them with ranch dressing. Feels like you're British or something.
Yeah, maybe.
I love bowling alleys. They're so dark, so you can make any kind of faces you want.
Okay. What should our team name be?
We should be the best friends.
We are best friends.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, darn it. I just remembered. Emma has a thing tonight. So I can't.
Should we come?
Oh. No.
Hey, buddy. Guess what this is? It's my first write-up ever. So thank you so much for that.
Look, I'm sorry. I genuinely did not mean to get you in trouble.
Hey, it's all in the past. I just came over to ask you in the most polite way possible to please clean up the spill in aisle 9.
This is aisle 9. Jesus! What is wrong with you?
Oops.
You know what? I'm glad you got written up. You are a bully.
Well, I'd rather be a bully than a castrated garden gnome.
A garden gnome? What would you even castrate?
Who knows what's under those little pants? That's not the point. The point is, at least I'm not too weak to stop a simple robbery.
That was an awkward situation. I could have destroyed that guy.
With muscles like those? Come on.
I'm wiry because I work out with resistance bands, but believe me, they can get the job done.
So you think you could kick my ass?
Your ass? Yeah, obviously I could, sure.
Oh, well then come at me.
Come at you?
Come at me. Come at me, bro.
What are you doing?
Are you too scared?
No, I'm not scared. I'm at work and I don't want to lose my job, Dina.
Then let's take this thing off campus.
What?
Fight! Fight! Guys, Jonah's fighting Dina!
Fight! 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 Fight!
Guys, say it with me. It's so much fun.
Fight! Fight! Fight!
You guys are the worst.
So what's the best case scenario here? Dina beats you up, or everyone gets to see you hit a woman.
It's not gonna come to that. Bullies just need to be confronted.
There. Officially off Cloud 9 property. Now we're just a couple of civilians. So show me what you got.
Look, Dina, I'm not fighting you. This is...
Why? Because I'm a woman? Because if you were really a feminist, you'd punch me in the face.
What is that? Okay, what are you doing? I'm not gonna do that.
This has been a long time coming.
What?
Since this morning.
Wait, guys, stop! This is crazy.
Thank you.
Now we're good.
Garrett, you don't need to. You can turn it off. Because...
Oh!
Dina, what are you doing?
Yeah, get him to the ground.
Dina, I'm not gonna... Dina! Oh! Okay, all right.
Come on. Stop rolling.
Oh, it's a good
Your
roll.
skin is very smooth like a dolphin.
I don't want to do
Just
this.
Fight me.
No.
Come on. Fight me.
Dina, get off. Dina, get off!
What the hell is that?
Nothing.
What's wrong, man? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Just give me a minute.
Did you just get an erection?
What? No.
He did! It's true! We got a boner, everyone!
No, it's not. It's the friction. The pants are really soft.
Boner! Boner! Really, none of you.
Nice to get off early, huh? Have the whole night to do whatever.
Uh-huh.
Totally.
Like maybe some laundry. Oh no, I did that yesterday. So what to do?
I'll see you guys over there. Let's get trivial.
Woo! Seriously? You guys invited that girl? I am way smarter than that girl.
Okay, girl, what are you getting all real into?
I'm talking about why aren't you inviting me to trivia night?
Because we figured you weren't interested.
Why wouldn't I be interested? I love trivia. I love nights.
You never want to do anything after work.
Yeah, you're always
trivia night.
You're doing it right now.
Wait, that's beside the point. I said no because I was married and I had Emma to look after, but now I'm separated and Emma has her own thing and I spend most of my nights by myself and I would really just like to have a social life again.
Okay, great. Just come to trivia night.
Okay, great. Great. I will. Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you at 10. Bye.
Wait, 10 p.m.? Who starts trivia? 10 p.m. is an awesome time to start trivia. I love that idea.
Maybe you'll get that hard salad question.
Oh. So tired.
Hey,
Dina, I really don't...
listen, I'm feeling so stupid for not realizing why you've been messing with me so much. It's like a schoolboy pulling your pigtails.
I'm sorry?
You're still attracted to me. I get the message hard and clear. And hard. Here's the thing, it's terrible timing. Because I just ended this thing with Garrett and I need to lone wolf it for a while.
Yeah, I feel like you're misreading...
Just two ships passing in the night. But that's not to say down the road those two ships won't meet up in some harbor and just drop anchor, you know?
It's a beautiful sentiment.
Oh, and speaking of ships, your mast? Very impressive.
Hey, parking lot buddy. Ready to go wait at the bus stop with me?
Oh, you know what? I'm actually gonna catch up with the trivia night guys.
But you said it was lame.
Yeah, I did say that. Yeah. But you're good to walk alone, right? We'll start buddies tomorrow.
Okay. It's a little dark, but... And I don't know who that is.
We found him this morning. Looks like he used to work here. We were opening up the drywall when Gary saw the arm. I was like, what? No way, Gary, that's not a dead body. Then Gary showed it to me. Turns out it was a dead body. Who are you, Beyonce?
Selena.
Who?
Selena. She was Beyonce before Beyonce.
I thought you were J-Lo.
No.
So, unfortunately, the body we found was one of our employees.
Oh, what?
Salvatore Kozlauskas.
Wait, you mean Creepy Sal?
The man is dead! But, yeah.
Well, the police said he's been dead for at least a year.
Are you crying?
Yeah, I just... Poor guy.
But you didn't know him.
But he was a human being.
Sal was a bit of a... How do I put it?
When he looked at you, it felt like he was grabbing you.
Apparently, he was doing some work behind the drywall outside the women's washroom, and then his foot got caught in a beam and he starved to death.
I'm sorry, what work was he doing exactly?
We're not sure. He drilled a hole into the women's washroom, so maybe he was hanging a picture?
Dude, he was peeping on women going to the potty.
What? Why?
Well, that explains the rotting smell in the women's bathroom. I know we all assumed that was Amy.
What? Why me?
Because, you know, divorce tummy. I'm sure there's a lot of churn going on in there.
I have no churn.
Anyway, everyone make sure that you don't disturb the body until the coroner gets here.
Wait, so it's just gonna sit in the store?
I'm not working next to a dead body, especially Sal's.
Technically, we've all been working next to Sal's dead body for the past year. Nobody complained until now.
Oh, it just occurred to me. That must have been Sal's foot we found.
No, actually, he still had both of his feet.
Whose foot was that?
What about Maxine?
Yeah, I don't trust anybody who opens their eyes that wide.
Yeah, pass.
I can't believe this is what dating is now.
You're not ready to jump back in?
No. And even if I were, I wouldn't be using an app. I'm still afraid of PayPal.
It actually gets to be kind of fun, you know? You just swipe right for yes, left for no. See? Oh,
Hello, Jessica, with an H at
Can
the
I
end.
see?
Wow. Okay, you just took it.
Come on. So this is just like a typical day for Jessica where she's baking cupcakes in a Rams jersey. Come on, I'm onto you, Jessica, with an H. Oh, this one is way too hipster, even for Jonah. Oh, a bowling action shot? Well, clearly she's just trying to show off her cleavage.
Oh, gross.
Get out of here with that.
Jonah, I need your help.
Okay. Can I just get my
No,
phone?
I'm still playing.
Right, but it's not a game, so.
Mine.
Jonah, you can live without your pager for 5 minutes now.
Okay.
Wait, this one's just a picture of Margot Robbie. Are they allowed to do that?
I can do One-Eyed Zombie, Motorcycle Accident Victim, Bride of Babadook, and then this one makes it look like your head is eating the rest of your body.
That was my favorite.
These are a bit much.
Thanks! I've been getting into special effects makeup. I'm working on my portfolio.
That's great. How about a kitty cat?
Okay. Another cat. How fun.
God.
I know, I'm so sick of basic people. Not you, your mom.
No, my cousin is getting married in the Philippines, and literally everyone I know is going, except for me.
Oh, you should totally go.
I can't exactly leave the country, remember?
Oh, right, because you're... Do you know what undocumented means? Because you're undocumented.
Ugh, this is so unfair. Do you know how badly I want one of those Instagram photos of the wing of the plane?
Just for the record, I don't think we should be disturbing a crime scene.
Yeah, I gotta go with the cop on this one.
I just want to cover it up until the coroner gets here. I mean, we're a family store. I know we don't specifically promise no dead bodies, but we shouldn't have to.
Fine. Just don't go touching the body.
I wasn't going to.
Now that you know you're not allowed.
No, I just wouldn't do that.
Because I said you can't.
Why would I? I'm gonna let you have this one.
Because you have to.
All right, well, I should hold. Oh. Is this worse? I feel like it is.
This one says professional wanderer, aka on our parents' phone plan. Next.
I can't tell if I like or don't like candy corn.
Oh my god. Is that Kelly?
Yeah, it is. Hey, girl, go get it.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. Ugh, calm down. Oop, no, what? Match? I didn't, how did that happen?
Well, you swipe right.
No, I didn't. I swiped left, like this.
Oh, yeah, you got a little right to your swipe.
Well, how do I cancel it?
You can't.
What do you mean I can't? She's gonna think Jonah matched her.
You know what it is? It's like eating a birthday candle, only in a good way.
Garrett, what do I do?
I don't know, be honest. Tell her you stole Jonah's phone and you were stalking her on it.
Okay, that's not gonna happen. I was thinking more like I could sneak up like a ninja, take her phone, cancel the notification, and then slip it in without her noticing.
Or, I know this guy who works for the NSA, kind of owes me a favor. I could call him up, have him hack into Kelly's phone, and melt her motherboard.
Yes! Call the guy.
I'm messing with you.
How is that helpful?
I wasn't trying to be helpful.
Robin, move! Kelly! Hey, girl! I meant to ask you earlier, what's up?
Oh, I'm just going to the bathroom.
Oh, me too! Sweet! Hey, real quick, could I borrow your phone? Yeah, mine is soaked. Not in the toilet, in a pond.
Yeah, sure. Here you go.
Thanks. Oh, it's asking me for a passcode.
Oh, here, let me put it
Oh, you
in.
could just tell it to me and I'll do it.
That's okay. I'd rather do it myself.
Why are you being so weird about your code?
I'll just do it.
But then just give it right back to me, like really quick. What was that? Why are you laughing?
I just got some good news. Here you go.
Thanks. Oh, right. Hi, it's Amy. Happy Halloween. Thanks, you're a lifesaver.
much fun working there. Okay, talk to you later. That was the coroner's office. A gas main blew into Shoeland.
Oh, God! Which Shoeland?
Who cares? They're all the same. The point is, they're not going to be here for a while.
Come on. Which Shoeland? My husband works at a Shoeland.
I don't know, Jody. I didn't ask the man every little question in the world.
Which Shoeland?
Jody, I cannot with you right now. I didn't even hear Glenn's question. Glenn.
How long are they going to be?
I don't know.
Mind if I sit here, Mr. Bumblebee?
Actually, it's the disappearing bee crisis. You know, because nobody seems to... Doesn't matter. Yeah, sure, sit.
Oh, thanks. So, hey.
Hey! I thought you took your lunch break already.
What do we got here? The lunch police? Woo! Take me downtown, Officer Bumblebee.
Oh, actually, I'm the disappearing bees. So
Oh, hey, Kelly, could you jump on register 4?
Oh, I just started my lunch break.
Oh, I know, and I'm ending it. Just kidding. I'm not, though. No.
Sure, no, yeah, I guess I can eat this on the way.
Yep. That's why they're made to go.
Oh, do you still have my phone?
Uh-oh, phone police. Woo, woo! You never take me alive.
What is this new cop thing?
Attention shoppers, please stay away from the housewares section. There is something there that is extremely disturbing and it may frighten you. It's literally horrifying. They're going the wrong way.
Yeah, I think the fact that it's Halloween is working against us.
Please listen to me. The housewares section is very, very scary. It will give you nightmares. Turn back before it's too late.
Okay, Glenn, I think you're just making it sound like a haunted house. You know?
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah.
The houseware section is not a haunted house. It is so much worse than any haunted house you have ever seen.
No. No.
You've been warned.
Okay.
Isn't that the same costume you wore last year?
Yeah, costumes are like bathing suits. You wear it till it's just threads. All right, Sal, let's see what you got for me. Bunch of wigs. Film canister full of... Oh, it looks like baby teeth.
Oh.
All right, what else? Bag of old batteries. Corpse of a turtle. His passport. Oh, what's this? Huh. Looks like Sal was working on a book. Bethany said Logan was the cutest boy at Wakefield, and he wanted to ask me to the dance. I'm in.
You're going to that wedding.
With Sal's passport?
I am a master at makeup. If I can make Elias look like Dame Edna, I can make you look like Sal.
Wait, why did Elias want to be Dame Edna?
He didn't. I just did it.
I mean, it would be illegal. Although me just being here is illegal, so it kind of cancels out. So I think we should do it.
Yes! Oh my God, this is gonna be so fun.
Excuse me. We agreed on a kitty cat.
She is a kitty cat. An undead one.
She saw the match before I could get her.
Ooh, okay, we need to Freaky Friday this. You need to find a cursed object, switch bodies with Jonah, have a whirlwind romance with her, but then learn an important life lesson, switch bodies back.
This was helpful, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh no. She sent him a wink. What does that mean? Is she like flirting? Is that like a flirty wink? Maybe she's winking like, I get it. I know what's going on. I know it's you, Amy. It's all cool. I won't tell Jonah.
Definitely the second one.
I have to squash this before Jonah finds out.
Oh, so now you're just gonna straight up catfish her? Cool.
Hey! Thanks for the wink. Means the world. I think you're a great girl. But I realized I shouldn't be dating right now. The timing's just not right. There. That should fix it.
Yeah, as long as they never run into each other in the store they both work in.
There are like dozens of aisles.
Okay, Sal, what's your last name?
Kozlowskis.
Can you use it in a sentence?
My name is Sal Kozlowskis.
And where were you born?
South Dakota. It's great. It's just south of North Dakota.
Good save. In 2012, you went to
Thailand.
In 2013, you went to
Thailand.
In 2014,
Thailand. I've only been to Thailand.
Good job.
Well, the verdict is in. I do not like candy corn.
Things have gone very wrong. Kelly texted Jonah, and I thought, oh, Kelly will feel bad if she doesn't get a text back from him. So I texted, and
This goes on for pages.
it's not good.
Any guy in the store would be lucky to be with you. Not just the store, the world.
It gets worse.
I can imagine. Oh, sweet of you to say that. Well, it's true. You're very spicy.
Special, it autocorrected.
Sorry, I meant spicy.
It did it again.
Ah, you're spicy too. Well, the thing is, Kelly, my heart wants a relationship, but my body can't handle one. I'm very ill.
I don't know. I was just trying to make it seem final, and Emma and I are reading Fault in Our Stars, so
The doctors don't even have a name for it yet. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I don't really like to talk about it. No one here knows. I understand. Sending you good energy. Ugh.
okay. I know this is probably not the right next step, but what if I tried to get her fired? Or him? Help me. Who should I get fired?
What do you think?
I look terrible.
Oh,
No, I mean, I look terrible. Like, exactly like Sal.
oh!
You're a genius. Well, I mean, not literally, but, you know. Well done!
One ticket to Manila, please.
I'll probably just buy it online.
Where's the hummus?
There you are. We've been waiting for you.
For me?
Yeah, come on. So crazy about Shoeland.
Shoeland?
Wow, already on to the next one, huh?
Hey,
Hey,
you seem good.
I am. I had a bar this morning with like 20 grams of protein. Might have been a little too much.
No, listen to your body.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, be careful. Let me help you.
Oh, no. I'm fine. I'm stronger than people think.
Yes. You are so strong. And I also think you are so brave.
Thank you.
So you'll have to do the makeup yourself for the trip back. Or you could just stay like this the whole time.
I wish I could wear your skin.
Who's that?
What? I was just saying she had really great skin.
Huh.
What?
You know how when a person dresses skinky, then they start acting all skinky, but then you put that person in fancy clothes and they act like super British?
Uh-huh, sure.
So maybe being in creep face is making you act like a creep.
That's stupid. I just think it feels really good and firm on my tongue.
I don't know why you don't have a gurney.
Yeah, I was gonna get one, but they're like $100.
Ah, budget cuts. Thank you, Governor Greitens.
So where am I supposed to put this thing?
Well, where you normally put it,
I guess I could put it on my lawn.
I guess.
Chuck, what are you doing? Did you get the hummus?
Hummus?
Put the body down, you sick motherfucker! What is wrong with you? Back up! You back up! Back up!
Okay, if I rotate Jonah on 4-hour shifts and I keep Kelly on the loading dock, then I think I can make it so that they never see each other.
I don't feel so good. The candy corn is fusing itself back together in my stomach.
Is that your second pack?
There's a 1% chance they're talking about something else.
we should go have another bowl of ramen. My treat.
No. This guy's playing mind games with me all day.
I would never do that. I'm an ally.
Then explain all those texts.
I never texted you.
Stop lying!
Okay, Kelly, just...
Okay, Kelly, it was me. I did it. I took Jonah's phone and I was messing around and I accidentally swiped right and I just couldn't stop myself and Garrett had something to do with it too. I mean, mostly it was me.
Just put the knife down, okay? You're not gonna hurt anyone.
Stop telling me what to do!
Why did you have to use my phone?
Oh. I get it. That was fake. So funny. Got me.
Happy Halloween.
I swear I'm a size 8.5.
It's fine. We have a 9 right here.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh, God. God.
Oh my god. Look adorable.
Okay, here. Take it. Destroy it. Douse it with the holy water and set it on fire.
What about the wedding?
I'm not going. Okay, it's not worth it. I don't like what's happening to me. I need to wash this all off before it's too late. This happened to my uncle once.
Well, yep, you guys, you got me. But to be fair, there are a lot of stabbings in this store.
Yeah, you know, honestly, you really committed. I'm impressed. I was almost scared.
Really? Aw, thanks. I watch a lot of Lifetime movies.
Well, I'm gonna go wash all this blood off. Is a weird way to leave a conversation.
Hey, listen, I just wanted you to know that I was really not trying to make fun of you. It was an accident.
It's okay. I mean, really, I should have known it was from a girl. Guys never text that much.
I know, right? I just couldn't stop.
Yeah. A lot of verbs.
Well, thank you for being cool about it.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, I should thank you. You kind of helped me break the ice.
Oh. Oh, good.
Oh, gosh, and I really wanted to tell you that I love Selena Gomez.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about the questioning. Just had to make sure you were real coroners and not just here for hummus or something.
Sure, yeah.
Well, here we are.
And you didn't touch the body?
Absolutely not.
Hey, buddy, want some ribs?
Mateo, we get it.
Okay, I can't help it. I have an ear infection.
You know, whenever I get one of those, I put a little garlic oil in my ear. It takes away the sting and you get to smell like the Pope.
I'm telling you, a little bit of Vapor Rub on a Q-tip.
Again with the Vapor Rub.
It's a miracle drug.
Ooh, why don't you go to a doctor?
Our deductible is $4,000, so no.
We don't have the best health insurance.
I get ear infections all the time, okay? It'll go away.
I've had a cavity for over a year. I just put a little candle wax in there to hold me over until I win the lottery.
It's horrifying.
It's not so bad once the nerve is dead.
You gotta rub breast milk on it. Breast milk helps anything. Problem is just finding breast milk.
Why would you go looking for breast milk when we have Vapor Rub right here in the store?
Yeah, or root beer. Root beer fixes everything. Gallstones, pink eye, it'll clean your toilet. It's kind of the perfect food.
You need antibiotics, not useless home remedies.
Says the guy who drinks apple cider vinegar every morning.
No, that's good. That has, I'm gonna look up the article.
Okay, you can use some of mine. It's a bug repellent, It heals cuts. My grandma's using it to shrink her moles.
Well, your grandma's a moron.
Well, the moles are shrinking, Dina, so who's the moron?
You don't mess with moles, you see a doctor. I recently had one removed.
Sounds like someone's had some work done. That's very Beverly Hills of you.
No, Glenn, it was a melanoma. And we caught it early, so guess who has 2 thumbs and is cancer-free? Everybody but Dale.
Enzymes. Apple cider vinegar has good enzymes.
We appreciate your patience. Please state your reason for requesting a dermatologist.
I have a mole on my, you know.
I didn't get that.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable talking to a lady. Is there a male robot I could talk to?
I didn't get that.
Okay, it's on my bathing suit area.
I didn't get that.
Could I just make an appointment, please?
The next appointment with a dermatologist is June 17th, 2018.
That's 6 months away.
If you are finished with your call, please press 5 or hang up. Please hold for a quick survey.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, what sounds more like a real charity? The Mateo Project or the Luanigli?
This is crazy. We shouldn't have to invent a charity every single time an employee needs money to see a doctor. The Mateo Project.
Really? I think Luanigli.
I mean, scrambling to pull money together whenever somebody gets sick, that's inhuman.
Would love to get people to pony up before we get sick, but planning ahead just really isn't our style. Nope, you were right, Mateo Project.
Wait, no, that's actually a really good idea. If we all contribute a little bit of money every month, we could create our own health fund.
Oh my God. Jonah, that's amazing.
Right?
You just did it. You solved healthcare. I mean, so many brilliant minds have tried before you and they couldn't, and then here you are. Jonah, the working class savant with a few business school credits. Jonah, where are you going? Together we can solve immigration.
Are you out of your mind? I can't give you meds without a prescription. I could lose my license, go to jail.
Okay, sorry. Calm down.
Yeah, buddy, I can hook you up. So, you looking to get wasted or just a nice clean high?
Just antibiotics.
ABs. Old school, I feel. The thing about pills is they're so tiny, hard to keep a track of. Sometimes I miscount.
So bad.
Okie dokie, let's see what I can throw your way. Lipitor. Oh, what the hell? Does that look like Oxy or sweet tortilla?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's a head scratcher. Oh, here we go. Expired amoxicillin. Perfect. Yep.
Thank you. How much I owe you?
What, are you crazy? You just hand me the money? Behind the just for a minute. Medium dark brown. Ooh. That was Oxy.
Hey, howdy do. Any room at the inn for a fella with the PB&J minus the PB?
Sure. We were just talking about how my boyfriend Jerry's doing.
Oh,
He has a vegetal growth on his teeth due to the coma, and
Hey, remember how before we were talking about melanomas? How do you know if a mole is one of those?
Well, there's lots of warning signs. Is it getting bigger?
Sometimes it gets bigger, sometimes it gets smaller, depending on factors.
Sounds suspicious. You want me to take a look?
Definitely not. Besides, I got a doctor's appointment in 6 months. So.
Oh, I wouldn't wait. If it's cancer and they catch it early, it's just a simple surgery. But the longer you wait, they gotta cut deeper, and deeper, and deeper. Till essentially there's nothing left.
Don't eat it! Ow.
So instead of relying on the jar method, we would each contribute $20 a month, and then the fund grows, and then we'd pay it out.
Slow your roll. This sounds like a pyramid scheme.
Guys, this is not a pyramid scheme. Okay, a pyramid scheme needs to recruit. This is technically this is recruiting, but...
Oh, I think this is going really well.
Well, I smell socialism, and we all know where that leads.
High literacy rates, low infant mortality, increased quality of life, fjords.
No, the government watching us on the toilet.
Hey, guys, look, I know that this idea seems really not well thought out and that it's totally naive. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Amy.
I actually think it sounds like a really good idea.
All right. Thank you.
You know what? I'm in too. If it is a pyramid scheme, at least I will be on the top, ahead of all these suckers.
That is sound logic, Marcus. You know what? Keep them coming. Spread the word. The more the merrier.
Sorry, it's so damp.
Thank you.
Wait, so nobody thinks that this is problematic?
Oh my God. What are you doing here?
You told me to stop by for my review?
Yeah, well, now's not a good time, so come back later.
Okay.
So excited about this. I can finally get my inhaler.
Oh, I'm glad it all worked out.
I just couldn't put the money together before. I reduced my shifts because of Jerry, and I had to pay to put one of my cats down. She ate one of my other cats.
Well, I don't know what to say to that, but I'm glad that it all worked out with the inhaler.
Oh.
Oh.
All right.
God, it feels good to help. You know, word must be getting around.
Yeah, you're a real saint. Hey, I'm gonna need you to clean the men's room. Someone dumped chili in the urinal.
You know what I mean, though? To, like, actually accomplish something, even when the haters are calling you naive. I wonder if this is how Obama felt when he passed Obamacare.
A lot of people still hate Obama.
Thanks for taking a look.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, this is so awkward.
Here, this will help, I'm sure.
What are you doing?
I'm making you less self-conscious.
No, you don't have to do that.
Hey, it's my pleasure.
No, I brought... Really, you didn't.
Oh, is that a fact? Oh, and I'm so hideous you couldn't possibly look at my reg, is that it?
No, I just...
You think your penis is better than mine?
No,
Go on, look at it. Look at it.
Come on.
Do me a kindness, Glenn, and look at my penis. Do it!
Sorry.
Yeah. Me too.
I'm excited to get my cholesterol checked. Last time was 10 years ago, and it was over 300. And I have not improved my diet.
I wish we'd had this in place when I fell. I had to have all of this done at a vet.
Yeah, Jonah's pretty smart, huh?
Well, I mean, it wasn't really that big of a deal. We were just discussing our healthcare situation, and we came up with it.
Oh, so you helped him think of it?
No. Jonah is definitely the one who took the ball and ran with it. I'm just the one who, invented the ball or whatever.
I know what this is. You're going through a divorce. Now Jonah's being the mother bear that you usually are, plus the divorce.
No, that's not what I...
Guys, play along. She needs this.
You did it. No,
Thank
that's...
you.
No.
See? You're important too.
Oh. I can feel it fizzing.
Oh, yeah. That means it's working.
Oh.
Oh, that's good root beer.
What is that?
That's a mole. That's what it looks like.
You've just drawn a circle on a piece of paper. This doesn't tell me anything. Just let me take a look at the mole.
Can you please just do it this way?
Listen, I have seen literally hundreds of penises, okay? There's nothing you could possibly have going on with your junk that would faze me.
Okay, can you please do it without me having to see your vagina?
I think we can do it that way.
Hey, have you signed Jonah's card yet?
What card?
Thank you card for coming up with the idea for the health fund. God, he's an adorable little hero. I signed mine from The Rock. I like to keep it light.
So, just checking. The whole health fund idea, that was all you, right?
What?
Because I'm just remembering that I was there, and I think I'm the one who suggested it.
You didn't want to do it.
No, I didn't, but it was my idea. And just because the seed doesn't become the plant doesn't mean you don't give the seed credit when everyone starts freaking out about the plant.
I don't know what plant everybody would be freaking out about. Oh, of course, the ghost orchid. But I think I do know what you're getting at here. You want credit.
Well, no, I don't want credit. I just want people to know that I had the idea.
Sure. Hold on a sec. Attention, Cloud9 employees. Just to be clear, the health fund was actually Amy's idea. So if you're thanking me, please remember to also thank Amy as well. She's just as responsible for all of this as I am.
No thank yous, just the truth. Thank you. I know that that's sort of awkward to have to ask for credit. You kind of put me in that position.
Yeah, the health fund is a total disaster. We're in a lot of trouble.
This is absurd.
I don't want you to associate my penis with my face.
But I can still see your face.
Well, pretend there's another guy in here. Okay? No, he's a little fella, and his penis is the same height as mine. And I'm just leaning over his back so you still see my face. And he doesn't say a word because I threatened to fire him if he made a peep. Okay?
I can pretend that.
Okay.
Okay, so in the first 4 hours, you've managed to commit us to $37,000.
The claims just kept coming. You know, it's like that opening in Star Wars where the words zoom past you, and at first it's cool, but eventually you just can't keep up.
Sandra alone has asthma, rheumatoid arthritis, sciatica, fibromyalgia, leaky gut syndrome. This just keeps going.
We just gotta keep signing people up. That's all, okay? If we get everybody in the back room to sign up, then that'll pay for these people, and then we can go to other branches, and then that'll pay for the back room.
This is a pyramid scheme.
Shh. How could it be? I'm not benefiting.
What is this?
Sandra drew a picture to save time.
Here she comes.
I don't see a mole.
Oh, well, it's on the undercarriage.
Oh.
No, don't touch it.
Well, how am I supposed to look underneath if I don't pick it up? This isn't okay. This isn't working. Why don't I just lift it up with a pen?
Okay. Wait, no, not the blue one. I sign paychecks with that.
Fine. What about this broken Snoopy pencil?
Okay. Oh, don't use the pointy end. It's not a shish kebab.
So you're canceling the health fund.
No. The fund will continue. It will just be more of a selective, sort of case-by-case situation.
You're kicking us out.
No.
No.
It's just, you know, our vision was a lot more idealistic than the realities of the world.
Guys, we're really sorry, but we are giving you back your premiums. Isaac?
How about that? There you go.
Sandra?
No. You're trying to us.
Whoa.
You're trying to us. Well, you picked the wrong day to with Sandra Kaluuya Kalani.
Oh, okay, Sandra, just calm down.
No! I won't calm down. We have a contract, and I can sue. So, figure it out! Can I help you to your car now?
Your ability to remain unerect is really impressive.
Thank you. Well?
Honestly, I don't know. I think I should text a pic of it to my derm.
Okay.
Hey, Glenn, I'm here for my review. This. Glenn's penis. Glenn's penis.
Guys, if you could just
Listen up! I know there are a lot of rumors flying around about the health fund, but we are not kicking people out. So, we have Group A, and also for those with slightly more health requirements, we have Group B.
Each group is exactly the same and also different.
Those in Group Group A will continue to pay $20 a month, and those in Group B, based on projected expenses, will pay $200 a month.
Whoa, that's $100. I knew it. You two are trying to rip us off. You're sitting up there in your ivory towers, eating your exotic fruits with 2 scoops of ice cream. You're bathing in gold.
Nobody is doing any of those things.
Hey, hold up. How come I'm in Group B? Y'all Group B me?
Yes, but not because of the wheelchair, because you eat too many Cheez-Its for one human stomach.
This sucks. You have me in Group B with Sandra, and she has gout.
Jesus Christ. Sandra, how many things do you have wrong with you?
Well, what about Marcus? He shouldn't be in Group A. His leg is messed up.
I've got a handle on it. Oh my God!
That looks infected.
Not a chance. Every night I soak it in my apartment complex's hot tub, and chlorine will kill anything.
What? Okay, guys, I know it's not perfect.
What's going on?
Dealing a sense.
It's complicated.
Okay, hold on. I got a question. Wait. Hold up. So if I'm Platinum Select, does that mean that I get the stuff in the Gryffindor tier?
No. If you want things in the Gryffindor tier, you need to upgrade either to the Platinum Ultra or the Platinum Blue.
Okay.
I have a question. Who gave you the right to play God?
All I said was the fund can't pay for a live-in nurse. That doesn't mean I want to let Jerry die.
Right, you're just not willing to lift a finger to help him. Understood. Loud and clear. Thanks, Jonah.
Okay, look, I get it up to Diamond Plus, but when you get down to Wall of Fire, it's like, what?
Guys, we're making it too difficult. We just got to simplify. Cover everything, exclude no one, and make it affordable.
Jack,
Why didn't we think of that?
Okay. It seems to me the problem is that some of us are going to use the fund more than others, but no one wants to put in more money than they're going to take out.
Yes, exactly.
So
Thank you.
my suggestion would be, what if we restrict the fund to those of us who are able to complete a series of Ninja Warrior type physical challenges?
See, I was really wrong.
Okay. How about if you can jump on a table, then you're in.
No, we're not doing that.
Works for me.
There's no way you can jump on a table.
I can absolutely jump on a table.
No one needs to jump on a table.
I think this guy needs to jump on a table.
Yep, Isaac, if you can do it, I will totally sleep with Marcus.
Wait, what? Isaac.
Guys,
No, it doesn't mean anything, Isaac.
doing Are you sure you should be putting super glue on an open wound?
Yeah, probably. Our bodies are weird.
Oh, hey, how about that jump, huh?
It was good.
Yeah, real high, buddy.
All right.
Ow!
Oh, no.
Shoot, I'm stuck.
Hey, dude, looks like your lucky day. Probably like $100 in there.
This is amazing. People are so generous.
Yeah, just customers, employees, everybody just pitched in.
I'm gonna buy that faux Gucci messenger bag.
What about your ear?
Excuse you, my body, my choice.
And here's to the health fund, a total failure.
That was a really bad idea you had.
What was your thing again? You were a seed?
I don't know. It made sense at the time. It was like a...
Did it?
Yes, it made perfect sense.
Walk me through that
the
metaphor.
Seed,
Uh-huh.
then the... Never, it doesn't matter.
So
Who
you were the
cares? It's in the
seed.
past. Drink your beer.
Hey!
Hey, guys, what are you doing?
Oh, you know, we're just hiding out until everybody stops being pissed at us.
Can I join you?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
There you are.
Ah, thank you. This is nice.
Cheers.
Yahtzee.
My derm's taking forever getting back to me. Such a power move. Classic derm.
If it is cancer, Sturgis genes will die with me. I never had kids. Well, I mean, I fostered, but you know, none straight out of the doodle.
Well, there's still time. Jerusha's still got a few years left, and there's always science. In a few years, we'll probably all have pig organs.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh. You're in the clear. It's not melanoma.
Yeah.
Well, I should get back to work.
Dina, thank you.
You're welcome. Also, never forget that I have this.
I'm gonna have a baby.
Nope, not gonna happen.
Hey, Dina, something wrong?
You know the rules. No religious crap in the store.
Religious Oh, this is just a winter barn display.
With a baby Jesus and 3 wise men.
That is a normal barn baby and 3 men of average intelligence. No, below average. No, average.
Oh, wow. Well, I feel foolish.
It's an honest mistake.
I can't believe that I thought this guy was a wise man. What a stupid dummy I am.
You're not that stupid.
I mean, I guess if this was someone from the Bible, you'd probably be pretty upset if I did this.
Yeah, probably would be.
Probably would be, yeah. And I guess then you'd also be upset if I did this. Oh! His head popped off.
So much fun kicking them.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Guess that brings us to this little gentleman. Born with a simple destiny to be punted across a Cloud9 store. She could go all the way!
That's baby Jesus! That is sweet little baby Jesus! You leave him alone, you monster!
They're all dolls, Glenn.
Come on, I don't know if it's a bulb or a stripped wire.
Glenn, you've been trying for 2 months to solve this problem. I really don't think you're gonna crack it on Christmas Eve.
My grandmother would kill me for saying this, but I just don't get why people make such a big deal out of Christmas.
What?
I mean, real talk, Christmas is pretty disappointing and overhyped. It's kind of like Star Wars.
Whoa!
You don't like Star Wars?
Whoa. Can we just one at a time this? It's not about a day. It's about looking back on the year we shared and celebrating it.
Yeah, let's celebrate the year a tornado hit the store.
My entire apartment got destroyed.
I got a really annoying roommate and he won't leave.
I got a divorce.
My boyfriend wound up in a coma.
I am looking for a place.
Not looking hard enough.
It's just a sucky year.
The doctors aren't sure if he'll ever even
Cheyenne, can I have the voltage tester, please?
But I do have to say, I'm looking forward to next year. I really feel like it's time to just start living life, you know? Like, I don't know, I feel like I can get wilder.
Oh, God, you're not going to cut your hair again, are you?
No? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I just mean, like, finally taking those motorcycle lessons or skydiving. Or, like, maybe I'll get a tattoo.
Okay. There's just no way you're doing any of that.
I'm serious. I'm going to unleash Crazy Amy. Huh. You guys can call me Cray-Me.
No thanks.
Cray. Amy. Cray-Me.
Huh?
All right, well, that was just an idea.
Feels forced.
God, it's cold out here.
You're telling me.
Well, it's toasty inside, and you're not really getting any foot traffic anyway, so would you mind stepping away from the door?
Sorry?
You keep activating the automatic doors and letting the heat out. Also, the bell ringing. Just slow it down. Right now, you're at a bell. 2, 3, 4. Why don't you try a bell? 2, 3, 4. I only ask you because it's just so annoying.
Okay.
Thanks. Who's a good boy?
I think I saw the raccoon feces somewhere around. Oh, did someone leave hot cocoa in the middle of the store with double the amount of cocoa powder? That's so Christmas, huh?
Listen, Glenn, I know what you're trying to do, but I'm actually trying to limit my carbs right now.
Just try it.
I don't want to.
Try the cocoa. It's from Santa Claus.
Glenn.
Okay, fine. I'll go first. It's actually scalding hot, so maybe give it a minute.
Oh, great. Narc alert.
Oh, it's the fun police.
Time to get written up.
Why would you just assume I'm going to turn you in?
I mean, it's nothing personal.
act all lame and stuff, like a narc.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I don't understand why everyone thinks I'm this little boring. All right, well, would a narc do this?
That was the tiniest sip I've ever seen.
Feels like what a narc would do to prove they're not a narc.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how about this?
I mean, now you're just stealing my alcohol.
Oh, hey, man. Merry Christmas.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Garrett. This is... I know things have been a little tense lately. And I guess, you know, when you work with someone you also live with, things can be a little... Oh, is this a bath mat?
Yeah, I just figured it would be something you could use based on the puddles by the shower.
Well, this is awesome.
Yeah, right?
Thank you. You know, I haven't bought your gift yet.
Oh, not necessary.
But I was thinking, you know, what about noise-canceling headphones, you know? So you don't have to keep banging on the wall every time I make the tiniest peep.
Or you could save some money and just quit it with the harmonica lessons on YouTube. That would be a gift.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
Oh, it could be. It could be.
Yeah.
Anyway, good talk.
Oh, great talk.
Incredible talk.
Marvelous talk.
Awesome talk. I'm out of earshot.
And then another time, I thought Jerry came out of his coma and winked at me, but turns out it was just a muscle spasm from low folic acid.
Did you check the twitch for Morse code? He could have been telling you to stop talking. Or it's possible he's in so much pain he's just begging anyone to pull the plug. I think that's what it was.
Yo, yo, yo! Cheer up, losers! It's Christmas!
What are you doing?
Turning this into a party!
I have ecstasy in my car.
We'll start here and then see where the day takes us. Spread the word, bitches. Creamy in the house.
Yeah! Go Creamy! Go Creamy! Creamy is here!
Who's creamy?
I don't know.
All right, listen. It is dangerously cold out here, and I cannot turn a blind eye to this. Not on Christmas.
Thank you.
Come on, little buddy. You'll be warm inside. Bell, 2, 3, 4.
You just didn't know me before. Like, before I was married, when I was in high school, I was wild. You guys, I was a teen mom.
Yeah, but weren't you 19?
Still a teen.
In some countries, that's considered late. Angola, for instance.
Okay, well, we're not in stupid Angola, Marcus.
Good, because you wouldn't last 5 minutes there.
No, you guys, I'm serious. I used to, like, shoplift, bulk candy, and, like, run. And one time I stole a car.
Yeah. Okay.
No, you guys, I did. I was 10th grade. I took my math teacher's Kia, drove it to the Burger King, got some French toast sticks, and then I just left it there, like bounced.
The French toast sticks were a little too specific, but nice try.
Yeah, you would never do that.
No, I did do that. You want? I could call Adam. He'll tell you the whole story.
All right. Call him.
Okay, I will. And then we'll see who's crazy.
I had a ton of friends in high school. It was awesome.
Amy?
Adam, hi. Yeah, it's Amy. Okay, so tell everyone about that one. Do you remember? Who's that?
That's Bridget, Emma's friend Crystal's mom.
Wait, Crystal's over? I thought Emma was away.
No, I'm at her place. What did you want?
Nothing. Merry Christmas.
Chickened out. Couldn't even ask about the car. Boom! Ah!
You see all the dirt, grime, and gum? That gets on the bottom of your shoes, and then you put your shoes on my couch.
Which is why I lay my shoes on their side so that the soles don't touch the fabric.
Oh, I think you're working too hard. Why don't you just take off your shoes?
Hey guys,
Yeah.
There's a dad here with his kid asking where the store Santa is.
Tell him to check the drunk tank. Apparently, Santa's Christmas cheer level was at a .08.
Maybe Santa has to drink because Mrs. Claus won't get off his back about shoes on the couch.
Call me Mrs. Claus one more time.
Guys, they drove an hour to get here.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas for me, too. I'm an elf.
Well, I've come up with my New Year's resolutions. More birds, more sex, more judo. And I'm gonna try to pepper Yas Queen into conversation more. I think it's time.
We're checking out that stink that Amy's ex-husband is sleeping with.
No, we don't know that they're sleeping together. There's a lot of reasons he could be at that skank's house. Oh, there she is. Always like lurking around, waiting for a dad to come on the market.
Yeah, she's so basic.
Adam got with that? Guy's fighting above his weight class. Good for him.
I've never done it before, but I could use triple the powder.
Glenn, it's not like I hate Christmas or anything. It's fine.
Fine. So the Winter Wonderland is okay, and want to see what Christmas is all about? Excuse me. You seem to have been bitten by the Christmas bug.
Sorry, we're making up for lost time.
Oh, no. Kiss away. It must be Christmas moments like this that get you through your next tour.
Oh, there won't be a next tour.
Oh?
Tell him why, Hank.
Okay, I was smoking something I did not know was meth.
Okay.
Then somehow my gun ended up going off and shooting a service animal at close range.
Oh, God.
He's got a tiny limp. He's fine.
I bet he is loving it.
Oh, wait, it's still a Christmas miracle that you're home for the birth of your baby.
The birth of a baby, anyway.
Hank.
I've been gone a year,
Hey,
Samantha.
thank you for your service.
Delayed fetus.
I googled that.
We have to go.
There's cocoa in aisle 9.
Should I tell you what I want?
Yeah, that's a great place to start. Were you good this year?
Yes.
And would you like Santa to bring you a real gift or a passive-aggressive one?
Well, that depends. Did you put your water glasses back of the sink, or are there 100 of them on your nightstand?
Come on, guys.
That's so funny, because I seem to remember Santa saying, make yourself at home, but I guess...
Elves don't talk.
Oh, right, of course, because if we do, Santa bangs on the wall for us to shut up.
Now say candy canes.
Candy cane.
I mean, it's messed up.
It is so messed up.
You know what? I'm just gonna say it. Men are from Mars. I just came up with that.
Yes.
Boom, boom.
Do you know what I feel like I should do? I feel like it's a good idea to like go down there, go to her place.
Like to Bridget's house?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
No. You should not go over there. We should all go over there.
Yes.
To Bridget's house?
Yeah, just always assume we're talking about Bridget's house.
Yes, let's do it.
Okay. Well, but how are we gonna get there? Because I try not to drive if I've had more than 6.
Oh, yeah, I should not be getting behind the wheel of a car right now. This is just like the movie Wild Hogs!
What?
Wild Hogs!
Okay.
And we're sure this is faster than walking?
Who wants to do Adderall off my boobs? I just crushed it up.
Kind of in the middle of a game here.
Okay.
Okay. This is it. The vulture's nest.
Whoa, look at all this stuff.
3 owls? Newsflash, owls are notoriously solitary.
3-owl bitch.
All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go knock on the door.
Great. And then what?
And then Adam opens the door, and then I get to see the look on his face.
Yes, queen.
Yes.
I bet it's gonna be all like, whoa, you're a crazy stalker. I'm scared.
Oh my God. This is a mistake.
A mistake that we're gonna laugh about one day.
But not today.
Oh, no. Today's gonna be a mess.
Oh my god, my battery's dead.
Mine too.
Hey, jump on with me. I still got some juice.
No. The max capacity for the basket is $1.50.
What? Are you kidding me? I don't weigh 150 pounds.
As you say so, but I'm weighing you when we get back.
Amy? Is that you?
Adam? Dubanowski? You remember Adam?
So random.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sorry I called Christmas fine, okay?
Look, just trust me. When you see a child's face light up at the sight of old Saint Nick.
Well, you're honestly claiming your life hasn't been improved by fajita Thursdays?
Oh, you mean clean up my greasy kitchen because Jonah thinks he's Bobby Flay Thursday?
What is wrong with you?
What the is wrong with you?
Magical.
Ooh. Wow. This coffee is terrible. Awful. Yeah, tastes like piss. I feel like I'm drinking piss.
Oh, sorry?
So I bet you guys are wondering why we're here.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah.
Well, get ready to die. Not because I'm gonna kill you, it's just because it's a really fun story. I told my coworkers that I stole a car in 10th grade, and they didn't believe me, so I just need Adam to verify that.
She did, 10th grade.
Well, there you go. It happened.
So you drove a shopping cart 3 miles through the freezing cold to...
Maybe you should tell us why you're here, Adam, with little Miss Tight Sweater and her disgusting coffee. Which, if I could just get a top up. Sure.
Okay. Well, this is awkward, but me and Bridge have been seeing each other.
Wow. Bridge.
I didn't know if I was supposed to tell you. It's not like there's a rule book for
Oh,
this.
what about the rule book of respect?
No,
Do you roast your own beans?
Okay, guys, it's fine. Look, Adam's moving on. I'm moving on too. I just started taking skydiving lessons, so we're both killing it. We should go.
We have to wait for the scooter to charge.
Okay, we should sit.
You wouldn't happen to have a scale we could use, would you? Forget it.
You okay?
Huh? Yeah.
Okay, because you look a little bit like a disgruntled Keebler elf about to shoot up the treehouse.
It's like he wants to be mad at me, so he just comes up with these little excuses. You know, like he'll take the trash out when it's half full, just so we can be like, there's another thing Jonah didn't do.
I only take my trash out when it topples over like a Jenga tower.
Right? Thank you. Maybe we should be roommates.
Well, I'd have to run your credit check.
Oh, yeah?
What's your debt-to-income ratio?
I want to say 7? Is that...
That is not
that bad?
good.
No?
No.
Well, I ran into a lot of trouble with my Eddie Bauer Discover card. College.
Yeah.
Well, that was mortifying for you.
I was there, Dina. What are you doing? I told you, I'm creamy. Year of creamy. Quick, take something. Hurry, come on, go. Don't feel me now. There I go.
Yes, queen!
Bye. I took this from the lawn of my ex-husband's girlfriend.
So, you put water in his shampoo?
I was diluting it to make more.
Oh.
Okay? Wow, I am the worst roommate ever.
I mean, I wouldn't call you great.
Yeah.
But at least... Nope, I got nothing.
Jeez. Maybe my Christmas present to Garrett should be a night off from me.
Well, I know this dive bar that's open all night Christmas Eve. They have a pool table and one of those video poker machines
Oh.
that's just sexual for no reason.
Oh, well that sounds festive. Yeah. I could stay at like a creepy motel nearby.
Yeah. Or, I don't know, maybe we'll hit it off and you'll end up at my place.
getting crazy.
I told you guys I am a psycho.
Oh, yeah, you gotta let Cramey out more often. But call her something else, because that name sucks.
Hey man, I'm gonna crash elsewhere tonight. So not in like a spiteful way or anything. Just Merry Christmas.
Okay. Thanks.
And I can just like send you the address of where we're gonna be.
I'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll just drop a pin and text it to you then.
Okay.
Well, I think I finally figured out these Christmas lights. See if you can still call this fine.
Wow, Christmas lights. I've never experienced the miracle of little light bulbs in a string before. It's super lame.
Yeah, super lame.
Where's Jonah? He would love this.
You know, I went to college on a pool scholarship.
Right.
I'm really good at pool.
Hello? Really? Yeah, hold on. You guys! Jerry's out of his coma! Is anyone sober enough to take him to the hospital? I'll be right there.
Thank you all for coming in early. There's been an unfortunate incident we need to discuss.
What's that in your ear?
Nothing. I got it pierced. No big deal.
Oh, wait, hold up. What are we working with here? Is that a snake or a lightning
No,
bolt?
this is not what I'm here. It's a guitar, an electric guitar. Anyway, Roger from the cafe, as most of you may have heard, has been let go for releasing a Facebook video in which he was behaving in a manner that Cloud9 does not condone.
Oh, just say it. He farted in the cups.
We all saw the video.
What? I didn't see it.
It's been taken down.
Guys,
I saved it. I'll send it to you.
Thanks, man.
I don't understand. Who even thinks of farting in cups as something to do?
It's so gross, especially in the kitchen.
If you think about it, it's not that gross. Farts are just air.
Cheyenne, that's beautiful.
But it's not exactly true. Fart air has billions of fecal particles in it. I mean, that's what causes the smell. Feces in your nose.
I thought the gas just smelled.
Fart ingredient.
Okay, no, we don't need to do that. That's fine. I think the lesson here is be careful what you post on social media.
Shouldn't the lesson be don't fart in cups?
Yes, in a perfect world, people wouldn't fart in cups, but we live in the real world.
When you say be careful, what are we not allowed to post? Because I do a lot of Instagram videos, and they can be pretty edgy.
Do you fart in cups?
No.
And I think we're pretty good.
You know what? I'm going to take a look at everybody's social media, make sure everything's above board.
No, that's not necessary. Everybody here can self-police.
Why self-police when you can have actual police?
Ha! Wait, these cups?
Hey guys, it's your girl Kelly. Check out how many balloons this guy has bought.
What are you guys watching?
Kelly's Instagram videos. They're adorable.
It better be somebody's birthday.
Too funny.
But it probably was someone's birthday.
I know, right? She nailed it.
Okay. Is the joke that it's so boring? Or?
Oh, did you guys see the one with the orange?
Wait.
Hey guys, it's your girl Kelly. So I've been trying to open this orange for like 5 minutes. It's pretty much just unpeelable. Here, watch.
Okay, seriously? That is my life.
I don't understand this. I sent out a mass email to all our rewards customers, to apologize for the attack on the cups. And look.
Dear valued customer, when humans eat food, it's processed in the intestines, producing gas. Wow, you really took it from the top.
Yeah, of course. But then look, a huge number of these things bounce back. And that makes me me worried that it's either Russian hackers.
Could be them.
Or I
That's their
picked up a
style.
virus looking at those baptism videos, maybe?
That's where they are.
Or an employee's inventing fake customers.
Why would anybody do that?
Well, because you get $1 for every rewards card that you sign up.
What? You get $1 per blue card? Since when?
Since always. You know, so theoretically, employees could just fill out a bunch of fake forms, and over time, God, that would really add up.
That's something I can't believe people haven't been doing the entire time.
Yeah. It'd be almost impossible to trace.
I get it.
Except almost all of these customers were signed up by the same employee.
Really? Who?
I sign up a lot of rewards customers. I mean, I can't remember every single one.
It's just that I've noticed they seem to have really unusual names. Ned Duracell, Jim Toblerone, and just this morning you signed up Martin Nestle.
Oh, Martin. Yeah, I remember him. Good guy. Nice family.
Mateo, can you think of any reason why Martin's email bounced back?
He gave me a fake email?
That's one reason. But another one is, and I'm not accusing you of this, but maybe you made him up?
What? Glenn! Wow.
Cheyenne, I need your help accessing people's social media before we have another scandal. I feel like that lady from Scandal. Is her name Scandal?
Can't you just do it yourself?
Don't do social media. Never have, never will. Don't want anyone tracking me. I only use the internet for 2 things. Buying birdseed, watching porn. Besides, it'll be fun. Couple of gals clicking and clacking around the net.
Are you asking me or telling me I have to?
I'm telling you have to, but in a way that makes it sound like I'm asking you.
Okay, then I guess I will.
You sure?
Are you doing it again?
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's your girl Kelly. You know how sometimes you get a shopping cart with a bad wheel? Well, this one has a really bad wheel, aka no wheel. Check it out. Wheel fail.
Wait, really? What am I missing here? This is lame.
No, I know. So
Hey
lame.
guys, it's your girl Kelly. I'm just having a little breakfast, the most important meal of the day. Although some people refuse to eat it.
All your cereals have marshmallows. It's like you're a 9-year-old.
Oh. Hey, I might need a ride home later today. Do you happen to know where Kelly lives?
Let me see. I think I heard she lives over in Soulard now.
Okay, yeah, great. And what side of the bed does she sleep on?
What? Well, I don't. Why would? You know.
I know.
I wasn't like trying to not tell you or anything. We've just been kind of laying low. You know, it hasn't actually been that long.
Jonah, relax. It's fine. I think it's great. It's great. Kelly's sweet.
She is.
And besides, I'm kind of relieved. I couldn't figure out why you like those dumb videos.
Dumb.
I mean, I don't mean dumb. I just mean like, I can't peel this orange. It's not exactly a TED Talk.
I like her videos.
Mm-hmm. You like her something.
Whatever. You know what? You're just jealous.
Someone's flattering himself.
No, I meant jealous that everybody loves her videos.
Yeah, I know that's what you meant. And why would I be jealous of her videos? Oh, she filmed herself microwaving ramen and she got 100 people to view it. Yeah, she's Sofia Coppola.
You couldn't do it.
Please, you could get 100 people to watch anything.
Fine, then do it. 100 views. By the end of the day, loser has to clean the rat traps.
Okay, well then you're on, and I hope you like dead rats.
I hope you like failure.
I hope you like me winning bets.
Sick burn.
Shut up. Hi, it's Cloud9 Amy, coming at you from Cloud9 in St. Louis, Missouri, between aisles 7 and 8. Oh, look! It's the 2-for-1 sale! How come you never hear 1 for 2? Oh, probably because no one would ever pay twice as much. All right, that is bad. Can you please not watch me?
How could I not? It's riveting.
Hi, it's Cloud9 Amy.
Hundreds of fake blue cards? How long have you been doing this?
I started my second day. I thought everyone did it. I mean, it's kind of obvious.
Not to everyone.
Oh, hey, Glenn. It was really bugging me that Martin Nestle lied about his email address, so I did some digging and I found his actual email on his company website.
Boogie Time Boogie Boards Incorporated. That doesn't look like a very professional website, does it?
I know, right? These beach bum types. Anyway, there he is. Martin Nestle, CEO.
Huh. That looks like the guy from Twilight.
You saw Twilight?
No. Drusha said I shouldn't, so I didn't.
I guess it kind of looks like him if you squint. So funny, you know who that is.
Hey, let's see if they have a page for buying a boogie board on there, huh?
I don't think that link is up yet.
Click on the About, where it tells you the story of how the company started.
Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have a moment to watch a short video?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just moved here from Tampa.
Oh, Garrett, have you watched my video yet?
No. Why?
Because I'm trying to prove to Jonah that I can get more views than Kelly.
Oh, because they're dating?
What? No, that doesn't have anything to do with it. This is about having a web presence. Jeez, Garrett, get with it.
You're right. I'll work on my self-awareness.
Come on, still only 12 views. Attention Cloud9 shoppers! Who likes viral videos? Ma'am.
Man, Facebook is a bust. It's all baby photos and quizzes about which Longmire character you are.
Cool, then I guess we can stop?
Hang on. Elias went on a date with 2 women?
Probably just his wife's sister or something.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh my god. Elias is in a throuple.
Thruple. Is that like when 3 hideous people get together?
Just 3 people. But yeah, they usually are.
Hey, Glenn. There's a customer here who wants to talk to a manager.
Hello, Glenn Sturgis speaking.
Yes, this is Martin Nestle.
Hello, Mr. Nestle.
Trace this call.
Yeah, I don't have that technology.
I signed up for a blue card, and I think I may have given the wrong email.
Okay, well, thank you for calling to tell us. Are you tracing this call? While I have you on the phone, what did you think of the employee who signed you up? His name's Mateo. And I think he's a real dummy. A Class A stinker.
What are you saying about it?
Oh.
Mr.
Sturgis, I need to get back to work.
Oh, okay then. Well, have a heavenly day.
Who are you talking to?
Martin Nestle.
Lost the trace.
Did you know Marcus has a podcast called Celebrities I Would Bone? And in every episode, he just lists celebrities he would bone.
And there is an audience out there for anything. Oh, wow. Okay, you're gonna love this. Remember Anna, who had to leave to take care of her sick mom? Well, turns out her sick mom is also a boob surgeon.
Wow. She went too big. She's gonna have back problems.
Waste of money. She should have fixed her face first.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. You were supposed to go on your break 10 minutes ago.
Oh, that's okay. I'll just sit here and eat my lunch with you.
What is this? Just a woman going insane.
Maybe if we took her phone away.
Don't even think about it.
Yo, 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 it's Cloud9 Amy doing my trick, zoning this aisle to make it look sick. You want batteries? I got loads of D's and some frozen peas full of vitamin C. Self-check yourself before you wreck yourself. Self-check yourself before you wreck yourself. Self-check yourself before you wreck yourself. Get it? So?
Wow, Amy.
So fun.
It's a work in progress, and I know it's corny. That's what makes it funny, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Is this because Jonah's dating Kelly?
Definitely.
I went went to theater camp for 2 summers. That was my Audrey 2 voice.
Calm down. It was fine.
There is no way you should have gotten away with this.
I'm just jealous.
I am, and I'm not even trying to hide it.
Mateo, I want to apologize, both for the things that I said about you and for thinking that you would ever make up a customer.
This is hard. I was accused of a crime by my boss and role model.
Take the win.
I want to make it up to you. How about lunch? We'll go up to the beef barn and get a table right near the tractor.
You know, I am actually starting to get over it.
Mateo, he's trying to apologize to you.
A nice long lunch? Just the 2 of you? Oh, so lucky.
Glenn, you know, maybe lunch isn't enough. You were really rude to him.
Oh, yeah, you were. Maybe stop by a few museums or something on the way.
I suppose we could.
Dude, lunch sounds great. Lunch.
Terrific. I can't wait.
Feeling less jealous.
Kate Upton, Ariana Grande, Serena Williams, 1994 Meryl Streep, 1995 Meryl Streep, and the Wonder Woman chick. Celebrities I Would Bone is brought to you by Blue Apron, a better way to cook.
God, that hour flies by.
Head into the kitchen where we make our tasty treats. Y'all can just kick it while I drop the sick beat. These videos are so stupid.
2 women want that inside them.
What would it take to get you to sleep with Elias?
435 grand. I have a figure for everyone here. Yours is only 75 bucks, by the way.
Oh, thank you. About Glenn.
There's not enough money in the world.
This is so stupid. All of these videos are stupid. Not everything needs to be documented. Look at where I am. Look at what I ate for lunch today. Nobody cares. We're all becoming these narcissistic attention whores. How about we
Okay, at some point she's got to see the rats.
one another? Well, you know what? Watch, don't watch. I don't care. But if you like what you saw, you can follow me on Snapchat, Instagram, and Twitter. I'm at Cloud9AMD.
I don't think she saw the rats.
I don't think so.
I am really looking forward to this, Mateo. I don't get to take my employees to lunch very often.
Well, you're lucky ones, I guess.
Yeah, I got to take Jonah to lunch once. I really got to know him. You know, his interests, his background, his voice.
No?
Hey, and since we're going to Clayton, you know what's on the way? Martin Nestle's office. Maybe we should drop by. Unless there's some reason you don't want to go.
Nope. I would love to visit Martin.
Great.
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 Oh, hey, Jonah, will you help me read something real quick? Bam! 15,000 views.
Yep.
And I only posted it half an hour ago, which means there must be a real appetite for smart social commentary.
I guess I'm cleaning the rat traps.
Yeah, I guess you are.
Oh, hey, speaking of the rat traps, did you get a chance to watch the video before you posted it?
No? Why?
I know I never explicitly said not to post videos of rat infestations in the kitchen, but I thought I didn't need to.
Look, I'm sorry. I should have watched the video before I posted it.
How about if we just stop posting videos of the store, period?
Whoa, no way. Any screw up shouldn't overshadow the fact that there's some really terrific filmmaking going on, like Kelly's.
Oh my god, thank you so much.
Okay, I'm gonna start compiling a list of all the things we should not be posting about, starting with farting in cups and rat infestation.
Again, didn't know the rats were there.
Why did you have to make a video at all? Is it about fame?
No.
Murdering a clown. That's something that we shouldn't post online.
Murdering a clown.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, murdering a clown.
You could just write anything illegal.
Look, Amy, are you going through some kind of a midlife crisis? Is that it?
Is that a new earring?
Yes, it's a peace sign.
No, I was just trying to prove that I could make a video that could get a bunch of views.
Does this have something to do with Jonah dating Kelly?
Jonah and Kelly?
What? posted about it on the internet.
Thank you.
Do we need to fill out one of those relationship disclosures?
Oh, I'm sorry. You want to know if you need to let corporate know that two low-level floor workers are in a relationship? Yeah, I'm sure. Let me call a board meeting.
Feels like misplaced aggression.
Are we calling it a relationship?
Oh, I just meant for
No,
the...
I mean,
Are you...
okay if you...
Yeah, no, I'm cool.
Cool.
Weird that this is a boogie board company.
Guess he runs his business out of his home? Less overhead. He's obviously not here, so we...
Hello?
Oh, hello. So sorry to bother you, but is Martin Nestle here?
Who?
Martin Nestle. This is Boogie Time Boogie Board Incorporated, isn't it?
What's a boogie board?
And 11 stitches there.
Wow, you really do have a lot of scars.
Well, that's why I switched to birds. Chimps are very violent, and they're constantly masturbating. Birds do it less. And when a bird orgasms, it's the most beautiful song you've ever heard.
It's cool.
It is. It is cool. Gosh. You know, I'm actually almost excited Roger decided to fart in all those cups and film it because it gave us a chance to get to know each other better.
Want to know something funny?
Yeah.
I was the one who filmed him doing it. Stop. Plus, I dared him to do it. I was like, I bet you can't fart into those cups, even though I totally knew he could.
That's hilarious.
I know, right?
Oh my gosh. Wow. I just gotta go grab the form to write you up. Oh, but thank you so much for sharing that with me. It means a lot.
Oh my god.
So, guess that's it then.
There's no Martin Nestle. I made them up. I made them all up. But I am sorry.
See, that I find difficult to believe.
Okay, what can I do to show you that I mean it?
Let me just make a quick call.
You don't really have to clean out the rat traps.
A bet is a bet, and you won.
Yeah, that's not exactly how I wanted to win. Here, I'll give you a hand.
All right, let's do this.
All right.
You already have help.
Well, I worked fast food jobs through high school, so I know my way around a rat trap.
So many talents.
Your weapon?
Right. Oh.
Okay, well then I guess I will just leave you to it.
Cool. Later. That is just blueberry soda. So it is.
I now baptize you for the forgiveness of your sins.
I feel it working.
That's the Jesus! Now, come on, I'll buy you that magnet from the gift shop.
$5 says best actor or actress dedicates their Golden Globe to the troops.
I'll bet you 10 someone rolls their R too hard talking about a foreign film.
$5 says they cut to the wrong person of color at least twice.
Where are we watching this year?
Jerusha's ovulating, so we'll probably just have it on in the background on TV on a dresser. Ugh.
If anyone wants to come to the hospital, I'll be watching with Jerry.
Pass.
Guys, what are you talking about? We're gonna do it at my place, like always.
You're doing it this year?
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
Well, just figure you don't have to.
No, that's unnecessary.
I think everybody just thought you weren't going to have the party this year, you know, with your marriage croaking and all.
What? I am perfectly capable of throwing a party by myself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I am. You guys, it's gonna be great. I'm gonna barbecue.
Adam was kind of the barbecue guy, right? I mean, that brisket.
So
kidding me?
smoky.
That sauce.
Well, I know where to get the sauce. That's easy.
You really don't have to do this.
you can host a party next year when your life isn't in shambles.
You guys, my life is not in shambles.
He didn't mean shambles. He meant your life has fallen to pieces.
What do you think shambles are? They're pieces.
Shambles implies more of a disaster wreckage situation.
I'll tell you who deserves an award for life least in shambles.
Oh, Rooney Mara.
Yes.
She is killing it.
Yes, love her. Also, me.
Guys, Rooney Mara's family owns 2 NFL teams. She was born on third base.
That's baseball.
I know sports.
I got it. Tatters. Amy's life is in tatters.
Oh, Dina, you're 3 hours early.
Yeah, I came to help you set up. It's what best friends do.
Oh, we're best friends.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm yours. You're my number 4, and technically I count twins as one person.
Come on in.
Oof. Guess we are going to have to prioritize this. Why don't you tackle the walls, and I'll try and do something about that smell. Where's the white vinegar and ammonia kept?
There's no smell. It smells like a regular house.
This is classic us. I try to improve you, you fight it, ultimately you submit and are better for it. I also wouldn't wear this.
Yeah, no, I'm not wearing sweats to my party.
Great! You're gonna make a swan out of you yet. Okay, why don't you go change, and I will do a quick vibrator sweep.
Ugh, I'm overdressed. I thought going to a Golden Globes party was like you dress for the Golden Globes.
I think you look nice.
I'm just nervous. You know, I mean, I feel like I'm still not part of the group.
No, you're part of the group. It's like if this was the Scooby-Doo gang, you would be Scrappy-Doo. A late addition, but everybody loved him.
Everyone hated Scrappy Doo. He only got to hang out with them because he was related to Scooby.
Whoa, somebody's overdressed. I've seen less sparkles at a pride parade.
Did you notice? All the photos of Adam are gone.
Yeah, creepy.
Everyone enjoying themselves? Party pretty shambles free so far?
Yeah, it's fine.
What are you drinking?
I'm having a rum and coke.
I don't think that's what it's called.
I'm having a master of rum.
There you go, Master Rum. I'm gonna go fill up my handmaid's ale.
Clever name.
Amy!
Glenn, Jerusha, I'm so glad.
So sorry to hear about Adam.
Oh, it's okay. It's fine. It's great, actually.
You know, sometimes when you aren't happy, it's better to be divorced than to stay in the marriage.
Yeah, and that's why
A lot of people are happier after they get divorced than when they were married.
Yeah, no, I know.
Like Jennifer Lopez. He read an article.
I read it too. Yeah.
I read it, then he read it.
Totally. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Oh, I made you a hummingbird.
Wow.
Jerusha has a knack for finding the perfect animal for anybody's personality.
I do.
I'm a Labrador.
Well, thank you. Thanks. I am gonna put that where people put things like this.
Unfortunately, we can't stay long because we have to go home early to make a baby.
Well, we're gonna try together, the two of us, with his and my.
Jerusha.
Oh my God! You know, I saw at the gas station the other day. Mustard Man.
No.
Oh, how was he?
Yes, was he pumping petrol?
Where might I find the aluminium?
But next to the vitamins.
Who is this?
It was from before you started. It was like this guy that used to come in all the time.
And he liked mustard?
And he liked mustard? Are you making fun of us?
Oh, no.
No, he was just like this like old fancy guy, you know, like from the Grey Poupon commercials.
Pardon me, but do you have any bags of mulch?
Sounded exactly like that.
I don't think I've seen that commercial.
Yeah, you have. It's from the 90s. Grey Poupon commercial?
Mm-mm. How have you never seen the Grey Poupon commercial?
I don't know. But it sounds funny.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
Oh no. No.
So it took all 3 frogs to say Budweiser?
The sounds they made together was Budweiser. It wasn't that they were saying it. Those are just the sounds that they made as frogs. I don't know how to explain it anymore, okay? But people in America thought it was pretty darn impressive, so...
It was like a really big commercial.
Is this like a mannequin situation?
Hey, Jonah, can I get your help for a minute?
Yeah, sure. I'll be right back.
What's
You remember that one,
Oh, yeah.
right?
So, I put the food on the grill 3 hours ago. Turns out there was nothing in the propane tank, so...
We could present it as tartare. Okay, relax. You're putting too much pressure on the food. People aren't here to eat barbecue. They're here to hang out and watch the globes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right.
Amy, your TV's not working.
No. I don't get it. Why do you have all these remotes that do absolutely nothing? I mean, this is a straight up calculator.
Oh.
You have another calculator. You have a third calculator.
They're useful.
Hey, have you tried unplugging it and then plugging it back in? That always worked on my aunt's breathing machine.
Why don't you just call Adam?
I'm not gonna call up my ex and ask him, how do I turn on the TV? That would be weird.
It could be the thing that brings you back together. Men love a woman in need. When Glenn and I were dating, I faked a lot of heart attacks.
Oh my God, don't die, don't die.
That's how we got to first base.
God, I can't even with this. Okay, I'm gonna go watch it at home.
No. Please stay. Emma knows how to fix the TV. I'll just call her real quick. Nobody go anywhere.
Oh, Amy, you remember Jerry?
Yeah. Jerry, hi. You made it.
This is his first time out since the coma. So, say hi, Jerry. Just give him 1 second. He's got it.
Hi, Jerry.
Oh, I heard Amy. That was good job.
Great.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stay good. That was really good.
We're doing this. We can park this car. Yes. Crank it. Oh, okay. One more time.
People are getting antsy. Maybe we should just order pizza.
No, we're not ordering pizza. I can't have the TV not work and not do the barbecue. That plays right into this shambles narrative.
And we're just pretending your life is fine.
Yes. I mean, it is.
That was good, I believe that.
Okay, I'm just gonna microwave it.
Oh,
I don't think
no. That's probably not going to be very appetizing.
It's fine. We'll just put sauce on it.
How thick is the sauce?
Who are you wearing?
Oh, I don't know. I can check the label.
It doesn't matter. I don't know designers. I'm Terusha.
Kelly, I feel like I overdressed.
When I saw you across the room, I thought you were a prostitute. That's a compliment.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna make you a squirrel. Some people think squirrels are just rats, but they're not.
Oh. It was nice talking to you.
The reception in this area is horrible.
Must be the old magnet factory.
I hope everyone's hungry because the meat looks real meaty.
Hey, Amy, what's your Wi-Fi password?
Oh, I don't know it.
You don't know your own password?
No, because Adam made the password and I can't remember it. And you have to have a password to get online to change the password. And I don't have the password, so I can't do that.
You know what? We should just all go to PF Chang's and watch it there.
No! Then you're gonna miss all my snarky comments about the dresses.
Oh, you mean when you say the person just looks like whatever fruit the color of their dress is?
Remember last time when Natalie Portman looked like a sexy banana and I was like, girl, come on with your banana self.
Let's go.
are you doing?
We gotta go right now.
No. Dinner's almost ready.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a great Golden Globes party. Thank you. It's gonna be even better when you get the food and the Golden Globes on.
No, but once you leave, then everyone else is gonna think it's okay to leave.
I know, but Jerusha, it's ovulating right now. Amy, I don't know how many good eggs she has left, with her age and all that line dancing. Sorry.
No. Do it here.
What?
Do it here. I couldn't. Yes, you can. Why not? Please, Glenn, please. If you've ever cared about me ever, then go have sex on my bed. As many times as you want.
How about a game? Huh? Who wants to play crazy scabies? Floor shorts? Or I guess there is enough of us we could play Hassle the Fishmonger, but we'd have to move the couch.
Yeah, no one's ever heard of any of those games.
Seriously? None of you. Well, what did you do as kids when your mom was out with the men from the bank?
Hey, guys, Kelly knows a game that she can teach everybody. What we played at your sister's.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, so the game is called Answers. And you can only ask questions, or you can only reply with questions. Now, if you answer a question, or you question and answer, then you lose points. And you can only make it to the next round once everybody has put in their bid or an overture.
You know what? Actually, we could just maybe start playing the game, and everybody will get it as we go.
I'm already annoyed. Is that part of the game?
2 points. Oh boy, and now Elias gets 3 points because he located the conductor.
I thought I was the conductor.
Oh no! You gave it away.
Oh, that was a secret?
Does anyone understand this game?
2 questions in a row. I call founder Triple Bridge.
Jerry gets it.
Okay, but why am I holding hands with Brett?
I don't know, I didn't ask you to do that.
This is fun. This game is fun. This party is fun. Fun game, fun party.
Fun everything. Everything is fun now. It's still fun because it was fun before.
We could still play floor shorts. All I need is 14 pairs of shorts and a 12-sided die.
Okay. I came here to watch the Globes, not sit around starving in some sad divorced woman's house. Brett, let go of my hand.
Guys, if we take off right now, we can still get spots at the Chang's bar before the dads on dates get there.
Thank you.
No. And Emma's gonna be here in like 5 minutes. She's gonna fix the TV. And also the food's almost ready. And the food is gonna be like so good. Like P.F. Chang's, get out of here. Good.
Chang's level? Come on, girl.
Nobody move! Sit the down! Garrett, wheel it back in. Now, we all committed to coming here and having fun. So we are gonna have fun! Stop complaining and start enjoying yourselves right now! It's a great time.
This is like a hostage situation. I mean, we can't leave. They're denying us food.
Not allowed to watch the Golden Globes.
Hope they're done before Emma gets here. Emma's not coming. She never was. We're on our own.
Can someone please just start talking? I don't care what it is. It could be literally anything, just as long as it's at a raised volume. That would be ideal.
I met God. Okay. Black guy.
Okay, that looks good, right? Voila.
Pulls it
Yeah,
all
that's
together.
what it needed.
Hey, gang. With Jerusha's help, I was able to fix the broken table in the bedroom there.
It was broken. It was the front left leg.
Yeah. It was a two-person job, so the two of us did it.
We did it together. It was a big, solid oak leg. Father God, we thank you for this meal we're about to enjoy. We ask you to bless it with your light. Father God, we pray that all our efforts are rewarded and that this food replenishes our spent and tired bodies. Amen.
Amen.
Father God.
That was beautiful, Jerusha.
Yeah, nice and tight.
Okay, great. Well, who is ready for some BBQ? Don't be shy. I know you guys are starving, so dig in. Garrett?
Me? Well, wow, thank you. I am so hungry. I am, but I'm going to start with the bread.
This coleslaw looks yummy.
Yeah, coleslaw. Me too.
Great. Meat anyone? Sandra? Would you like a rib, brisket, some bok bok chicken?
I filled up on water before I came. Ugh, always do that.
Well, I can't wait because this is the best sauce in all of St. Louis. I was surprised they had any. Usually they're sold out. That sauce is, the more you chew, the better it is. Anybody want any meat? Nobody? Really? Nobody? Nobody wants meat?
I'll take some.
Aren't you vegan?
Huh, yeah, just for like 20 years. But when I see meat that looks that delicious, I have to make an exception.
No, Tina, you don't have to eat that.
Oh, I guess this is what he used to stand on. They just took off the little foot. I'm going to eat a bird now. I'm going to eat a bird now. I'm gonna... Wow! But is it worth it for that taste? Yum!
Dina, you okay in there?
Guys, look, this party is a bust. You guys were right. My life is in shambles.
Oh, sweetie. Of course it is.
Hey, come on. You're overreacting. So dinner was a little messed up, and the TV doesn't work.
At a party where the two things you're supposed to do is eat dinner and watch TV.
Okay, yeah, but it's not like somebody died or something.
That's how you judge the success of a party. No fatalities.
2 people died at my prom. We had it on a boat. It was really sad.
And yet you kept the dress.
Just give yourself a break. I mean, you've never been on your own before. It takes some getting used to.
Yeah, it's like Jerry basically had to relearn everything. He thought it would never get any better, but he already knows the difference between wet and dry.
See? You're going to be just fine.
A woman from my church got divorced because she married a man from Facebook. It turns out he was already married to several other women and one man from Singapore. Took all her money. He was on Dateline. Least you're not on Dateline.
Yeah.
Hey, Amy. I'd say something supportive because you're my friend, but it's not what I do.
I understand. Bye.
Bye.
Sorry about everything.
Thank you for having us.
We're going to wash your sheets. Just something we like to do after parties.
Keep them.
Do you want to go to Chang's? And watch the losers who've drunken interviews at the after parties.
Want to come? Kelly, you want to come?
Oh, I thought you... Am I invited?
Yeah, that's why I said, Kelly, you want to come?
I would love that. Thanks. Hey, you guys want to hit up Chang's? The whole gang's going. You feel like coming?
Oh, no, I got a lot of meat to eat. I gotta clean up and...
You sure?
Yeah.
Pro tip, throw the microwave away.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm just gonna move.
We should do this more often.
Yeah, next weekend, same chicken.
Hey.
Garrett was like, Kelly, you coming?
Oh, see? Scrappy-Doo.
The Globes may be over, but the party is just getting started.
Yes!
From the snubs to the OMG moments, we've got you covered. Stay tuned for exclusive interviews.
Hey, you're still here.
Yeah,
take a shower?
Oh, trust me, he would not have wanted me to take a bath.
Hashtag racist.
Hey, you fixed it. Look who's crawling out of rock bottom.
Hey, thank you for trying to help me.
That's what I do. I'm gonna need to borrow some bottoms. Also some tops.
A few last bits of housekeeping. We switched the aisle 6 end cap, so don't be alarmed. The softball team will once again not be happening. And lastly, we found out that Jerusha has an abnormally shaped uterus, which will prevent her from getting pregnant. So if any of you know any women who might like to carry our baby, let me know. Any questions about softball? Okay then, well, Jeff, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that warm reception.
I mean, you're here a lot.
True. Today's not about me, though. It's about something big. Bigger than all of us.
Is it your forehead?
No. Hi, Mateo. Sales are up this quarter. We are within $80,000 of reclassification. If we can make that by the end of the day, we will go from being a AAA store to a... See where I'm going?
No.
Reclassified as a...
Nobody's following you, just finish.
Quadruple A. Guys, we're going to be a quad A store. We're going to be a high volume store. Woo! Huh? Any questions? Gary.
Abnormally shaped how?
Okay, well, if a woman's uterus is normally shaped like a V, Jerusha's is kind of like a corkscrew, kind of like a duck's. Wait, I'll draw it.
I meant questions about the reclassification.
What are we now?
We're AAA. I just said that.
So this would be one more A then?
Exactly. Believe me, you guys are going to love this.
So do we get anything, or?
Yes, you get a sense of pride, a sense of accomplishment. Quad A stores are the first to feature new products. Once they take our cafeteria and transfer it into a Pizza Hut, there's going to be people...
Whoa. Did you just say Pizza Hut?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, okay.
Well, that's... Like we're famous or something?
Point of clarification, Jeff. Would it have the soda, too?
Yeah, I believe so.
There she is.
Give me the marker, because someone just made $1,000 sale.
It was Brett.
I know. I just like filling in the thermometer. It's very satisfying.
Is Pizza Hut that great?
When you've been here long enough, any change is amazing. Plus, it's like, where do you work? Cloud9, the regular one? No, the one with the Pizza Hut.
It seems odd that Jeff waited until today to tell us about all this. And he was selling it so hard. Believe me, you're gonna love it. That's what my dad said before he moved out and got his own place.
Oh, boo-hoo. Poor Jonah. Both of his parents were homeowners. What a tragedy.
Actually, it was his friend's condo. That's not gonna help.
You're just looking for problems.
Maybe, but there's a quad A in Crestwood. We could go over there at lunch, check it out maybe, just to be safe.
I mean, it's not the worst idea.
Hey, keep your eye on the prize. Okay?
It's a good point.
Is it?
I honestly didn't know how many candidates we'd get from a Craigslist ad.
Wonderful things can happen in all sorts of ways.
I agree. But you did see the part where we said we couldn't afford the going rate for surrogates. I mean, I know the agencies say it could be as much as $50,000, but we've only saved 20.
Oh, 20 is more than enough.
Oh. Which we can only give you 15.
It's not a problem.
Sorry, I meant 10.
That's low.
Okay, no, 15. We agree on 15.
Right. You should go with this one. It's 4K.
What does 4K mean?
Oh. The first K is knowledge, and then the second K...
4K televisions have 8.3 megapixels. The human eye is literally incapable of appreciating a finer resolution than this.
Wow. Okay, I'll take it.
There you go.
It has all of the channels.
Okay, so Charles Marquard, this is your American Express business card.
Yep.
and you don't have an ID with you.
Left at the office.
And you'd like to purchase an Xbox One and a pile of candy.
Yeah, for the kids.
What kind of business you in?
Oil and gas.
Well, if it was me, I might pick up a second Xbox, have one upstairs, have one downstairs.
Okay.
You're a good dad, Mr. Marquardt.
Okay, as soon as we hit 80,000, drop the balloons, hit the music, get a candid picture of me celebrating with everybody to send to corporate.
Got it. Hey, now let's talk dancers. How many are we talking? And all dudes?
Maybe no dancers.
Music and balloons with no dancers? That's gonna look insane, but fine.
Jeff, new hat? Yeah, I splurged, It's a huge day. It's a very huge day.
Definitely. We were wondering if you could maybe tell us a little bit more about what we can expect once the store becomes Quad A.
Oh, well, yeah, things are pretty much going to be the same.
Well, but earlier you said it would be better.
Yes, obviously better, and the same.
Nice. That sounds amazing.
Right. Is there any possibility that it could maybe get worse?
You know what? There's a lot of liars out there, okay? Look for people who have scores to settle, perhaps, and don't believe everything you hear.
What would we have heard?
Well, I don't know, but whatever it is, it would have been untrue. That's why it's a paradox. Believe me, it's going to be great. Trust me.
Man, I can't wait for it to be great.
So, what's next?
You write me a check, and I can have a baby for you in as little as a week.
A week?
Oh, is that too long? I mean, if you're really impatient, I can get you one earlier, but you're not going to get to choose the color.
Turns out that when you can't pay top dollar, the surrogates you get are just a bunch of plops.
I'm sure you'll find someone.
I don't know. Sometimes I think that maybe God is trying to send me a message that people in their late 50s shouldn't conceive a child.
That's crazy talk. You guys are gonna have a killer baby. Everyone's gonna want to carry it.
Yeah, right. Would you?
Of course I would.
Really? You mean that?
Absolutely.
Thank you! Oh my God. Oh, Jerusha, this is a blessed day. I found her.
Wow, it is busy here.
Is it always like this?
Welcome to the show, people. Welcome to the show.
Excuse me. Hi. Sorry to interrupt. Can I ask you a question?
Oh, sure.
Do you like working here?
I love working here. It's the best job I've ever had.
Great. Thank you.
Have a heavenly day.
All right.
See? Best job she's ever had. Where I come from, something being the best thing usually means it's pretty good.
Oh, hey, sorry. Just out of curiosity, what's the worst part of your job?
No part. It's wonderful. It's the best job I've ever had. Have a heavenly day.
You hear that? That was two best job I ever had.
It's a colloquialism, like it is what it is, or women be shopping.
Excuse me. Hi. How long have you been working here?
Well, it's been the best job I've ever had for about 4.5 years. Best job I've ever had. Have a heavenly day.
People love it here, obviously.
Oh, sorry about that. Jerusha is making embroidery of your face on a rabbit's body. To say thank you. And she wanted something she could work with. Could you profile?
So Jerusha's on board.
Yeah. It just means so much to us that you're willing to do this.
Means so much to me. So she doesn't think that I'm, too young or irresponsible or stupid.
No.
Because, if you guys wanted to go with someone else, I wouldn't be offended.
Cheyenne, do you still want to do this?
Oh, definitely. Totally. You just, try and stop me.
I won't.
Yeah, the thing is,
Is it Bo?
Yeah, it's Bo. If it were up to me, I would just say, you put a baby in me right now, mister.
fun today?
Are you okay?
Well, she's fine. She does this every day.
Nothing.
You guys aren't supposed to be back here.
Relax, we're legit.
We work at the Ozark Highland store, and we're about to go quad A, so we just wanted to see what that was like.
They're quadding ya, huh?
Yeah, they're quadding us. So, what's it like?
Be straight with me. Polo to polo.
Honestly, you're screwed.
We cannot become a quad A.
I don't understand.
It's total chaos. Every day there is like Black Friday. It's hell.
Hell on steroids.
Isn't hell bad enough without adding steroids?
Everyone there is exhausted all the time. They are open 24 hours, which means they never have a chance to catch up.
So when do they have time to clean?
No, guys, we've come too far. We are this close to quad A. Now's not the time
They
to
don't let employees eat the pizza.
withdraw.
So what do we do?
We need to slow down sales.
Guys, when do they have time to clean?
They don't.
Well, then it never gets cleaned.
All right, you heard Amy, guys. Let's cross that finish line and become quad A.
Marcus, were you even listening?
Sorry, I got a text earlier. Honestly, I missed a lot of what you guys were saying.
Straight out the controller. Jay. Wagwan, this Rasta. Control the semi.
Oh?
Oh. Yo, what up, Spouse?
What are you doing here? Where's Harmonica?
Oh, she's at the zoo. She's good.
Oh, good. Bo's here. So why don't we all go have a chat, and see if we can't change your mind.
Yeah, let's do this.
Okay.
What are we gonna change my mind about?
I think you know.
Huh? I think I know?
You think you know.
Yeah, I called you and I was like, please, Bo, let me have Glenn's baby. And you were like, nah, girl, no way, no how. Okay, squash that noise. Peace.
Wow, that's crazy. It's like the way I remember it, that never happened at all. It's funny how perception is, you know what I'm saying?
Look, Bo, is there anything that Cheyenne and I can say to help you change your mind?
I don't know. It's like I want to be sex positive, but like on the other side of the hand, thinking about my wife banging an old couple.
No.
And would I get to go with Jerusha?
Almost definitely not.
Bo, I really want to do this for Glenn.
Well, I guess.
But I also understand your point that me having another man's baby might make you look like some kind of, I don't know, punk ass chump or something.
Yep.
It's okay. I accept your decision, and I'm disappointed. I respect that you guys would change your morals for a measly $20,000.
20 grand?
Of course, for Bo, it's not about the money.
I didn't know there was money. The couch was like a dare or something. Yo, for 20 grand, you can stick whatever you want in either of us. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, I made some quick shift assignment changes. Henry, Elias, you're in ladies' shoes. Mateo, you're in sports.
So what do I do?
Oh, Kelly, you're on register.
Oh, I've never done that before.
Oh, I know you're gonna be so bad at it.
Hey, Ames, what about me?
Oh, Marcus, yes, you just float. I want the customers to feel like you're everywhere.
Nice. MVP.
We also need someone to run interference on Jeff. Just keep him occupied with stories that are boring that no one would ever care about.
I will do my best to act like somebody who does that.
You don't need to act. I mean, you're brutal.
Dina, he knows what he is.
All right, guys, listen up. This is not a time for words, but I should say that this is a chance for this store to become bigger, to become more. But if we work together, we can stop that from happening.
All right, guys, bring it in. On 3.
Ow.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
No pushing.
Just stepped on my foot.
This is gonna work.
Attention Cloud9 shoppers, there is a carbon monoxide leak in the store. It's the silent killer, so you're gonna wanna go.
Find some apples, huh?
Oh. Nope, not that one.
I mean, maybe it was just who we are collectively as a nation at the time, but things just really felt like they could be solved.
I can't let you buy these.
What? Why?
It's been recalled, sorry.
All right, now it's buzzing at me like it's mad at me. Making some fruit salad?
My wife needs this. I promised her I'd get it.
She needs them? Nobody needs coconut shrimp.
Perhaps we've lost some innocence. Perhaps the collective zeitgeist of the country has soured.
Here, let me help you with that.
Woo!
Not today, bro.
Oh, we're in. But it's not turning. Almost.
But then it got good again, so I guess ultimately Bloodline was worth watching.
While that's fascinating, I'm not sure it constitutes an emergency that we need to talk about right now. So I got to get back in there, okay?
No, wait, no, that wasn't the emergency. No, that was just pre-emergency small talk. No, the emergency is you.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Jeff, come on. You're obviously going through something, and I just want you to know that I see you, and I am here if you ever want to talk.
I'd like that.
Oh, you would, yeah. Cool.
I'm torn. On one hand, that doesn't look good on you. On the other hand, what would?
Good work.
I'm just saying what I feel, and people do not like what they're hearing. I am a strong cup of coffee.
We're still under, and we only have 5 minutes till closing.
We might just crap this bed yet.
What's happening?
Did we hit our goal?
No, guys, this has to be a mistake. We're like thousands under.
No, we're not. I couldn't stop him.
Hell yeah! Hot tub, son! It's like we always dreamed of. It's gonna be like living in a Holiday Inn Express.
We can't afford a hot tub.
We got 20 grand now. That's literally an infinite amount of money.
No, Bo, you have to return that right now.
Can't. It's a floor model. No returns.
So what does that mean?
Congrats. We're officially Quad A. May God have mercy on us all.
This is a disaster. Why are you dropping balloons?
It's not my fault canceling a balloon drop looks the exact same as dropping balloons.
You think you know where your life is going, and then suddenly you're 40, running a rat race you don't even understand. You're trying to fix everything on the outside. So I get the boots, I get the earring, I get the light bulb.
The hat.
What's wrong with the hat? The hat's working.
Exactly. Yeah, nothing.
Where was I?
Okay, so I put all the important dates on this pregnancy calendar. See, like the implantation and the ultrasounds. So I guess you know what you're going to be doing with all your free time for the next 9 months.
Great. I'll be pregnant when it's really hot. That's fun.
Cheyenne, do you really want to do this?
Mm-hmm. I'm really happy about it.
Deal's off.
No, I can do it.
I don't want you to, because I don't want my baby carried by a huge stinker like you.
I'm a stinker. You're a fat bitch. Oh, wait. You're being nice.
No, I'm not being nice. I'm being mean. And I don't want a big stinky baby from a big stinker like you. Get out of my office. You're stinking up the place. P.U. Go take a bath and some tomatoes.
Quad A after all. We were so close.
I just gotta say, it's been a privilege taking breaks with you guys. I'm sitting here, looking at my phone while you guys are looking at your phones. I'm gonna miss it.
We never appreciated what we had here.
Let's relax. It was a crappy store.
Yeah, fair enough.
It'll be fine, you guys. We'll clean as we go. We'll clean as we go.
How do you get money stains off your hands?
What are you talking about?
You know how when you handle money, the ink comes off on your hands?
Another counterfeit.
But I used the pen thingy and it was yellow.
Yeah, that means fake. You want brown.
I thought it was if it's yellow, let it mellow. Wait, no, that's piss.
There are so many of these.
Where are we at?
We're not Quad A. We did it. You tiny little fool.
We're not number one. We're not, no, it doesn't work as well.
I guess it was when Mateo dumped me, you know? I just dove into my work because I thought that would be fulfilling, but so here I am on the cusp of having a Quad A store, and it's like if I want that, you know?
Oh, actually, we didn't make quad A.
What? Damn it!
Oh, no, it's gonna be...
No! No, 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 no! This is bad. I can't go home, Jonah. I bought a Subaru! That money's gone! Gone! I couldn't wait a week! 1 week! No discipline!
Hey, Glenn. Just wanted to let you know we didn't make the target. No quad A.
Oh, okay.
You all right?
Yeah, I'll be fine. I was so close to having a baby. But you want to be my surrogate?
The idea of carrying your child makes me want to put a bullet through my uterus.
I was joking. I don't want you to carry my baby if you paid me the $20,000.
Wait, you're paying $20,000 just for someone to squirt out your kid?
Yeah, a little bit more.
I mean, that's practically what I take home in a year. I could fix up my house, pay off my credit card bills. I could put my mom away for good with money like that.
Well, I mean, that's something you wanted. I could think about it.
I mean, if you were interested, then I would think about it.
It's not something I want.
Oh, I would want it far less. Okay. This is cool. You know, I've always wanted to have a family of my own someday, so it'll be great to have a practice baby where nothing matters.
Wait,
Like, whatever happens to it, you know?
Two little dicky birds sitting on a wall. One named Peter, one named Paul. Oh!
I don't understand why Glenn needs the shots if you're the one carrying the baby.
If I have to pump myself full of hormones in order to carry his child, it's only fair that he go through the same pain.
Yeah, but with saline so that my male parts don't turn into female parts.
Yeah, that's how it works.
I just can't believe you guys are making a baby. You don't even like each other.
If I wanted to avoid doing things with people I hate, I would literally never leave my house. And believe me, I am only doing it for the money.
And believe me, if there was any other usable, affordable womb within 1,000 miles of here, I would not be using hers.
It just sucks that you have to get so many shots.
Well, I had the option of taking them orally.
Then why did you pick shots? Ah!
That's why.
Amy, you're old, right? Like you were alive during the 90s.
Yeah, I was. Yep, the roaring 90s.
So, what would you say would be the best piñata for a Green Day themed birthday party for a 2-year-old?
Okay, let's back that up real quick. Harmonica's into Green Day?
I doubt she's ever heard of them. She's 2, but it's my mom's favorite band, and it's just easier not to argue with her.
Wouldn't your mom be okay with something a little more kid-friendly, like, I don't know, Minions?
She just got out of jail. Minions are criminals. That could suck her right back into the lifestyle.
Good point. All right, well, what about, like, mermaids?
I don't know. My mom really wants Green Day.
Mermaids are a lot like Green Day. They're half fish, half human. They're like rebels, down for whatever. In fact, they used to call Green Day the mermaids of 90s rock.
Is that true?
Mm-hmm. That's totally true.
Jonah, which puzzle seems more fun for the cabin? Bubbling Mountain Brook or Ankylosaurus?
Let's go Bubbling Brook.
Ooh, bad boy. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna go hide it so nobody else buys it before we can.
Ooh, good idea.
Pretty steamy weekend you guys got planned.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Not as excited as I am. I got the apartment to myself. Randy's gonna come over. We're gonna strap into our video game chairs and not move for 70 hours straight.
Oh, Randy's coming over. Cool.
You're gonna be having sex on a jigsaw puzzle in the Ozarks, and you're jealous of Randy?
No, jealous. No, I just didn't know he was gonna come over, so that's just, news to me. is all.
For the most beautiful gift. Okay, I ran out of space again. I'm just going to avoid this and I'll do another one.
It doesn't have to be perfect.
No, I am not starting out this journey with a mistake. Here, you can fill out the
forms. Gestational surrogacy agreement. You're making me sign a contract?
It's what they say you're supposed to do.
Regular checkups, custody release. Okay, wait, you think I want to steal your kid? And then what? Have to spend years explaining why it's a good thing to be chosen last for dodgeball?
No, it's just better safe than sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. You know what? I am going to give this a read, and I'll let you know if I have any thoughts.
It should be fine. It was the first one on Google.
Oh, look how cute! Mermaid treasure for the treasure hunt. The treasure is seashells?
Wouldn't mermaid treasure be something they don't have general access to? Like, human garbage would be treasure to them.
I wish I were a mermaid. I would clean up.
I think you'd be a merman.
Yeah, I don't really like merman as a thing.
Then how did they used to, Unless that's why they went extinct.
They didn't go extinct. They lost their tails over the course of centuries and turned into humans. It's called evolution.
I don't think so.
Okay, fine. God made us.
Look at the human eye. It's too complicated.
No, I believe in evolution. I'm just saying it's make-believe. It's like unicorns.
We don't know that there were never unicorns. I read that we discover like 50 new species of frogs each year. Maybe scientists just haven't discovered unicorns yet.
Frogs are tiny. I think somebody would have noticed a unicorn.
A lot of people believe unicorns exist.
A lot of people believe in Bigfoot. A lot of people believe in angels.
I believe in angels.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
I used to think kangaroos were real.
Surrogate shall be reimbursed for all tailoring expenses?
I'm going to have my clothes converted to maternity clothes and then converted back after.
In the event of a baby over 8 pounds, Lisi will reimburse Lisa for vaginal reconstruction.
Hey, I was happy to have a gentleman's agreement. You're the one who wanted to get all formal about it.
I'm going to have to take some time to review these changes.
Sure. Oh, FYI, clauses 30 through 49 are all vag related, and the last page is the before photos.
Whoa, Oreo really upped its game while I was in prison. It's like a fat kid's fever dream.
Oh, Amy, this is my mom.
Oh my gosh! Hi! You're the famous Amy. I've heard so much about you over the years, I feel like I know you. I'm so sorry about the divorce and how your life is going.
Thank you. So what brings you to the store?
Oh, she was just bringing me this shirt that she got me that I forgot to put on this morning.
It's more professional. And I gotta get some stuff for the party. Do you have a Green Day themed bouncy house?
Green Day? What happened with Mermaids?
My mom thought that we should go back to Green Day.
Mermaids is a little juvenile, don't you think?
Well, I mean, it is a 2-year-old's birthday party, and Shy really liked the
Amy,
idea.
I don't mean to be rude. I know you've been kind of a mother figure for Cheyenne while I've been away, but I'm her actual mother. So, don't you have some shelving to do or something?
Yes, sure. Yeah, sorry. Okay, bye.
Bye. Cinnamon bun Oreos. Technology.
I'm her actual mother. What does that even mean?
Hard to say. It either means she's the one who gave birth to her, or that's the only thing that it means.
Well, it doesn't give her the right to just swoop in and start changing up perfectly good shirts and perfectly good parties. I mean, Mermaids is a better theme than Green Day. Like, that's an objective fact, right?
I like Green Day.
Really? Name 3 of their songs.
Boulevard of Broken Dreams, Good Riddance, When I Come Around.
Okay, well, those are the obvious ones. Name 3 more.
Basket Case, Longview, American
You are
Idiot.
a very irritating person.
I just don't think that you should butt in.
You butt in all the time. That's why your butt is so big.
Welcome to Paradise. Wake Me Up When September Ends. Love Green Day.
I've never really hired a lawyer before.
But I just wanted to make sure everything Dina put in was kosher.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm sorry about using the word kosher. That wasn't a comment on your religion.
Well, I'm not Jewish.
Okay. I don't mind, though. Is it basically okay?
Yeah, mostly there's just a couple small little nitpicky things that might be worth discussing with Dina.
Oh, okay. I could go get her right now.
Yeah.
I'll bring in a bagel and a smear.
Well, again, I'm not. You know what? An onion bagel would be great.
Onion bagel.
Do you think Green Day is a mistake?
Well, you know, I don't want to butt in, but yes, I do. It's crazy. Cuckoo bananas makes no sense.
You think mermaids would be better?
Yes, 100%. I think you should do mermaids. Look, Shine, you don't have to do everything your mom tells you to do just because she's your mom.
I just have a hard time standing up to her. She never listens to what I want.
Well, you just gotta sit her down and tell her, I am a grown-up. I make my own decisions.
You want me to brag about you to my mom?
Sorry. You would say, you are a grown-up, you make your own decisions.
She knows she's a grown-up.
Why don't we go talk to her together?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was reading about our Airbnb, and it said that the toilet is sensitive, so maybe don't flush your baby wipes.
Yeah, of course, totally. Hey, earlier when you were talking about how you believed in angels, you meant sort of like a general, ineffable sense of spiritual presence, right? Not like magical little creatures flying around.
What, you mean like fairies?
Yeah, I mean,
No.
Okay.
I'm not a child.
Okay. Okay, I was just checking.
Yeah. Yeah, no, by angels, I meant like regular-sized celestial beings who look out for us.
Right. Right. Yeah, but not like with halos and wings.
No, they have halos and wings. They're angels.
Right. Okay. Cool. Yeah. No, it's just checking. So.
Are they goat? Are they dog? I don't know what they are.
Guys. 2 chupacabra sightings, 2 remote Mexican villages, same exact description. And you know those people don't have the internet?
Okay, I'm sold. I'm putting it in real.
You know what should be in mythical? A man who knows where the G-spot is.
Justine, contributor leave.
It's the 3rd time you've made that joke.
Oh, so now we're lawyering up, is that it?
No. Bruce is a friend. He's here to help us. It's more like we're friending up.
I'm not here to make anything contentious. I just want to make sure there's no misunderstandings down the road.
See, he's a nice guy.
So, as I understand it, you both mutually agreed to this surrogacy.
Mhm.
So, if you were to fail to honor your agreement, we would be forced to go after you with extreme prejudice.
Wait, what's that now?
Go after me?
I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't being clear. We would sue you for every penny that you're worth. We would own you, because you mess with Glenn Sturgis, you get the horns.
This is not what we talked about.
So you either sign this contract, or we're going to bury you under so much paperwork, you're going to need a machete to get from your bedroom to your bathroom.
Well, the joke's on you because I keep a machete in every room in my house.
See, look, we're losing the magic of the journey that we're going on
You
together.
sign the contract, Miss Fox. You sign it.
You want to come after me, Glenn? We'll bring it on. And as for you, I have a cousin at the Bar Association, so you better pray to God your CLE credits are up to date.
Well, I think that was a nice opening bid. Is this whitefish?
You believe in angels?
Which answer leads to no follow-up questions?
Kelly believes in them. Like, believes, you know? It's like wings and halos and harps. Well, I didn't ask about harps, but I assume.
So she believes in angels. Who cares?
I don't care. No, I just think it's interesting, you know? I mean, I don't believe in angels, but if she wants to believe in angels, then I respect that, you know? It doesn't bother me. Is that something you think would bother you?
Maybe, I don't know. Hey, when do you guys leave? Because I'm about to order a 22-foot sub, and I prefer to keep it intact, so one end has to start in your room.
So there are a couple issues.
That's complex.
Your daughter's trying to have a conversation with you, so if you could put the cookie down and try to engage meaningfully. I'm so sorry. I was just recently in couples therapy, and that just popped out.
All right. I'm engaging meaningfully.
I don't want to do a Green Day party.
I thought I asked you to mind your own business.
This is all Cheyenne. I'm just here for support.
But she agrees with me, okay? Green Day is dumb. And you know what? I'm not going to college.
What? Huh? No, we didn't talk about that.
Cheyenne, you're going to college.
No, I'm not. Just because you're my mom doesn't mean that you get to tell me what to do. Right, Amy?
In general, that seems true.
But see, she agrees. I'm an adult, and I make my own decisions. And so, I'm going to buy a motorcycle. Or both?
Could we just quickly go back to the college thing?
You don't get to tell me what to eat either. So if I want to eat peyote, I'm going to eat all the peyote I want. And I'm getting a full-size back tattoo of the raccoon from Guardians of the Galaxy, okay? Because I love that movie. And
So you're saying reindeers actually exist, like, in the real world?
We had a reindeer in the store at Christmas.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a real reindeer. I thought it was a normal deer with antlers nailed into its head.
Oh, I don't think leprechaun should be in the real column.
Who knows, though, right?
What?
What are you doing?
Is this still about the angel thing? Look, I get it. I mean, it must be hard to believe in angels if you've never seen one firsthand.
Wait, you've seen an angel?
Sure have.
When?
Well, when I was 5, I fell into the indoor pool at the Silver Dollar City Ramada Inn. And I mean, I sank like a brick. And I remember thinking I'd never see my parents again. When suddenly, this figure appeared.
Did he have wings?
He did have wings.
Knew it.
And he sort of was like floating above me, as if to say, "You're safe now." Next thing I know, I'm back in our hotel room, dry as a bone.
Oh.
Wow.
That's real.
Is it possible that the figure was floating because he was, in a pool?
I know what I saw.
Yeah, and I believe that you believe that you saw that, but you were also deprived of oxygen for a little while.
Why are you doing this?
Because he's jelly of your peanut butter.
No, I'm not jelly. No, I just think, maybe what you saw wasn't an angel. Maybe what you saw was just a pasty hotel guest in a robe.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll consider that when I'm home this weekend alone.
Whoa, what are we talking about now?
Trouble in paradise.
Have you been in the break room all day?
Yeah, I'm just not feeling it today.
Look, I'm sorry. I did not know that she was going to say those things. All I said to her was that she should be able to make her own decisions, but I am not her mom. And if someone told my daughter not to listen to me, well, then I would be pretty upset. So, I am sorry.
I just get so worried she's going to make the same mistakes I did. I get so scared she's going to end up in jail or still working here when she's our age.
Yeah, I don't know that those two are exactly equivalent.
I don't know which is worse.
Jail, probably.
Well. Hey, what do you think about Bo?
I think he is an interesting individual.
I think he's a loser.
Clown. Oh, I mean, clown is the first word that comes to mind. When I think of him, I half expect my hand to buzz when he shakes it.
I don't think clowns do that anymore. That's very funny. You're funny.
Hey. Dina, I know things got a little heated.
Listen, I apologize if I overreacted.
Oh, thank God. Me too.
The thing is, I'm gonna go have sex with Marcus in a few minutes.
What? That's the special project you needed help with? Sweet.
Why would you?
There's just an attraction there. I can't deny it. Blah, blah, blah. The point is, maybe I get pregnant. Maybe I don't. Who knows? So this could be all booked up. No room at the inn.
You can't do this.
Well, I am going to, with zero protection.
Zero?
Amy and I think you need to start getting serious about your life.
So now you're on her side?
No, I'm not on anyone's side. I just agree with her on this stuff. So now I think it's time for you to engage meaningfully.
You gotta be responsible. And part of being responsible means getting rid of Bo.
Wait, what?
He's a loser, Amy and I both agree.
You do?
No, I did never call him a loser.
Sorry, I think I'm the one who called him a loser. Amy called him a clown.
I don't know how this is productive. How about we get back to the college?
I can't believe you guys.
Amy and I are on the same page about this one. I felt like that went so well. She is so attached to Bo.
And they are married.
Same rules as last time. No kissing, no eye contact. I leave as soon as you're done.
We're not sleeping together. That was just a negotiation tactic with Glenn.
Oh, right. Of course. It's smart. I mean, if someone actually cared, it could be super hurtful, but it's not.
Dina,
I mean,
I'd like you to meet my new surrogate. She's ready to rock. Isn't that right, Sandra?
Yeah, I'm really excited. And I have no problem signing all the paperwork, so let's do it.
Sandra. You're gonna go with Sandra. You are gonna leave your baby at the mercy of a person whose judgment is so bad, she moved from Hawaii to St. Louis.
Yes, I am. And as soon as I give Sandra the shot, our deal is over.
Fine. Good. Marcus? That was just foreplay, all right? We're about to get this thing going.
Sandra, lift your shirt.
Marcus, take off your shirt.
fair warning, I still have a bit of a Thanksgiving punch I'm working off.
All right, this is happening.
Well, you know what else is happening? This thing over here.
Here we go.
Sing this song.
Come on, let's
Guys! You both know what you're doing, so just stop pretending. Glenn, you obviously don't want to use Sandra.
Of course I don't want to use Sandra. Who would want to use Sandra?
You think I want to have sex with Marcus? He starts every time by saying, I'm not really sure what I'm doing down there.
Oh, sorry for being honest.
Well, both of you clearly want this, so just get over it.
Fine with me.
All right.
Guess we should go back to work.
Are you hitting on me? I honestly, I can't tell anymore.
Hey. Hey, join us. So you two are getting along.
Yeah, we worked it all out.
Good. Yeah. Good. See, all it needed was a little bit of communication.
Amy, we're gonna need you to engage meaningfully for a minute.
I'm sorry, what?
Shh.
You're not engaging.
Look, I love you, but sometimes you give a little bit too much advice. Like telling me how to spend my money, or that my yearbook quote shouldn't be, cash me outside, how about that?
Yeah, no, I was just saying that yearbooks are permanent.
You're pushy, you're manipulative, and you're super mean about Bo.
Ooh, we bring Amy? I got a good one. Your hair.
That was harsh.
I don't know, man. I mean, today it's angels. Tomorrow it's let's go ghost hunting.
Kelly is cool. She's fun. You guys should go away together.
Yeah, well, maybe we will. Just not this weekend.
No. You have something special. You're going to throw it all away because she sees an angel or two?
Are you just saying this because you don't want to miss out on your epic gaming weekend with Randy?
Screw the weekend. This is about you and an amazing woman that I don't want to see slip away.
Okay, you can drop the cheesy rom-com routine.
Jonah, the world is a lonely place. And when two people find love, they need to celebrate.
Ironically, the content of everything you're saying is true, but you don't need to dress it up in some...
You have a real shot at happiness, you dumb son of a bitch. If you don't take it, I'll never forgive you. But more importantly, you'll never forgive me.
Okay, I'll go talk to Kelly.
You take that shot, man. You go to her and you never look back.
I'm going to, but not because of this thing, okay?
Get her back. Sorry about that, dog. Yes, we are back on.
You guys, look. He's just like,
Cool.
Great, a rat.
can I pet him?
No. Ask me that every year.
One of these days I'm gonna wear you down.
Your poor husband.
Actually, no. We got a divorce a few months ago.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear
Oh
that.
no, it's totally fine. I'm in a healthy relationship with my DVR.
Okay, this might be a little bit out of left field, but I know this awesome steakhouse. Let me buy you dinner, and then I can answer all of your groundhog-related questions.
Oh, so like, you and I, we would go to the steakhouse and like eat the steak, or maybe like order some sides or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh my god, this is so hard to watch.
I know.
So the thing is, like, I just got out of a really long-term relationship.
Watch it! Jerry!
Ow! He bit me.
Oh, come on, little buddy. Are you okay?
He's gonna be okay.
Does that mean we go straight to summer?
Attention
But if you were coming here to meet a rodent, your day was probably not going to be amazing anyway.
That poor groundhog.
Look, I just got flustered. I'm not used to being flirted with.
Well, at least you're getting back out there.
Oh, yeah? You're greasing up the old gears, hitting the road again? Seeing if that rusty hull is still seaworthy?
What vehicle is this? No, I'm not ready to start dating.
You sure? I have like 5 cousins who are very single.
Well, thank you, but no. I am taking this time to focus on me. I bought a bunch of succulents, and also I'm trying Sudoku. I feel like I missed that craze the first time around.
You are a very, very boring woman.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks
Goodbye.
for the Band-Aids.
That's the embryo right before they implanted it in Dina's uterus. Isn't it cute?
Yeah, I suppose it's cute as far as amoeba-looking things can be.
I know it's just a bunch of cells now, but if everything goes well, that's mine, Jerusha's baby.
Look, I don't want to freak you out, but are you sure it's yours? Because it kind of looks like Elias.
To be fair, all babies look like Elias.
Hey, I need you to sign this accident report. I'm gone for one morning and Amy spikes a groundhog.
What are you doing here? The doctor said to spend the rest of the day resting.
I'm fine. I've never missed a day of work before, and I'm not about to start because I had a few boba balls shot up my runway.
The miracle of life.
No, I am taking you home. Come on.
I'm not leaving the store. This is dumb. If I want to relax, I fly to Ohio. I don't just sit and do nothing.
Dina, please, if this implantation fails, I don't have enough money to try again.
Fine. But I want it on the record that this is stupid.
Noted, and thank you. All right. You know, you might be surprised. A little fresh air and quiet might be just the thing to, put a smile back on your face. Enjoy.
I need you to give me that walkie. Excuse me? Jessica?
So, word on the street is you are horny and looking for love.
No. Who said that?
Let's just say a little dumb bird and her gay friend bird told me.
Well, turns out you have bad information.
Look, here's what we're gonna do. The second our shit thins, we're going to my place, we're getting in my waterbed, and we're not leaving till we figure out this whole will they, won't they, Kermit, Miss Piggy thing we got going on.
Wait, sorry, am I Kermit or?
Yeah, because you're smart with skinny legs, and I'm Miss Piggy because I'm a star. So, what do you think?
I just think it might be weird to date someone I work with. So.
Okay, fine. Then screw it. I will quit right now.
No.
I no longer work here.
No.
I need someone to cover for Dina today. Any volunteers?
Well, I guess I could.
Question, is it possible to hook up an Xbox to the security monitors in Dina's office?
Suppose so,
You know, Glenn, I've always had an interest in management. I'll cover for Dina.
Great.
Ooh, Glenn, if he's doing that, can I do the announcements?
Well, Garrett's assistant manager now, so it's up to him.
I once did a radio play in college.
Okay, fine. Just don't tell me one more word about it.
This is a good team.
Come on. Relax. Relax, damn it. Come on. Well then.
Sorry, I mean, I would help him myself, but he insisted on speaking with the manager.
Hi, I'm Amy, the floor manager.
I'm Castor. You look really nice.
Okay. How can I help you?
Castor mentioned that he works in insurance, which is a very stable industry.
I used to work in textiles, but insurance was a dream of mine, so now I work in insurance.
He took the leap.
I'm sorry, do you two know each other?
No.
Mateo's my cousin.
Cousin in all Filipinos are related.
Our mothers are sisters.
Okay.
What is wrong with Castor?
He's weird. I'm not attracted to him. And when you mentioned that he worked in insurance, you could have mentioned it was horse insurance.
There's a lot of money in that. Horses' lives are crazy.
I can handle my own love life, thank you.
Are you sure? Because you are taking forever to smash it out.
Again, I am not ready to start dating. And if I were, why is that the cousin you set me up with? How about the one who always comes in to buy his protein powder?
You think you can land Rogelio?
straight through, please.
Cheyenne, back me up here. I mean, I am way out of Casper's league, right?
You? Right now? Kester seems good.
Attention, Cloud9 shoppers. Sushi is on sale at the deli. Discount sushi from a big box store. Why just eat when you can gamble at the same time? You know what? That sounded harsher than I meant it to. If you like the sushi, just get the sushi.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to do it like Garrett, but I'm a little better, I think, feeding off someone, you know, riffing in the moment.
Yeah, sure, like a co-host. Like Kelly Ripa.
Yes, or Hoda.
Okay, all right. Then let's riff.
Oh, all right. You ready?
Yeah.
Tomorrow. Maybe we need to rehearse a little bit.
No, I am at work. I'm getting paid to sit around and play video games all day. Oh, sorry, Craig. I forgot you got fired.
Hey, Garrett, can I leave a little early? I teach water aerobics to seniors after work, and they yell at me if I'm late. It can get racist. They don't know what I am, so it's kind of all over the place.
Kind of busy. I say you just do you.
Really? Dina normally says
Just do whatever you want. No, not you, Craig. You need to go back to Staples and make things right.
Amy, I'm gonna give you some gay man tough love right now. Okay? You ready? Wanna make sure you're ready.
What, Mateo?
No tea, no shade. You're not a 10. Right now, it's not about your looks. You just have some major dings. You're over 30, you're divorced, you have a kid.
Cheyenne has a baby. Does that give her a ding?
No, because I have a baby the way that Chrissy Teigen has a baby. You have an old baby, so that's a double ding.
Plus, you're probably really out of practice sex-wise.
Excuse me?
And I'm guessing you're downstairs as a jungle.
Retro. Nothing wrong with that.
No, it is a manicure. You know what? I am not going to defend myself. This whole system of bringing people is gross.
What's my number?
You're a 4. Justine's a 3.
But it's cool because I clean up on 2s. Girls trip.
No, Sarah's a 7, Brett's an 8, Tate's a 10 because he has a good job and abs.
That's correct. I'm the complete package.
Wait, what number is Amy? Are we tied?
God, no! I'm sorry. That was not. No, I think you're beautiful. See, this whole system just sets us back.
Just a little bit higher than Justine.
A little higher? No offense, Justine. We're all God's creatures.
Attention, Cloud9 shoppers. Roma tomatoes are now $2.99 a pound. $2.99, Kelly. A small price to pay for a taste of Italy.
That's for sure. Now, Jonah, I always forget. Are tomatoes a fruit or are they a vegetable?
Oh, I say vegetable, so I get credit for eating my veggies.
I know, right?
Busted. Okay, I'm busted.
Well, someone's looking relaxed.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Been staring at these rocks for the past hour. If you soften your focus, it kind of looks like 2 bats making paella.
Anyway, if you really want to get up, I guess it's okay, but you have to promise to take it easy.
Actually, I'd like another 10 minutes if it's okay. A hummingbird flew by and I want to see if he comes back.
Take all the time you need. Can I get you anything?
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I could use a snack. Just some baby carrots.
Okay.
And pita chips. Ooh, and dips. Hummus, vegan tzatziki, maybe a guac. Yeah, for sure a guac. And if you could stack them in a bowl, preferably glass so I can see the layers, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay. I'll see what we have that wasn't part of the listeria outbreak.
You think it fits?
Yeah. I don't say this very often, but that Cloud9 suit looks really great on you.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would you go out on a date with someone like me?
Oh, I'm married.
Oh, no. I'm not asking you out. I just mean, like, theoretically. Like, say your wife died and you're single now.
What? Why would she have died?
Okay, fine. She never existed. Or she was abducted. And you're not sad. You're fine. You were looking for a way out. And it led you to me. So, on a scale from 1 to 10, I'm like a 8 minimum, right?
Yeah. You know what? I have a lot of great clothes at home, so I'll just wear those before I go out shopping. Thank you.
Okay.
Garrett, what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. Sandra was on soft lines.
What?
Oh, you know what? She had to do something, so I told her she could bounce.
See you later.
No, whoa, 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 whoa. You can't go home until this is cleaned up.
Seriously?
Well, it's got to get done, Mr. Acting Assistant Manager.
Oh, why are these pants moist?
Oh, yeah, that happens.
So, I know this might sound weird, but on a scale from 1 to 10.
Sorry, hang on 1 second. Hey, do you want to run it once before we get on the mic, or just kind of dive in and use that opening night energy?
Let's just go for it.
That's what I thought. Sorry, what were you saying?
You're busy. I'll come back later.
Okay, what do you think?
Swiss cheese is on sale now. Better get it fast, cause it will sell out.
Maybe we should allow bullying in schools if it'll prevent stuff like this.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Tough day at the office? I'm just kidding. You don't have an office.
You know, it hasn't been great, Tate. I killed a groundhog, probably, and if it lives, it'll never be the same. And I learned that on a scale from 1 to 10, I am immensely unappealing.
You can't listen to what people here say. They're all idiots. Today, one of them asked me whether he's supposed to eat the cotton inside the pill bottle.
Elias.
Look, I know everyone here is trying to hook you up with a bunch of randos, but you should hold out for a good one. You deserve that.
Well, that kind of sounds like a lie, but, thank you.
Well, listen, I don't know if you feel like a drink, but I know a great little spot. I told them that I'm a veteran, so I drink for half price.
Ow, 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 ow.
Okay, good to know. It's fine.
More drinks, please. Just
Sure.
1 second.
Sure. Let's go.
Okay.
Jebediah Gray's got a baby on the way. Oh, goodness me, a papa he will be. For the Lord. Dina, were you here all night?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I guess I fell asleep. Oh, wow, I feel rested. You know, some of my birds have night terrors, so it's usually hard for me to get that deep REM.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad you got some rest. Now, why don't you, get changed and we'll get to work, huh?
Yeah, okay.
Hey, it's going to be a big day. Quarterlies are due. Plus, we're doing double coupons on catheters, and at least 2 retirement homes are bussing in the oldies. So,
Oh, boy.
what?
Oh, I just got this feeling like a marble rolling around in my uterus. I mean, gosh, I wonder what that's about. Probably nothing. Anyway, up and at 'em.
No, you stay on that couch. That sweet little marble is the only thing that matters.
Okay, I mean, I will continue to lay, but only if that's what you want.
I do. You relax.
Hey, would you mind grabbing me some wet wipes and a bottle of Febreze? I want to take a little whore's bath before the store opens.
Well, hey there, brown hair.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. Bye.
Well, I woke up feeling very satisfied this morning. Must have been the great night I had last night.
Cool. I threw up in my driveway. So, Tate, last night was fun and impulsive and expensive.
Yeah, sorry I forgot my credit card.
Yeah. But I think it would be great if we kept it between us. You know how people around here talk and gossip, and we don't want that.
Understood. Your secret's safe with me. When I journal about this, and I will call you Consuela.
Okay.
Adios, Consuela.
Pro tip, if you cup the mic, you get a nice voice of God effect.
Oh, why don't you go out to Los Angeles and give Laura Dern some acting tips?
Always with Laura Dern.
She's amazing.
Okay, I gotta go feed Dina's birds, so today's the same as yesterday. Garrett, you're AM, Joe, and Kelly, you're on announcements.
Wait, no.
No, I don't have time to argue, okay? I gotta go Google how to give insulin to a parrot.
So, this is my cousin Nestor. He is studying to be a receptionist, and he sleeps on the top bunk.
Hard pass.
Okay, you can't just wait for the Rogelio's of the world. You gotta lower the bar a little.
Yeah, eventually you're gonna have to put yourself back out there.
Okay. Not that it's any of your business, but, last night, I did put myself out there.
Wait, you hooked up with who?
Doesn't matter. All you need to know is that I can definitely do better than Nestor.
Was it a guy or a girl?
Guy.
maybe we should.
Does he wear a hat?
Sometimes, I don't know. We're not playing Guess Who.
Was it Brett? Because I've been shipping you guys.
No.
Oh my god, did you have a three-way with Elias?
What? These are your guesses? No. It was somebody better looking. Someone more on my level.
Marcus.
Cody.
Mary. Wait, it was Tate.
Tate?
Bitch. Yeah. And it wasn't a big deal. And technically, he's a 10, and he was totally into it, so maybe do the math on that.
So, hang on now. Sandra, you're from Hawaii, but you've never been to the beach.
No, I'm deathly afraid of the water.
Oh,
Never even saw the ocean.
wow, that is too much. Now, are you afraid of all water or just the ocean?
I'd like to answer your question with another question. Where do hermit crabs live?
Get a load of her.
Where don't they live? You know what I mean?
There she is. So, I was thinking that maybe we could hit up the Delta Sky Lounge, drop some miles at the bar, see where it goes.
Tate, I was thinking, you know, maybe we should just keep last night as a one-time thing.
Oh.
It's just that, like, I was in a weird place, and I was sort of feeling down on myself, and people here in the store were saying, like, I couldn't bag a 10.
Okay, so I was just some kind of trophy for you to wave around to your friends? Is that it? Huh? Another notch on your bedpost?
Tate, can we please just not make a scene?
Well, well, well. Look who banged the pharmacist. Yeah. I guess sometimes Kermit goes home with Beaker. I thought you didn't date people from work.
I didn't. I don't. We're not dating.
Oh, no, you made that abundantly clear. I guess I'm just a human vibrator built for Amy's pleasure.
Okay, could we just, you know, this is a very public space.
May I remind you that I had dibs, so whatever you did with him, you also have to do with me. Yep. That's what's fair.
That's not a thing.
But you promised.
Oh, so you're just tossing that cat around, but Nestor can't get a turn.
I'm not tossing anything around, and I don't want to be dating anyone anywhere.
Well, it's not how it seemed yesterday. You were totally hitting on me.
What are you doing here?
It's a store. I'm allowed to be here.
Unbelievable.
Someone's thirsty.
Guys, enough. Look, I had dibs, so the order goes me, Beard Guy, then Nestor, before we come back around to Tate again.
What's going on?
Amy hooked up with Tate and then asked Bearded Guy out, even though Marcus has dibs. Nestor's still in the mix, and that woman needs tied, but no one's helping her.
You hooked up with Tate? I mean, wow, it's a big day for you.
Maybe you need to take a little break from dating and get tested.
I can't take a break from dating because I never started dating.
Yeah, guys, she's just banging out dudes right now.
Human vibrator reporting for duty. Turn me on, use me up, and chuck me back in the drawer.
I just want the tie.
Aisle 17. Stop ruining this.
Get back in there. Oh, mama.
I think I want to call Jerusha and tell her what we're doing.
Already called her. She's cool with it. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Hey, Garrett. So, soft lines is all good. Could I maybe take an early lunch? My cat's in hospice.
No, if I let you leave early, then I have to take somebody off register to cover your section.
Yeah, but this is my last chance to say goodbye.
Shut up, Sandra! I'm not. This is not. Here, you take it. You be the assistant manager.
What?
Just take it!
Cloud9's new bath towels are extra fluffy and made from recycled other towels. And here to talk to us about them is famous actor Al Pacino. How's Hollywood, Al?
Oh, these towels are great. Hoo-ah.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. I'm not really feeling it. So.
Oh, okay. If you like towels, then this is the godfather of towels. You can use him to clean up your skull face.
That is not good.
These towels
No.
are 40% off. I mean,
These towels are 40% off. And even if it's not a question, you gotta end up here. But then you're down. Then you're down here. Because when you were younger, when you were in Serpico,
we don't want to risk a trampling.
Well, we're never gonna totally prevent tramplings.
Oh, no, obviously, we're never going to have 0 tramplings, but we can have fewer tramplings.
Can I set one of the video games aside before we sell out?
Amy, employees can't reserve merchandise. You know this.
You're into video games?
After a long day at work, it's nice to have a glass of wine and reach into a stable boy's chest and pull out his still beating heart.
Feed the birds.
I just don't get how murdering people is considered fun. I mean, what happened to all those innocent games, like Frogger and Q*bert and Donkey Kong?
Innocent. Q*bert's about a big-nosed, creepy little freak that commits suicide when things get hard.
Frogger's basically a frog holocaust.
I remember a glitch in the original Donkey Kong where it looks like the ape has a penis.
Sometimes when I'm playing The Sims, I give myself a family.
Jesus Christ.
The nerd smell is overwhelming. It's like a potent blend of BO, pizza rolls, and misogyny.
Hey, Dina. So I know that employees aren't supposed to set aside merch, but I was just wondering if maybe you'd want to make an exception for your best friend.
My old best friend is currently in prison for cheating on her taxes. Ask her if I'm willing to make an exception. Oh, hair gel and urine. I can't.
Come on, 3 of them? That's not fair. They're gonna sell out before my shift is over.
Why don't you just sneak one out of the cage and put it aside for later?
No, it's fine. I guess I'll just wait until we get another restock.
Oh, but you shouldn't have to. You just...
Don't say you deserve this.
I wasn't gonna say that.
What were you gonna say?
You deserve this.
Okay, you're right. I do deserve this. I deserve to disembowel warlocks.
Yes, you do.
Then let's do this.
Let's do this.
Oh, yep, urine.
Thank you so much for coming by. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Evans? Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm a huge fan of your voiceover work. In fact, my text alert is you from Alpha Strive saying, decapitation bonus.
Decapitation bonus.
That is awesome. Yeah, cool. That's all I wanted to say. I just think you're great, and you mean the world to me. That sounded weird. Not the world, but a lot. You mean a lot to me. Oh, my mouth. My mouth is so dry. Yeah. I can taste it.
If we could just move and make a line to the side, and then people could pass on this side, and if we could all go this way.
Sandra, we need this area clear. This is a fire hazard.
I know. I told them, and they told me that my butt's a fire hazard. I'm trying to think of a comeback.
Okay, guys, I really need you to make a line that way. Okay?
Attention all soft boys! Get off your butts and move to the side now! The first person to step out of line is gonna get my foot in their throat! Useless. Useless.
You try. Your arms are longer.
Me? Yeah, but, I think my bicep might be a little big for... Oh, hey.
Slipped right in there.
Not long enough.
Well, guess I'll just stick to Barbarian's Gate to, like, a commoner.
Wait, what's that back there? Is that a door?
Maybe. Kind of just looks like a closet.
Or it's another way into the cage, like an access tunnel.
Glenn does still have the plans from the renovation. We could break into his office, steal the blueprints, and then navigate our way around
you don't have to mock me.
We'd crawl through the tunnel, and then we'd jimmy
I was only
I'm
trying to
agreeing
help.
with you.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, let's do this then. It'll be like a little adventure.
That's gonna be the adventure of a lifetime.
Was that...
Sarcasm.
I figured. Okay, so it seems like there's another access point on this floor right around, this office.
Really? Where?
Well, according to this, it's right there.
Well, there's clearly nothing here.
To the naked eye. Might be a false wall, Thing about drywall is you have to listen to it, because it sings a song.
Oh.
It lets lets you know where you need to go.
Uh-huh.
What I'm trying to do right now is find a hollow spot, okay? They're pretty much all hollow spots.
Maybe this is it?
Oh,
I'm just guessing.
I see what I did there. I confused the title block and the revision block.
Totally. Yeah, that happens all the time.
You know why we're always the victims?
Because. I'm sorry, Glenn, I don't know.
It's because we make ourselves the victim. But I am done being a doormat.
It would be nice not to get pushed around. My mailman uses the bathroom in my apartment every day. He used to knock, but then he made me make him a key.
Well, no more. Yeah. From now on, we're gonna steal the process.
Okay, I guess.
Come on, say it like you mean it.
Okay, I guess.
That's the spirit.
Gotta get back to work.
All right. Good talking with you. No problem.
Do you have any idea who you're just talking to?
Who, that guy?
Yeah, that's Eric Evans. He's been nominated for like 5 Dice Awards.
Okay.
He's a legend. That's like if you met J-Lo.
What, just because I'm gay, I like J-Lo? I mean, I do. She's flawless. But expand your mind.
What did you guys talk about?
I don't know, just small talk.
Tell me everything he said.
Fine. Ugh. He was like, there's so much traffic in Del Mar this morning. And I was like, you're right. Del Mar was bumper to bumper.
Forget it.
No, wait, I haven't gotten to the juicy part yet. So apparently, he doesn't think his Taurus has enough power.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Hi, ma'am.
Once again, mouth breathers, this is not personal. It's not about who you are, it's about how you smell. And your stench is overwhelming. This is not attacking any one individual, although if I had to single out the Stink King, it would for sure be Fatty in the purple hoodie. Ugh.
Whoa. I can't believe I've never been in this part of the store before.
Figured at some point during your illustrious Cloud9 tenure, you would have ventured back here.
No, I think they give you access to the bowels of the store at 15 years, so I'm almost there.
This is weird. According to the blueprints, there should be a ladder, like, right here. Oh. Yes, right there.
Hey, Sandra, you think all these other sweaters are just gonna magically get up and fold themselves?
No, Glenn, because magic doesn't exist.
One per customer. The sign says do not sit.
I'm feeding my child. I'm feeding my child. So no one cares. You're not special.
Yeah, so could you scram?
I'm trying. You're trying your bag, and your baby and your boobs need to go.
Tell you what, why don't you take your cold French fries with you?
This is ridiculous. This is fun.
Enjoy. Hey, you want coffee? I accidentally got an extra one, so it's just gonna go to waste.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, is there any...
Almond milk. So I know you're lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
Not because I'm stalking you or anything like that. I read an interview. So.
Thank you.
This is an adventure. It's like the Goonies.
I never saw that.
The Goonies? How have you never seen the Goonies?
Oh, it's a funny story, actually. When the movie came out, I just didn't see it. Oh my god. It's Tina.
Answer it. No, don't answer it. Answer it.
How is this helpful?
Amy, where are you? I need you in electronics. One of the gamers is trying to teach Alexa racial slurs. Sir, if you put that magnet on your armor, you are buying it. I swear to God.
I'm right here.
Where?
Here. You can't see me?
Yeah, I don't see you.
Tina, I am right here. Just turn left. No. Now the other way. No,
that
I'm
voice.
sorry. I never pass up an opportunity to do a character. That's when I shine.
That is not okay.
I was shining.
No.
Did you hear what that guy called me? Sir! You can get used to that, boy. Hello, sir. Goodbye, sir.
And people could call me ma'am. Get out of my way, ma'am. That's the only one I can think of. But, you know.
Oh, hi. I came back with friends. Say hi. Say hi.
Hi, baby.
So apparently what's happening is called a nurse-in. It's meant to promote breastfeeding rights.
Wait, so they're going to be doing this in public? That's gross.
Jesus,
Oh.
All I'm saying is that from a hetero male perspective, the female breast is a beautiful thing. When we see milk squirting out of it, it's a real boner killer.
Oh my
I just want everyone to know that I do not agree with this guy.
We allow breastfeeding, so why are they protesting?
No one knows. Women are crazy.
Well, it might be because...
Shut up, Sandra. No one knows, so why don't we just move on?
Okay, so if women can show their boobs in the store, can I walk around with my penis hanging out?
You can't feed a baby with your penis.
But if I did, then it'd be okay.
Wait, you're fighting for the right to walk around the store with your penis hanging out?
No, I'm just trying to figure out where the line is here.
Yeah, I think the line is somewhere between breast and penis.
Okay, these are all good points, but I think that maybe we need a woman's perspective.
Well, I think
I think a woman would say she's just happy to be a part of the conversation.
Why do they have to do it in public? Why can't they just do it in their cars or by the dumpsters, right? Up top.
No, it's never going to happen.
Again, maybe we could have a woman's perspective?
In my day, we called a gal who took her top off a whore.
There you are, the woman's perspective.
if breast milk is so healthy, why aren't we all drinking it all the time? Or making cheese with it?
Hold on. Business idea. Human cheese. Nobody steal it. I call patent.
Oh, so gross.
Gross? Are you telling me you'll have sex with a woman but not a cow, but drink a cow's milk and not a woman's?
Is that a real question? Of course.
Oh,
Wow.
boy.
We eat cows. I think what Garrett's trying to say is that if we ate human women, then we could drink their milk.
Oh, wow, Garrett, that is
No, I'm not saying that.
disgusting.
I want everyone to know I am not with this guy.
So Chunk, a child, wants to adopt a full-grown man with severe mental and physical disabilities, and his parents are just like, fine with that.
Wait, what is this?
I'm not sure. Ah.
What?
Cindy Silly Stove. Yikes. Oh my god, this must be the room where they used to put all the recalled merch.
That explains Border Hopper, the zany illegal alien game.
So zany. Shut up. Sugar Logs? Do you remember Sugar Logs? Expires 2023. Score.
I don't.
Oh, I used to love these when I was a kid before everything had to be so damn healthy.
300 grams of sugar? A can of soda has like 40.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Most of these ingredients are just colors.
What is it?
I don't know, but I want to put them on me.
Put it on.
This is supposed to be a family store. My child shouldn't have to see a bunch of women flaunting their bare breasts. It's disgusting. Let's get your game sign and get out of here.
We're on it. Have a heavenly day.
Hey, what's up, Skinny?
What?
You look like you lost like 20 pounds or something.
Okay, you obviously want something from me, but I still like it.
You know, I was thinking, since you're so close with Eric, if you wouldn't mind introducing me as a friend.
Wait, you want me to be your wingman for that middle-aged guy in Crocs who I've had one conversation with?
Yeah, look, hey, all you need to do is set it up, and I'll knock it down.
What is that? Is that a black thing? Can I start saying it?
No, it's bowling.
Okay, well, then hold on to the thing.
Over. It burns. Get it off.
This is just a witch's brew. Why would they recall this?
Oh, I remember this. Here.
Oh. I see it. Got it. Good recall.
Okay, I reloaded.
That's very funny. But I can't. I need your help. Ah!
That's enough of that.
I'm a jalapeno. I'm a jalapeno.
All right, jalapeno, your border tunnel caved in.
Come on.
Move back 2 spaces.
There's just no way to win this game.
Sorry, jalapeno. You know what's funny? We actually drank these in the parking lot at the end of my first day here.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. God, that was a long time ago.
It was back when you really hated me.
Come on, I didn't hate you.
Oh, you hated
No, I didn't. I just
Okay.
thought you were like naive and useless.
Naive and useless? Oh, okay, wow. Can take that. And now?
And now,
Uh-huh.
same, but
Okay.
I am not so bothered by it.
See? I grow on a person.
Or wear them down, whichever one you.
Either way, there's some sort of a progress happening
Progress.
here.
That's right.
And you never know. One day, you might even like me.
Ah.
I didn't take off my boots in the river, and I've drowned. This game is dark. So the door to the cage should be right around this corner. There it is.
Oh my God! You did it!
Ah.
I thought you would never find it.
If that's Amy for thank you, then you're welcome. Goonies never say die!
Hi.
Hi. Hi. I read the blueprints wrong. I'm getting coffee with my ex-wife.
Excuse us.
Hey, Jill. Hey.
I am not trying to shame anyone, but I need you to move out of this aisle. Please?
Pretty please, with a cherry on top and rainbow sprinkles.
Or chocolate, you choose, whatever you want.
Oh, you're pathetic. I can't believe I'm having your baby.
What?
You're pathetic.
No, I know that. Well, what about the baby?
Did you get my text? The implantation worked. I'm pregnant. Or preggers, as my boring niece would say, trying to make herself sound like she has a personality.
Cool. That's the most beautiful, magical thing anyone has ever said to me.
I'm just so happy for you.
No, I am sure I texted you. It was like a week ago. I see what happened. Texted the wrong Glenn. Sorry, pregnant with Glenn with 2 N's. LOL. My mechanic.
My assistant manager and I, we're gonna have a baby.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God, I can't wait to tell my wife.
What is happening here?
I don't know.
I'm gonna be a daddy. It's pathetic now.
Set him up and knock him down. Oh.
So,
This is cool. I'm so glad we're doing this.
Yeah, it's very cool.
no, it's not cool. Normally, I'm the cool guy. They call me the Samuel L. Jackson of the store.
Who calls you?
But for some reason around you, and I don't know what it is, because you're just some guy who stands in a booth and does a bunch of silly voices, so I don't know why you think you're so great.
I don't say.
You know, I met Scott Bakula at an Outback Steakhouse, and it was smooth sailing. And that guy, he quantum leapt, or leaped, or whatever it was. I don't care, because I'm cool. You're not better than me. So enjoy losing another dice war to Troy Baker. Jerk. Taurus driving loser.
The sad thing is, he is the cool one.
Oh, it's over, huh?
Yeah, it's fine. I made too big a deal out of it.
Oh, okay, then I guess you won't want this.
What? How?
I bribed some kid with a couple of cans of that malt drink. He was a bigger kid, so I think his heart can handle it.
Jonah, thank you. Oh my God, I can't wait to decapitate somebody.
Yeah, well, I am happy to help.
Do you want to see how it's done? I could put it in the demo and I could show you really quick. It's so much fun.
Oh, no, I promised Kelly that I would meet her tonight. I so would, though.
Oh my God.
tomorrow.
Yes.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. Tomorrow, play the game.
Okay.
Okay. Have a good night.
You two enjoy that.
I will. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I can still smell them. It's like Cool Ranch and scrotum. Hey, Rodriguez, pay attention. I'm talking. What are you, got a crush on Jonah or something?
Yeah, I think I do.
It's the smell. It's not this.
Cheese. What is it? Dried milk.
No, I don't think that's true.
It is. It is, Amy. It's in a PowerPoint.
Now, we all know the standard cheeses. American cheese, cheddar cheese, pizza cheese. But what if I told you there's one more out there?
Pepper Jack?
No.
Gouda?
Swiss. Perhaps singles.
Goat, parm, blue, ricotta. I could name at least 10 more.
No, you guys, it's not.
You know what's really good? Grilled cheese.
Hot tip, Kelly.
No, guys, stop just yelling out random words. You're throwing me off. But what if I told you there's one more out there? Human cheese.
Oh my God. Is that what this is?
I've had 5 samples already.
No, this is just cut up string cheese. I don't have enough money for a prototype. But it'll basically be exactly like that, I think. So, who's ready to invest in the breast? It'll be utterly amazing.
That's cows.
Damn it! Sandra! You're messing with my flow. Cheese. What is it? Dried milk.
Ooh, just like a couple of plums nestled in a pair of Dockers, huh?
What?
Jonah's butt. That you're staring at?
No, I'm not staring at anything.
Oh, sorry. Just, you told me about your crush on Jonah, and I'm an ass gal, so I guess I just assume everyone's an ass gal.
Dina, look. It's not a crush. And plus, I told you that in private.
Just so you know, Kelly's gonna start suspecting something if you keep lashing out at her.
What are you talking about? I don't lash out at Kelly.
Hey, Sandra, do you remember any time that Amy was lashing out at Kelly?
January 4th, you said, Kelly, I assume you've been to a monster truck rally. January 12th, you said, 2 people saying you could reach Witherspoon is not a lot of people.
Okay, we got it. Thanks, Sandra.
January 20th, you said, wow, did they teach you that at pageant school? January 21st, you said, wow, did they teach you that at pageant school?
Okay, we got it, Sandra. Thank you. Kelly! Kelly.
Sorry, I'm working as fast as I can. I just have a few more left.
Oh, no worries. I'm not here to rush you. I just came over to say, hey, girl.
Oh, hey girl back. Hey girl.
Yep, just, came on over to hang out with my friend.
We're friends? I mean, sorry, sometimes it seems like you don't like me.
Oh, you mean because sometimes I razz you? Oh my God, Gal. You know I'm like the joker of the store.
Because you wear all that lipstick?
It's just gloss, and I only wear a little bit of it. No, because I joke around with everyone, especially my friends.
Really?
Yes, of course. You cutie. Someone's in trouble.
Oh my God, I hung that sign.
Well, it was probably just a faulty anchor.
What anchor?
You didn't bolt the anchor.
There's bolts too.
Guys, I'm telling you, the human Manor Dairy Market is about to explode.
Question. If I invest, can I still eat regular cheese?
Dude. No. Hey, how about you guys? Who's ready to join the boob cheese revolution?
Sorry, I was distracted. That guy is a real gay dothraki bad going, and hashtag into it.
You should go help him.
Want me to just go up there and talk to him?
It's literally your job.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do you guys just hate chance? Be honest with me.
I am so screwed. This is like my third screw up this week. I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
What happened? Who put this on?
Glenn,
It was me.
Was it?
I did it.
Amy, you don't have to.
It's okay, girl. I got you.
Amy, you did this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I rushing and I forgot to anchor the bolts.
So you used duct tape?
Yes, I did. I really didn't think that one through.
Okay. You gotta be careful. These things are heavy.
Yes.
Clean it up.
I will. Will do.
Thank you so much. You did not have to take the blame for me.
It's totally fine. I got you, girl. It's all good, friend. And plus, no one got hurt, so no biggie.
Hey, don't you hate Tuesdays?
Why would you take the blame for Kelly's mistake?
I was trying to show her that we're friends.
Oh, this is about the Jonah crush. Man, that secret just keeps getting tastier and tastier. That is one good secret.
Okay, that's enough. Look, can you please just not tell anyone?
Hey, like I said, you can count on me. And if you want to sell the lie, I will sell this lie hard.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to work up enough saliva so that we can do a spit handshake. I got such a dry mouth. I think it's the pregnancy.
Oh, don't worry about it. We're good.
No. Just give me a second. I'll get there.
Oh, God. Okay. No, Dina, really, I'm good. I trust you.
Well, now I'm like a sprinkler. It won't stop coming out.
Does it hurt when you rotate it?
Of course it does. I got assaulted by a giant pot of gold. Everything hurts.
Hey man, when I cut off my thumb with the deli slicer, corporate gave me $200 just for promising not to sue.
When I shattered my nose, I held out and got 1,000.
Wait, you can negotiate? No one told me that I can negotiate.
Man, you should have held out. You could have already launched boob cheese.
I wonder how much I could get. I mean, I'm not a very good negotiator. I just always want people to like me.
Is that true?
Yes. Nice.
Well, if you want, I could help you with the negotiation.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. You are relentless and annoying.
I was going to say because I took a year of business school, but I will take that as a compliment.
It's not, but you know, you hear what you want to hear.
You are nice.
Maybe I should get hurt again and hold out for that big money.
I definitely think that's a good idea.
I feel so bad. I didn't know Mateo was gonna get hurt when you took the blame.
Don't worry about it. It's like I said. We're friends, and, you know, it's like bitches before snitches, you know?
Well, I am taking you out for drinks tonight as a thank you. You, me, half off margaritas. Like I always say, there's nothing a little dancing on a bar can't solve.
Oh, wow. Did they teach you that in pageants? I mean, that is very wise and well observed. I'm very excited.
Hey, don't you help her. This was Amy's mess, and she needs to clean it up herself or she will never learn.
I'll just text you tonight about what I'm thinking of wearing.
See? She does not suspect a thing. All right, clean this up for real.
1, 2. Nope. Damn it! Just trying to cut off my thumb.
I'm sorry. Why is Jonah here?
Oh, I'm just here to give Mateo advice. I went to business school for a year before fucking irrelevant.
Fine. Okay. For the record, I should point out that Mateo and I previously had a romantic relationship, but I'm confident that we can keep everything professional.
I would also like the record to reflect that your outfit makes you look like the assistant debate coach of an Ohio high school.
Objection is noted. Okay, without accepting any liability for your injury, Cloud9 would like to offer you $1,000.
I'll take this. No.
No? What do you mean, no? You don't want the money?
Oh, we want the money, Jeff. But we want the real money.
Okay, well, that is the real money. He offers $1,000. Take it or leave it.
We will take the $1,000.
Hey, Amy. I thought I'd have Sandra work with you.
Oh, no, that's okay.
wouldn't it be nice to have some company? You know, someone to help you and watch over you?
Oh, okay. I see.
What? It's not that I don't trust you or that I'm worried that you'll injure someone else.
No, no, of course not. I mean, you just said it wasn't those things, so it's probably not those things.
Right. It's a different reason.
Like,
I will tell you later.
Check issued upon completion of background check. What does that mean?
It seems pretty standard. They probably just want to make sure you didn't do anything illegal.
Illegal. Like being in this country illegally?
All right. Just got off the phone with corporate, and things are all good on their end. Are you done signing?
You know what? I have decided to pass.
We're gonna pass.
What? Yeah, so no need for any of this. I'm gonna go. And good luck to you and all your future endeavors.
Sorry the deal fell through. A lot of great back and forth, though. Good sparring with you, buddy.
Right. Just go. Just go. Just go when you say go. Just go when you say the word go. Go on the word go. Go! Damn it! Damn it! Bad!
Compromising safety harness.
I was just loosening it.
Okay, but now you're not secure.
I am secure, Sandra. And also, could you like maybe move like 2 inches that way? You're in my space.
Glenn told me to stay close to you. And also, I'm terrified of heights, so I feel like the ground is always just kind of coming up at me.
Okay, fine, fine. It's just making this a lot more difficult.
Oh, almost dropped sign.
Almost? Are you serious? You're writing down almost mistakes now?
Now you're losing your temper.
No, I'm not losing my temper, Sandra. I just don't think that you need to be writing down every single little thing.
Stop!
No,
Glenn
stop
did
it.
that to me! We're moving! We're gonna die! Stop it, Amy!
Bloopers on a TV show are delightful, but in the workplace, they can be dangerous. So I thought that some of us who have had a couple of incidents could review some basic safety training. Now, when would you put out one of these?
On the holidays?
No. Anyone? Now, when you're cleaning up that spill, you want a nice swaying motion. Think of it like you took your mop to a dance, okay? And dance with her. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
All right. Whoa. Oh, what are you doing?
Trying to get injured. Just hard to make myself do it.
You know, the problem is you can see it coming.
Yes, obviously that's the problem.
You know, maybe, and I'm just spitballing here, but maybe you have someone else do it so you're not expecting it.
It's not a bad idea. Do you think you could do it?
Me? Wow. Oof, that's unexpected. Yeah, I'll do it. I'd be honored.
I can't believe I have to walk away from $1,000 just because I'm undocumented.
It's so unfair. This country was built on the backs of immigrants.
Calm down. I can tell my own story.
And you should be able to.
Okay. I just spoke to corporate. This one time, they're willing to go up $1,500. Final offer, no exceptions.
Unfortunately, I'm still gonna pass.
Okay, but 1,500 is as high as they're willing to go. I mean, it's $1,500. You understand that, right?
I understand. The answer's still no.
Okay. Okay, fine, fine. $4,000.
Whoa!
And that's it. That's it, though. That's the cap.
I thought 1,500 was the cap.
No, that was the fake cap. Technically, we're allowed to go as high as $4,000, but that is it. That's the final offer.
Sorry, Jeff. Okay, it's still...
6,500, final offer.
I feel like we have different definitions of the word final.
It's not about the money. Okay, the answer's no.
Wow. Okay, great. Congratulations. You just lost out on $6,500. Sweet dreams thinking about that.
15,000.
Amy? Hey, it's Jessie. I'm Cindy's mom.
Oh, yeah, of course. Hi.
I heard about you and Adam, and I just wanted to say I hope everything's okay.
Oh, yeah, no, everything's great, actually. Thanks for checking.
Amy, I need a urine sample from you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can just...
No, Dina, this isn't really the best time for this.
Hey, that's what happens when you keep screwing up on the job. We have to find out if it's due to drugs or just gross incompetence.
It's not drugs. Hey, this was lovely. See you at the next PTA.
Hi, David. I have Mateo Linawag, the employee who was injured, and Jonas Sims, another employee for some reason.
Hey, Mateo, I hear you're refusing to sign a liability waiver. A little concerned your lawyer is giving you some bad advice.
Oh, I'm not a lawyer. I just went to a year of business school.
Before flunking out.
I'm on your side, you know.
So look, we're prepared to offer you $50,000.
50,000?
Whoa.
That is a lot of money. And I wish I could take it. But the truth is, I'm not really hurt.
David, he's lying.
I'm lying? What about all the times you said you were over Chad and you just jumped right back into bed with him?
After you dumped me. I'm sorry, David. That's not relevant.
That's okay. I have a gay son, so my views are very progressive.
Okay, what about the time you said Jonah looks great in shirts? Yeah, were you lying or telling the truth now?
I said he looks okay in shirts, but you wouldn't know that because you never listened.
Because you add unnecessary details.
You spent an hour talking about lavender.
Sounds like you guys still have some stuff to figure out. Jeff, why don't you take care of this and get back to me later, okay? Thanks.
Well, that got silly.
What's up, Marcus? Something's jammed in the box crusher. I was wondering if you could climb in and get it out.
You want me to get inside the box crusher?
Yeah, thanks.
It feels like a box crusher could hurt someone really badly.
Only if somebody pushed the button while you were inside it. I don't need to worry about that because I got the button right here.
Yeah. Okay.
Sandra, your tushy needs to be closer to the ground.
I can't go any lower.
Okay, I don't want excuses. I want lower tushies.
I can't believe they're making you do this.
Yeah, no, me and you both.
Elias, bend both your knees, not just the one.
I just feel so guilty. I mean, I almost feel like maybe I should tell Glenn that I was the one that messed up the signs.
Well, I mean, don't do it for me, but like if you really want to.
Yeah, you're right. There's probably no point.
Oh, did I say there was no point? I don't remember saying those words.
Oh, I'm getting in my head that sometimes I do that thing where I act like every mistake in the world is my fault.
Yeah, except for this time, you wouldn't really be that far off.
Although it's like, I didn't make you crash the scissor lift.
No, no. But technically, I wouldn't have been on the scissor lift if you hadn't messed up the signs.
I know, and then it's like, technically, I wouldn't have even been hanging the signs at all if St. Patrick hadn't driven the snakes out of Ireland. So, how far back do we go?
Probably somewhere between the 5th century and this morning, I'm guessing.
Right, yeah.
Right. I can't take this safety training anymore.
Hey, I get it. It's tough, especially when you get to your age. Do you feel like you can't keep up?
No, I mean, I'm overtaking the blame for Kelly's mistake.
Well, let's tell Glenn the truth and bury this chick.
Yeah, but I can't just like throw her under the bus.
Are you sure? Because I have security footage of her hanging the sign. It wouldn't be hard.
Yes, but morally, although, it's not like she would get in that much trouble, right? And all we'd be doing is telling the truth. So if anything, lying in the first place was the wrong thing to do, right?
You'd already made your mind up about this before you even came in here, hadn't you?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you could show the footage while I tried to stop you so it looked like my hands were clean. I told everyone to meet like around 3.
Nice. She's growing up.
No, can't do it. I can't. I still know it's coming. And to be honest, you're freaking me out.
You know what? I feel you. So here's what we're gonna do. It's not gonna come today. Not even this week. months will go by. You'll forget all about it. And then one day, out of the blue, you're rich.
I don't know if that.
And even if you tell me you want to call it off, I'll say okay, but I'll know you don't really want that. You're just trying to make yourself forget it's coming. You'll never really be called off, ever. That's how much I care about getting you this money.
Mateo, I'm not stupid. I know why you're doing this.
You do?
Yeah. Why waste an opportunity to make me look incompetent in front of my bosses, right?
I mean, no, that's not.
Okay, well, you may hate me, but I still care about you, so there. 10 grand. You're welcome.
10? I thought it was 50. Does it matter? Jeff, I don't want this.
Well, you're taking it. I'm faxing the paperwork. It's illegal right now.
Oh, no. You can't do that.
Why not?
It's complicated.
I was in love with you, and you dumped me out of the blue. So unless there's some reason I just can't
I'm undocumented. That's why I couldn't transfer stores. That's why I can't take the money. And that's why I couldn't go to Carnival Cruise with your family. But also, like, cruises are gross.
So, wait.
I never hated you.
I thought it'd be helpful for us all to watch the surveillance footage of Amy hanging the sign that fell on Mateo so we can learn what not to do.
Wait, what?
No, I don't think we need to watch this video, Dina.
Well, I do. So we are.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what else to do. That's the wrong file.
That's from Glenn's mullet phase. That was like 4 years ago.
Stand this new system. I can't find anything.
Oh, is that from the tornado?
Oh, you know what?
Dina, can you turn off the video, please?
No, Amy, it's not your decision.
No, I'm not kidding. Turn off the video.
Hey, what are you doing?
Dina,
Step back.
Dina,
This is very sensitive equipment.
Dina, turn off the video. Please stop the video.
Whoa!
I think everyone knows you like Jonah.
This never gets old.
Why are you doing this?
Because this job is incredibly boring.
So, Kelly, do you hate Amy now?
What? No, this was before I even started working here.
Yes.
And it was just a kiss.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Kelly.
Uh-oh. Looks like we got ourselves a cat fight. Amy Frenched her man, and now they're gonna throw down.
How did you get there? From that?
So then I go, I'm undocumented. And then Jeff goes, that's why you dumped me? And I go, yeah. And he goes, oh. And I go, mm-hmm.
And what'd he go?
He was weird. He said he didn't know what to do and he just left. What if he hates me?
He doesn't hate you.
He might. For all I know, he's reported me by now.
I'm sure he didn't. If he did, then a bunch of guys in uniform would have busted in here by now. All like, everyone down on the ground, black bag that guy, and throw him in the van. Soldiers would pop out of the ceiling and just start pounding on you like knee to the face, knee to the head, crotch punch, crotch punch. And then you'd probably get sent to Guantanamo.
Uh-huh. Probably.
Man, how weird are sponges?
You guys looking for condoms? They're right here.
Shut up, Corey. You know I have the power to fire you.
Do you?
I don't know. I'm just so annoyed with everybody in this stupid video.
It'll pass. You remember Robin with that whole sexting thing? Nobody even mentions it anymore.
Robin killed himself.
Oh. Still though.
Uh-oh. Back to the scene of the crime, you guys.
Bow, chicka, bow, bow, bow. That's porn music. It's not Seinfeld.
We get it. Point taken.
Yeah, you really zinged us.
You really zinged each other.
You should write for Craig Ferguson.
Just ignore it.
That's what I'm doing.
You guys looking for the condom?
Corey already said that.
Hey, Corey, you stole my condom joke.
I just keep thinking about Jonah and Amy kissing each other.
Okay. Are you imagining that you're the Jonah or you're
wound up committing adultery.
I don't know why you're so shocked. People are basically just monsters hiding behind the thin veneer of social convention.
Oh, come on. I mean, yeah, sure, there's a few naughty Nathans out there, but most people are basically good.
I watch security footage of people who don't know they're on camera. Do you have any idea how many customers have taken poops on the floor of the store because they think they're alone?
I don't want to know. Is it 0?
17.
Well, that's on me for asking.
People are monsters. Take away the threat of punishment, and you'd be horrified by what people admitted to doing.
One of you has committed a serious malfeasance. And I'm not talking about Amy's adultery.
All right, adultery is a strong word.
Heck yeah, it is.
What I'm talking about is something else. This is a fireable offense.
However, we're giving that person one chance. You come forward today, admit what you did, and we will forget everything.
Okay, but how do we know if the thing that we did is the thing you're talking about?
That's why anyone who comes to us today and admits to doing something wrong will be granted full amnesty.
How do we know if we tell you something, you're not gonna, call corporate or the government or something?
Yeah, it sounds like a trap.
No, I promise you will not be punished. I swear on the grave of my father.
I swear on my birds.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
She does love birds.
What do you think someone did?
I don't know.
Who do you think did it?
Still don't know.
When do you think it
I
happened?
don't have any more information than you do.
Man, I just wish I had known that they were giving out amnesty. I would have broken a rule.
Hold on a second. We have till the end of the day to confess, right?
Yeah.
I think we may have stumbled onto a purge type situation. We can break one rule today with no consequences.
Oh, like we could wear hats. That's against dress code.
Okay, so you can do anything you want and you want to waste it on a hat?
Okay, how about we steal a boat?
Well, we don't sell boats, but I like that you're thinking bigger.
Right. Also, I just remembered I get kind of seasick, so the boat thing is definitely a no-go.
Okay, well, we were never going to do the boat thing, but cool.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff. Third call. Just still really wanting to see how you're feeling about the whole undocumented thing, or if you're mad at me or not, or if you told anyone or didn't, or would or wouldn't. Sorry, this weird lady's looking at me.
Well, it's been over an hour and not one employee has confessed. And I found $1 on the floor, so eat peas.
Ooh, an American dollar? It's all cryptocurrency now, you dino.
Can someone please open a register? I have kind of a shrimp emergency.
All the registers should be open.
I'm not being dramatic. My wife is gonna murder me.
Where is everyone?
All right, let's all take a number. We're gonna get to everyone. There's just so many of you.
So, I might have done something wrong, but I'm not sure if it's the same thing you guys are talking about.
Well, why don't you just tell us what it is?
Then we'll tell you if your thing is the same thing we're talking about.
Or, why don't you tell me your thing first, then I'll say if it's the same thing as my thing. I mean, that sounds better to me.
How about this? You tell us the first letter of your thing, and then we'll know if we're on the same page.
Okay, fine. The letter U?
Yes, you. The thing we know about also starts with you.
Okay, now give me the second letter, and then we can just go back and forth.
Just tell us what you know.
You tell me what you know.
You talk.
Hey, what are you doing?
Eating my lunch. Trying to stay away from all the looks and the comments. And kind of tired of telling people to mind their own business.
So I know this may come as a surprise, but I actually got teased a lot in middle school.
No.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the Rat Tail or the 8th grade talent show where I did a bossa nova rendition of Material Girl on alto sax.
It was that.
But the moment I stopped fighting it and actually just laughed along with them, it wasn't fun for them anymore. They started teasing this fat kid instead, which, long story short, he's a male model now.
Wow. Really the hero of that story.
Guess so.
Uh-oh, hope I'm not interrupting anything.
What is that?
Sex.
No, it's not. I think you mean this.
Oh, like this?
Yeah, there you go. This is nice.
Okay, so I'm the one who's been stealing the shopping carts, but they're not for me. I give them to the homeless.
That's not too bad.
I just give them the cards. They do the battling on their own.
What? Battling?
I've been smoking weed in the stock room on Wednesdays and Fridays.
What? Noses, how awful.
And on Mondays and Thursdays, I just drink. And on Saturdays, I go to the Cinnabon and go nuts. It's so good.
I stole a pack of sour cherry bubblicious.
Well, that's not too
I
bad.
liked the sour cherry because it reminded me of a jolly time Zabra-dabra. My Uncle Frank worked for the Jolly Time factory.
It's this new web series thing I'm working on. The elevator pitch is bum fights on crack.
So you know how me and Carol hate each other? Well, I hate her. Actually, she looks up to me. Anyway, I paid 4 different guys to come into the store and ask her out and then never show up.
Nice. I've been doing things to Sandra's lunch.
An electrical spark at the factory ignited the cornstarch, causing a big explosion on the 3rd floor. Maybe it was the 4th floor.
What floor did Uncle Frank work on?
The 4th floor!
No.
Yes.
So you film homeless people smashing each other with our carts.
Sometimes I'll just give one of them a cart and the other a stick or a trash can lid. It's barbaric.
What is happening in this store?
Oh, it's not just this store, it's the whole world. And you just keep that same face right there.
Huh?
That is going on my wall right next to the picture of me with the guy who played Balky.
Bronson Pinchot.
I don't know what you're saying to me.
There's that hat roll. Not allowed.
Okay, we're not just hatting this. There has to be something in between maiming someone and putting on a fedora.
Employees should avoid discussing racial issues, including positive comments, such as, I, for one, am proud of this Mexican's achievements.
Most of this stuff is stuff I don't want to do or doesn't even apply. A female employee's skirt shall start below the knee and her bosom shall be fully covered.
That's a rule. Most days I don't even wear underwear, mainly because mentioning that gets me free donuts from whoever's working cafe.
Couldn't you just lie about that?
They would know. I would know.
Hey, you okay? Guy trouble is not fun.
Oh, yeah, thanks, but Jonah and we're totally fine.
Oh, that's great. Well, I just want you to know I have your back.
That's really sweet.
Should we do something to Amy's car?
What?
Or wait. She has a daughter, right? Oh, she loves that daughter.
Yeah, I like her daughter too.
It's always going to be people like us against the Amys and the Sandras of the world. We're the same. You and I are the same.
Yep.
Careful.
Oh, hey. Do you guys want us to leave you alone with this bed?
You know what, Corey? Yes. Could you hit the lights on your way out? Because we were just about to have a nooner.
Yeah, unless, anybody wants to stick around and film all the banging.
That's a
we're
good
gonna do.
idea.
Oh, did you hear that? They said they were gonna bang.
Admitted it.
Oh, yeah. Banging and proud of it. Watch out. Cloud9's about to get real hot up in here.
It's not fun when you're into it.
Come on, you guys. You're being annoying now.
You know what's annoying is being around this hottie all day long and just not getting to make out.
You know, it's like our lips are magnets. Every time we see each other, like, hi, Jonah.
no,
watch
I can't
out.
control my lips.
Watch out.
That was an accident. But
We didn't
You
mean to do that.
Yeah, it was you were going in.
Guys, something just happened.
We were. But we didn't actually kiss. The whole thing just got blown out of proportion.
But your lips were touching her lips.
Yeah, but it's like CPR, If you're giving someone CPR, are you kissing them?
Were you giving her CPR?
No, look, we were just pretending we wanted to kiss, okay, so that people would stop saying we wanted to kiss. That sounds stupid.
I mean, seriously?
This is all Sandra.
I'm taking a learning annex course.
It's impressive.
Thank you all for coming on such short notice.
Glenn, before we get started, I just wanted to say that I'm wearing a hat, which I know is against the rules. And boom, amnesty.
Oh, okay.
As you all know, from time to time, we have a guest speaker.
We've literally never done that.
So, I would like to introduce you to Pastor Craig.
You know the rules about religion at work.
And I get amnesty today, so why don't you go kiss a table? There is something wrong with the souls of the people who work here.
Amen.
And I am not just gonna stand back and let this place become Times Square, New York City.
Hallelujah.
Pastor Craig, they're all yours.
All right, man, what is this? What are you doing to us?
Stop it! What's your name, miss?
Justine?
Well, Justine, I love you.
I love you
I love
too.
all of you. All right? And I don't care what you've done. God hates the sin, but he loves the sinner. Example, Sandra. Who is Sandra? Where is that? All right. Now, Sandra, it says here that you want to kill a coworker named Carol.
Yeah.
Oh, Sandra, I understand. When I'm frustrated, I want to wring someone's neck.
Exactly. Bring it hard.
So what do you do? What do you do when that feeling comes over you?
Well, I put on a hoodie that covers my face, then I take the 47 bus line to a library in a faraway town. Then I open a private browser on one of their computers and Google how I'm thinking of killing her to see what mistakes people usually make.
Jesus. All right, everybody blow it out. Come on, blow it out. Blow out the sin. Blow it on out. Blow it on out. Whoa, 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 whoa. You feel that? I think it just got a little lighter in here.
I felt it. Big time.
Hallelujah. So keep breathing, blow out those sins, and forgive yourself. All right. Amen. All right, so I think we're good here. Do you guys sell those tire air pressure tester? What do you call those?
No,
The small.
that's it?
Tire gauge.
Yes, thank you. I need a tire gauge.
I told you, you take away the punishment, you find out what people really are.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
There was no fireable offense. Dina said that people were monsters. And as a Christian, I wanted to prove that they weren't.
Actually, we Christians believe that all people are sinners. It's kind of our whole thing.
So wait, Jeff didn't say anything?
Why? What would Jeff have said?
I don't know. He's a liar. He's always lying about stuff, so.
But Dina was right. We are all monsters who love to watch bum fights or put gross stuff in each other's lunches.
Oh, I know that Carol messes with my lunch. That's why I always make a decoy lunch.
You don't think I know about the decoy lunch?
And even Amy and Jonah, you had an affair.
Glenn, it wasn't an affair. It was one kiss. And it happened because we thought we were about to die.
We all thought we were gonna die. You didn't see me smooching the first lady person I could find.
Weren't you praying to Allah the whole time?
What? No, I didn't. I am not the one on trial here.
You know what? Nobody's on trial, okay? We all make mistakes. We all have lust in our hearts.
It wasn't
Wouldn't
lust.
say lust.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know you guys that well. Maybe you're in love then.
No, we're not.
Definitely not love.
So you say, but Lord, I'm sensing something going on right here. Y'all feel that? Right over here. Hallelujah. Good.
Great, this again.
No, actually, we're dating, so.
Oh, tire gauge girl. Okay. So, what is it, guys? Is it love or lust?
All right, guys, enough is enough.
It doesn't matter. Even if they were soulmates, it doesn't make it okay.
Look, Amy is not my soulmate, okay? Yes, fine. When I first started working here years ago, I had a little crush on Amy. There, I said it, okay? Are you happy?
Exactly. And at one point, I had a crush on Jonah, and that's all in the past.
Exactly. Wait, what? When did you? Yeah, no, never mind. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because because with the timing and everything, it's yeah. So you get it. So stop.
He didn't know.
Do you still love each other?
What?
No, we never. We've moved on.
And it doesn't matter. We've all, you know, and besides, you know, I'm with
Kelly.
With Kelly. Yeah, no, I know your name, obviously.
Guys, this is amazing.
Yeah, I'm generally a cynic, but this?
She didn't know that he didn't know. And now he knows that she knows.
We get it, Sandra.
So do you guys think he should be with Kelly or Amy?
I'm kind of team Amy now.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm fully shipping them.
Yep.
Oh, hey, Aim. What's up?
Oh, hey guys. What's up?
We're just having normal workplace conversations.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
How are you doing with everything?
There it is. You know me, struggling to keep it in my pants with Jonah roaming around here somewhere. I'm just like, give it to me, Jonah.
Yep.
Good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Gonna go find him now and just like do him. You know? Soft lines, more like hard lines. Get it?
Watching your worldview get shattered has been the highlight of my year. And that includes meeting that Valky guy.
Bronson Pinchot.
What does that mean?
Hey guys, I'm taking off.
Garrett, let's get this over with.
Get what over with?
What did you do? Did you make 2 nuns fight a prostitute? Broil a child?
Nah, I didn't do anything. I'm very, very sorry to say, but I haven't broken any rules.
Really? So you've never gotten stoned at work or hit golf balls off the checkout? You never taken a video game home, played it, repackaged it, and put it back on the shelf?
No. I mean, those are all things I probably could have done, but not.
Garrett, you have a rule for. I found a good one.
His ability to delude himself is the only impressive thing about him.
I think I was just disoriented in the moment, but I'm not cool with him kissing my head.
Hey.
Kelly.
Yes, I know you're. Look, I was just flustered, you know, back there.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's very flustering when you find out that the girl you like likes you back.
No, everything just got blown out of proportion.
Let me ask you this. If your crush had timed out with Amy's crush, would we be together right now?
Yes.
Really?
Really? Look, I don't want this whole Amy thing to set us back. I wanna move forward with you.
Like move in together?
Yeah. Why not? I mean, if you want to. Do you want to?
Well, sure. Yeah. I mean, I would. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Okay, cool. Then we're doing it. We're living together. All right.
Chad, it's Mateo. I know I've said some horrible things about you in the comments of your Instagram, but I can't find Jeff, and I've been calling the office.
I quit my job.
Chad, I'm gonna call you back. Probably not, actually. Jeff.
You want to get a drink?
Sure. Nice shirt.
You think? It's the one Matt Damon wore at the end of The Bourne Identity.
It's so cool.
Right on. I can return it if you don't like it. Thank you all very much for this going away party. It's very unnecessary and a little awkward.
I'd just like to propose a toast to my man.
I'm sorry, did you bring champagne for one person?
In a way, this is a celebration of us reuniting.
No, I am celebrating never having to work with Jeff again, not you two reuniting. Frankly, I think this is a mismatch.
I'll miss your candor, Dina.
Hey, why don't we all go around and tell our favorite Jeff story? Okay, I want to go first. Jeff, I remember once you brought a ham sandwich, and I was like, typical Jeff.
I remember when we bonded over having seen The Danish Girl.
never seen the Danish girl.
That wasn't. Oh, that was Dale. I'm sorry.
I remember when I let you borrow my air mattress for your camping trip. Remember that? I'm gonna need that back, actually.
Of course. Thank you. ASAP.
Yeah, great.
Even though we never actually dated, I spent several months telling people we did. And I created these intricate memories of our relationship that feel completely real. I have these vivid memories of your body on top of me, your tongue in my mouth, your hands on my breasts, that kind of thing.
Woo! What a trip down memory lane, huh? Jeff, you are always welcome at Cloud9. In fact, our cafe is very popular with the unemployed.
Oh, I'm not unemployed. I took a job as a manager with Target. Although at Target we call it a store lead.
You're at Target?
Yes, the one on Forest Park. So, hope you're ready for some competition.
Oh, okay, man, you bring it on.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll clean your clock with Arm and Hammer, you know? All right. Oh, Jeff, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Just got me in it.
I'm sorry.
Throw it a little bit.
I can't believe Jeff is going to Target.
So what if Jeff works at Target? What is the big deal?
Jeff has seen Cloud9 from the inside. He knows all our secrets. It's like in football when they trade a player to another team and then that player knows how to beat his old team.
Yeah, but don't they do that all the time in football? Like, isn't that like a thing?
Amy, don't talk sports. You're embarrassing yourself.
It's newly renovated, but it still has its original molding, and it's in walking distance to the farmer's market.
That place looks great. You should take it.
It just feels a little small or claustrophobic or something.
Well, I mean, we're not going to find something perfect. I mean, you said that the last one was too loud, the one before that was on a slant, and the one before that had a weird curry smell.
And I actually like curry, but that was a bad curry. And the scary part is, like, what's it covering? What aren't you smelling?
Just think, you'll get to wake up to stuff like that every day.
Okay, you remember the guy from the pet store?
No.
You remember the guy from the pet store.
Oh, yeah. Continue.
We're meeting for lunch today, and he's bringing a friend.
Oh, you mean for me? No.
Oh, come on. I really like this guy. He makes me feel like... Have you ever fired a gun into the sky?
Well, I mean, I guess if you really...
I've already told him how desperate you are, and he says his friend is fine with it.
How nice. You know what, Dina? Actually, I think I'm gonna pass. I made myself a PB&J for lunch that I have been looking forward to all morning. So maybe next time, if there's,
Hi, yeah, I want to buy a dog with a birthmark around its eye, but in the shape of a blue cloud. Well, your website says you have all breeds. Well, that's misleading, don't you think? Well, I do. Sorry, I'm dealing with some false advertising there. What's up?
Look, I need to talk to you. My living expenses are about to go up now that Jonah's moving out.
Okay.
And, well, I've been working here for a while, and I'm a hard worker. Or, I'm a worker.
Garrett, I'm sorry. I can't deal with this right now. I am in the dance-off of my life with Target. Sorry.
Well, you know, Jeff offered me a job at Target for $1 more an hour.
He what?
But you don't have to worry about it. Because I told him that you would probably match it.
That bald little weasel!
What? What are you... Wait, whoa, hold on.
Not enough that he's trying to steal our secrets, but then he comes after my second coolest employee? Oh, I don't think so.
You don't need to do... Who's the first coolest employee?
Oh, hi, Jeff. It's Glenn Sturgis from Cloud9. We need to talk face to face at your earliest convenience, okay? Bye-bye. He doesn't know who he's dealing with.
Oh.
Pistachio shells.
Wow, he is so hot. Is he a model? He's a lawyer, but I think he used to be a skydiving instructor, and he does a lot of charity work.
Who's this? Oh, Dina's setting me up with her boyfriend's friend. Holy. I know, right? You're all like, lucky bitch.
Well, I mean, now I wish I was going.
Okay, Amy's in. Justine, you can eat lunch alone like always.
What? Thanks a lot, Amy. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen.
Okay, Justine, you're back in.
No. Now it's just getting confusing going back and forth. So I'll just go. Just to make it easy.
You sure?
Oh my God, yes.
Well, what looks good?
So that picture you showed me, that wasn't a black and white filter.
Oh, no. He's old.
Hey, Jeff, the man in red. What are you doing here?
I got a meeting with Glenn.
Oh, okay. Well, hi, hold up, man. Jeez, it has been forever since we had a chat.
Yes.
You watched the show last night?
What shows?
I don't know any of them. I like them all. Hey, you like chicken wings, right?
Not really.
Well, that's great because I'm going to take you to lunch to a place that does not sell them. Let's go.
I cannot do that now, but thank you for the invite. Do me a favor, just text me the name of the restaurant. I'm always looking for a new spot.
Okay, well, hey, don't worry about Glenn says, 'cause you know, typical Glenn.
So how do the two of you know each other?
His older sister babysat me.
There. See, plenty of space. You got room for the couch, and there's the coffee table, and here's your beat-up bookcase.
Oh, that's not beat up. That's reclaimed wood.
Well, the point is, everything fits.
It does feel spacious.
Yeah.
But it's misleading. We don't just live like this. We live like this.
What's happening? I don't think I live like that.
Two-dimensionally, this is fine. We need to go 3D.
You can't just imagine?
3D.
3D.
Thank you for coming in, Jeff. That's more comfortable. I wanted to have a sit down with you so that we could go over the rules of the game.
What game?
Okay, let's not insult each other, all right? If you respect me, I'll respect you. But if you start trying to pooch my people, then we are going to have a problem.
Pooch? Did you mean poach?
Don't play dumb with me.
Okay, Glenn, not sure what you're trying to do, but you don't have to intimidate.
No, you don't tell me what to do, okay? Because you're not my boss anymore. You're just another schmo like me down here in the dirt with the rest of us. Yeah. You don't like it, do you? Down here in the dirt. Well, hey, let me clean you up.
What? Don't do that.
Well, then stop trying to steal my people.
Hey, I'm not trying to steal your people. Stop spraying me with the bottle.
Liar, liar.
Stop spraying me with the bottle. I'm not lying. One more time. Spray me one more time. You want to poach? Let's poach.
No, I don't want to poach. That's what this was all about. Were you even listening to what I was saying?
It's interesting because when they were young, it was Lorraine who wanted to be the geologist and Edwin who wanted to be the lawyer.
Wow, well, a lot can change over 30 years.
Oh, look, they have the same beverage rep we do. You know, that's funny. I always thought his district went west from the store, not east, but what do you know? East.
I love your stories.
You know what? I actually have to talk to that guy.
Can it wait?
No, it can't. You know how I am with beverages. Excuse me.
She's cuckoo for liquids.
Hi, hey, excuse me. My name's Amy. I work at Cloud9. I'm on a terrible date with my grandfather, so I just need to look like I'm talking to you about some business. Can you help me?
Yeah. Should I just nod a lot like you're saying something really important?
Yes. Yeah. Nodding would be great.
Wow. That's a very insightful view about the beverages.
And now I am pointing because we are in a disagreement.
Oof, she is really laying into him. Sorry, Walter, she can be a bit of a handful. Exactly.
understand why Glenn wants a living room display set up in the middle of everything.
No, guy's falling apart.
Okay, well, this still works for me.
Yeah. It's Sunday. We're relaxing.
Yeah.
Wait, where am I putting my coffee?
Well, I'm just spitballing here, but maybe the coffee table.
Yeah, but then I'm always leaning over to get the coffee, you know? And then if I want to put my feet up, I kick it over.
Right.
We're gonna need an end table right here.
Okay, good. Yeah, we will get an end table.
Well, you can't just get one end table. You need another one to match for the other side.
Well, then 2 end tables coming up.
Do we have enough seating for game night?
I'm on it.
Oh, and this is a pleasant surprise.
Not now, Mateo.
Excuse me?
Attention, everyone. Who here would like to come with me and join the Target family?
Jeff, what are you doing?
No. You leave my people alone.
Or you'll do what? I told you, if I want your people, I'll take them.
You hate most of the people who work here. You talk about it all the time.
Yes, I'm mainly doing it out of spite. Who wants to join?
No one wants to join you. We're loyal to Cloud9 here. Nobody likes Target.
I love Target. I like to call it Target, like it's fancy.
Listen, Target is a better store. It's cleaner.
Cantaloupe homes,
It's more
they
fun.
post horses
They have better
in the
products.
barn.
They
Come
treat their
on.
people
Flapjacks
better. They're better
on the table.
customers. They have a better
Grandpa singing a
location. It's
yarn.
generally just a very cool store.
Good arguments on both sides. Why don't we all just go home and think about it overnight?
I'll go with you, Jeff. And I promise to keep it professional.
Well, technically, it was always professional except for in your... You know what? Whatever. Fine.
Sandra, he doesn't really want you. He's just upset because Garrett wouldn't go with him.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm staying, Jeff, so sorry.
Ha! You just lost Garrett. Enjoy your Garrett-less store.
Fine. He's incompetent anyhow.
Hold up. I'm not incompetent. I just don't try.
Get out of my store. You are banned from Cloud9.
Are you... Stop pushing me, Glenn.
No, I'm throwing you. Take it out.
Oh, don't hit... This is abuse! Call a cop!
What are you guys doing? You know we're short-staffed up front.
Oh, Glenn asked us to put together a living room display, so he said it was a priority.
Glenn asked you to do a display? Why would he ask you and not me?
I don't know.
He just did.
Yeah.
You don't think Glenn's mad at me because of Jeff, do you?
Yeah. That's probably it.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L.
Your improv skills are really impressive.
Thank you.
You sure you're not into him? He seems wise.
Ah.
Like the kind of guy that has a lot of information about the early days of cars.
Okay, you got jokes. Well, I am upset about how much movie tickets cost me these days, so maybe I could take advantage of his senior discount.
Well, if you're not gonna go for him, I might take a shot. Don't laugh. They're watching.
What do we talk about now?
If Jeff is going to pooch our people, well, I say let's see how he likes it when we pooch his.
Yeah, I'll show him how incompetent I am at taking his employees.
What?
Well, Jeff said that I was being incompetent, so it was kind of like wordplay. Man, never mind. Sorry, forcing it.
All right. Well, let's see who's going to want to leave this dump. Wow, it's really nice in here. Wow, the red's so lively. It really pops.
I just don't understand how someone can hate the sun.
Well, I mean, no, I don't hate the sun. I just find it really annoying. I do hate the beach, though, because my parents took me on this god-awful trip to the Gulf Coast.
Come on, you were missing the whole date. And we are on a time crunch. Walter can't drive at night.
Right, sure. So next time, less diet, more regular. Got it?
Got it. I don't know why it took me so long to understand that very simple point.
You're welcome. Now let's get back to the table. Walter ordered you 2 puddings.
Does it feel cramped?
Yes, it does feel cramped. I mean, we have like 5 ottomans, a million chairs, a steamer trunk. I mean, there's wicker balls. You brought in a mannequin for some reason.
That's supposed to represent a guest.
Dude, what is going on? Do you want to move in together or not?
Of course I do. I'm the one who suggested it.
Right, but is it because you wanted to or because you felt bad about the Amy stuff? Because Because if so, that's dumb.
That was part of it, okay?
You could have mentioned this to me before we brought in the entire furniture department.
Well, Earl did most of the work.
Did you know that Cloud9 employees get a 5% discount on anything in the store?
Cool. Ours is actually higher than that.
Well, yeah, but if you work there, you'd have a shorter commute.
But you don't know where I live.
Well, you can tell me on your first day then. How would you like to work at the Cloud9 on Ozark Islands? Heavenly shopping, down-to-earth prices.
Isn't that the store where they found a foot?
Yeah, it's one of the Cloud9 stores where a foot was found, yes.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Look, I know that they pay you more here at Target, but there are some things that you can't put a price on.
Making it rain.
Like that. Can't put a price on that.
Jonah is dating Kelly, right? Except he kissed Amy during the tornado. And Carol hates Sandra because she stole Jerry. Of course, everybody hates Justine. Consider yourself poached.
You got poached!
No, I'm gonna stay here, because, yeah, I'm gonna stay.
Yeah, I think you're coming.
You got poached!
No.
Hey, excuse me, miss.
Hi, Glenn.
What's up, Cheyenne?
What are you doing here? Are you like undercover? Are you spying?
No, I work here part-time.
Okay, look, I know that's not true because I've seen you work at Cloud9 part-time.
Well, yeah, this is where I work with the other part of my time. It's just been for the last few months, just to make some extra money for college.
If you needed a raise, why didn't you come see me? I mean, I have a discretionary fund.
Dude, I need a raise.
Not now, Garrett.
It's not just about the money. There are other perks, like Harmonica gets to go to this really cushy daycare place. They never have fires there.
Oh, come on. They must have some fires.
Nope, not one. I checked.
Whoa.
Every time you stalk Brett, don't you just want to squish it as hard as you can?
Honestly, yeah. I thought I was a weirdo.
I just think it would be just so satisfying. I'm gonna do it.
What? No. No.
Doing it right now.
No, you're doing it right now?
Yes, I am.
How does it feel?
Feels
Does it feel good?
great.
Oh, it looks so good.
You should try it.
Oh, I couldn't.
Do it.
I can't.
You're
I'm
doing it.
Oh, it feels real good.
Doesn't it?
Oh.
Smack it and see what happens.
No, don't.
Comes apart.
Let's move in together.
Jonah, you don't have to.
No. I mean it. I want to. I would like to live with you.
I just told that guy that he could move in.
That guy? I knew it. I always lose out to that guy.
Hey, this is nice.
Well, I'm trying to get back on Glenn's good side. I love the fact that you quit your job for me, but I just wish you hadn't told everyone that you got a job at Target.
I just couldn't admit to everybody around here that I'm unemployed. I mean, people think of me as this powerful guy who's got it all going on, and I just don't want to let everybody down.
So you don't work at Target?
No, but I'm in the mix.
Cool. I gotta go find Glenn.
You might as well accept we work in an inferior store with inferior benefits. And inferior popcorn.
We don't even have popcorn.
Oh, shut up!
Hey, sorry, you can't eat food on the display furniture.
Oh, hey, Owen. It's okay. These are my Cloud9 friends. Well, Cloud9 friend and boss.
Oh, this is Glenn.
You talk about me?
Of course I do.
Oh, I'm so surprised. Just that she never talks about you guys at all. Not at all. I mean, I didn't even know she worked here until today.
Okay. Hey, Owen, if you ever talk about me, I'm Garrett. Yeah.
Hey, what do you think of Jeff?
Jeff who?
Exactly, Jeff Boo.
So I just got a text from Hank. Apparently, Walter is into you.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he thinks you had a great connection. I knew you two would hit it off. Anyway, he wants you to give him a call, but if you get his voicemail, don't leave a message because he doesn't know how to retrieve them. Meanwhile, Hank and I are meeting up again tonight. Do you want me to describe
describe the sex to you tomorrow or show you a quick time?
Yeah, no, that sounds great.
Really? I'll send you a file.
Hey!
Hey.
Hi, what are you doing here?
Oh, your store is on my route.
Yeah, no, I know, but don't we usually get deliveries on Tuesdays?
That is 100% true, but my boss called and he said, "Hey, can you switch things up and go by there today?" And he's my boss, so
So,
here I am.
here you are.
Morning, everyone.
Let's focus up. Quiet!
Morning, everyone. Okay, before the new district manager gets here, I just wanted to warn you. Her name is Lori Newstead, and she's a woman, so let's not act like that's weird.
Is it weird?
No. I mean, just don't act like anything's weird. Ever. In general.
Nice recovery.
Man, I hope she's a WILF. It's a woman I'd like.
That's what that means. I'm excited to have a woman in charge. The world's moving too fast. Enough already.
I'm just worried that I'm going to say something weird. Wish I knew something more about her.
I'm Googling her, and apparently she's from Denver.
Denver! Terrific. Let's go with the Denver thing.
Or we could just treat her like she's a human being.
Yeah, but we've got the Denver thing in case that doesn't work out.
Right, and why wouldn't that work?
She's here. Places, everyone!
Whoa, wait.
What?
Now I'm ready.
Hey, everyone.
Milady?
Hi. I am Lori Newstead. I'm taking over for Jeff. I'm going to be here all day walking around, getting to know the store, trying to figure out ways we can make things a little more efficient. So, busy day. Let's get back out there.
Let's get back out there. They say that a lot on the slopes of Denver, huh?
I guess.
Actually, I think this is a different Lori Newstead.
Lori seems like kind of a bitch, right?
She's like this strict school teacher in a porn, but nothing good ends up happening. She just like teaches.
Yeah, and her shoes made a lot of noise. I mean, what?
Are you guys seriously weirded out by a female boss? It's 2018.
You're right. To be honest, I really liked her shoes.
You know, a lot of people think that women make better bosses than men. It's like they say Ginger Rogers did everything Fred Astaire did, but backwards and in high heels.
That's total crap. When did Ginger dance backwards?
Oh, it's just an expression.
They danced in circles or side by side.
You're only defending her because she's a woman. That's sexism.
If she was a man, there's no way we'd be standing around talking about her appearance.
Exactly.
Name one picture where Ginger Rogers was better than Rita Hayworth.
I don't know any.
Ginger Rogers was nothing.
Come on, man. Big time. Top hat. Swinging down to Rio. You froze up, dude.
Lori's gonna be looking at our stats, and my checkout scores are terrible. That scanner never works for me. It's probably because I swallowed a magnet when I was 4. Just never came out.
Who cares if you're bad at one thing? I'm bad at driving, but I'm good at texting and driving.
My UPM score is like 5.
A 5? Even I got a 30.
Well, you have better hand-eye coordination. I can't be wasting my time playing Star Trek video games all day.
It's Star Wars.
Same diff. They're just ugly people floating in space.
They're not floating in space. They're on planets most of the time. That's just an ignorant comment.
Oh, excuse me. You're the floor manager, right?
Yeah. Hi, Amy.
There is an employee, Sal Kozlauskas, who has a lot of open sexual harassment complaints against him.
Yeah, it's fine. He died in the wall.
That's the store.
Mhm.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Anytime. Hey, can I just say, it's really cool to have a woman district manager. I mean, it's about time, right?
Thank you. Well, I had to have sex with a lot of board members to get here, so. I'm kidding.
No, I didn't. I mean, I wouldn't. Anyway, if I can, give you a hand with anything, let me know.
Oh, actually, you know what? I would love some help with some of these personnel details.
Oh, eats, but Amy's got the deets. I'm sorry, that was weird.
That was weird.
Hey, I just want to make sure we're on the same page about keeping this whole situation from Lori.
Oh, because you're not married.
No, I just mean a lot of bosses don't like pregos.
What? No, everyone loves Pregos. It's like the saying. Everyone loves Pregos, Legos, and Egos.
Not me. If I hear someone's pregnant, all I think about is bathroom breaks and doctor's appointments and hormones. It's like we don't need another alliance.
Okay, but Lori's gonna find out eventually.
Well, we'll deal with that if it comes to it, but for all we know, I may lose the baby, and this is never even an issue.
Wait, what?
I'm just saying, things happen. I live in a very dangerous neighborhood. People are always pushing other people. Anyway, later, boss.
Move! You gotta move.
We try and keep Carol and Sandra on opposite sides of the store. It's sort of like a Crips and Bloods thing.
And Justine Sikowitz.
Justine is a hard worker. She cries a lot in the bathroom, but not like in a way where you feel like you have to go in.
Got it. Okay. Myrtle Vartanian.
Oh, Myrtle. Yeah, she's sweet. She doesn't do very much. Doesn't do it very well, but
She actually makes more money than anyone else at her level.
yeah. Well, I guess when you've been here that long, even 40-cent pay bumps add up. Huh?
Good to know. All right. Well, at least we know we can cut Myrtle. Okay. Why don't you tell me about Cody?
Oh, wait. Sorry. When you say cut Myrtle, you don't mean like.
Oh my God, no! I'm not like a monster.
Oh, okay. Phew.
I'm not like gonna literally cut her. No, I just mean fire her.
Oh,
Okay. How do you put Marcus White? What's his IQ? Because if it's low enough, we get a tax break.
So, out of the blue, she just decided to fire Myrtle.
exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
There has to be a reason.
Well, I don't know. I just met her. I don't know what's inside of her mind.
I think you do know.
Okay, fine. I might have mentioned that Myrtle is not very good at her job.
What? Why would you say that?
Because she asked me about Myrtle.
So you led with Myrtle's not good at her job?
No, I led with she's very sweet and she's not very good at her job. I don't know. We were bonding. Are we going to stand around and just point fingers, or are you going to help me fix this?
I was thinking we could point fingers for a few more minutes.
Myrtle's a fixture. I mean, would you want me to fire the light bulbs? Would you want me to throw our plumbing out into the cold?
I would if the pipes cost us more than any other pipe for doing inferior work. Look, I'm sure she will find another job, Glenn.
Who's gonna hire her? She's useless. Can I at least wait until the end of the day? I would like to show her one last perfect day before she wanders off into the great unknown.
Okay, I'm asking you to fire her, not kill her.
How do you live with yourself?
Is sighing really gonna help me go faster? You're just wasting air. There. How do you like it?
I just can't make it work. I don't know how you check out people so quickly.
Why don't you just go into Glenn's computer and change your stats?
You can do that?
Are you kidding me? I do it all the time. Why do you think I never work Fridays but get paid for Fridays?
I think I should.
Well, isn't that kind of like cheating?
Not really. Because if you think about it,
It's cheating. It's 100% cheating.
I think Garrett makes a good point. I'm going to do it.
Well, I guess while you're in there, you can change your employee photo too.
Enough about the photo. Had a lot of sodium milk. I just get nervous if I go too tight. It'll hurt the baby.
Women have been wearing corsets for centuries. If a little squeezing hurt, I think we would have heard something about it.
There used to be really high infant mortality.
Fine, I'll go get Justine to help.
No, no. I'll do it. I can do it.
Okay.
Oops, pretty tight. I don't know.
Sandra, I swear to God.
Why don't you just tell Lori you're fat?
Because fat people are fat everywhere. This is clearly a baby bump.
We could pad you all over. Like how they do Hollywood actors. Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence, Tyler Perry. I am not intentionally just naming black actors.
Sandra, if I didn't need your Hulu password, I would kill you right now.
Myrtle, what would be your idea of a perfect day?
I guess I'd like to spend one more day with my late husband, Charlie.
Okay, but what about a perfect day in the store?
If Charlie came in the store.
Okay, I'm not God.
Hey, Myrtle, you borrowed some scissors and I need them back.
You leave her alone! This is Myrtle's day! the scissors you want, honey.
Hey, Lori, can we talk to you? Sure, who's this?
Hi, I'm Jonah Sims.
He does look like a male Tinkerbell. You can't fire Myrtle. She is an invaluable asset to this store.
Okay, Amy, I really don't want to fire anyone, right? Certainly not a sweet old lady, but corporate is on me to cut the budget.
What if we found the savings elsewhere? Could she keep her job then?
She makes $20 an hour.
Myrtle? Dude, yeah, no, that makes sense. It's nice to see a woman not just making 79 cents on the dollar.
We can find those savings. I just cut my own home budget down simply by going to the library when I need the internet. So, if we do it, can she keep her job?
Sure. Yeah. Give it a try.
All right.
Thank you.
Tinkerbell.
I don't know where she heard that.
It's tough.
Come on, you went to business school. Can't you just track down some wasteful spending?
It's not like there's a line item for wasteful spending.
Well, let's think outside the box, or cut the pork. Like, that's a thing, right?
Those are words, yes.
Come on, Jonah, you can do this. I know you can do this. Come on, baby. Find the money. Show mama the money.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. I appreciate the energy, Mama, but can you let me focus?
Yeah, okay, whatever you need.
Well, okay. We leave the AC on in March. It's just competing with the heat. If we turn both of them off, that would save us $200.
Yes! Okay! Mama smells the bacon because Papa found the pork. $200.
I don't like any of this.
Neither do I, but Mama can't stop.
Why are you shutting the blinds?
So no one can see us.
Oh, you're afraid we might get caught changing your register scores?
Fine. Just change the scores so we can get out of here.
All right, I'm just looking for the right window. Glenn's taxes, Google search for how many tomatoes in the world, his church's MySpace page. Ah, here we are, employee records. Your UPM score is now 120.
120? That kind of high?
I don't know, man. I mean, we're here. Might as well change it to something impressive.
You're right. This is my Tanya Harding moment, and I've got to claw my way to the top. Okay. 121. It's a little less obvious.
Excuse me, young lady. Do you have any sugar? My coffee is black with an 80% chance of cream.
There you go.
Oh, my goodness, Myrtle, look, isn't that Channel 4 weatherman Skipper Sales in our very store?
I don't know. I watched Channel 5 with Craig Moeller.
Oh, okay. I could have sworn you said Channel 4.
Hey, it's cool. Craig's great. Really good at what he does.
Craig's the best.
So, Glenn, maybe you can just reimburse me for the coffee now.
Later?
No, it's just otherwise I need to submit it to the
I
station.
said later, Skipper Sales.
Hey, you're Dina, right? The assistant manager?
What? I have a quick question about the shrink reports.
Sure, shoot. You want to put the box down?
No, it's late.
Well, it says that shrink accounted for like 1.4% of total sales last month. But at the same time, the regional average actually dropped. Now, starting in the month of... Hang on. August.
Just ask the question. So sorry, sorry to use the restroom. So maybe we can discuss that later.
Okay, great. You know what? I have to go too, so I'll tag along.
Great. That's great. Just follow me this way.
You're bringing the kettlebells to the bathroom?
Yes, I am. They help me.
Okay, if we got rid of break room coffee, we would save another $300 a year.
Great. Let's take it. That would put us over 8,000.
Hey, you guys taking the coffee?
If we don't find enough budget cuts to cover her salary, Lori is going to fire Myrtle.
What?
Wait, why would she fire Myrtle?
Nobody knows. It's just random.
It's because she's a bitch. Lori, not Myrtle.
Please. Jeff did all kinds of crappy things, and no one ever called him a bitch.
When Jeff changed the vendors for the vending machine, you called him a...
Yeah, well, that's because the vending machine didn't have any Takis.
Sorry, if Lori is being a bitch, Wouldn't the truly sexist thing be for me to not call her a bitch?
No, that's not the point.
Actually, I think I kind of agree with Marcus.
Yes! Red Pill Brothers.
No, I just mean if we had true equality, you could call out women for doing something terrible when they're doing something terrible.
Like being a bitch.
See, there's that word again. Maybe let's not use that.
Yeah, only women can use the word bitch because we took that word back, right, ladies?
No, bitch. The gays took that from you.
Okay, I think we're off track.
To be honest, I'm not sure what on track would look like.
Hey, if Hitler was a woman, would you be defending Hitler?
No, obviously not.
What if Oprah hosted the Holocaust?
I'm not sure one hosts a Holocaust.
Don't mansplain her.
Okay, I'm not in favor of any Holocaust, but if there was a Holocaust, then yeah, Oprah's who I would want to host it.
I actually agree with that.
Me too.
Yeah?
That's a really good
I think we solved sexism, guys.
Myrtle, you've been with us a long time, and all good things must come to an end. Myrtle, I am trying to talk to you.
Oh, I am sorry. I just like looking at the trucks. I always wanted to drive one of those.
All right, Myrtle. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Yep. Breaker 19. This is Myrtle the Turtle saying, keep it groovy.
Get off this channel.
Mateo, I've just been going over everyone's UPM numbers. Your score is very impressive.
Oh, really? I thought it was just average. Maybe slightly above, but, oh, thank you.
I mean, I've never seen 121 UPM before. 121? That's so stupid. Good. Stupid good.
I didn't even know that the lasers could read the barcodes that quickly. Wow. Hey, you know what would be a good idea if Mateo did a demonstration of his technique for the rest of us?
I love that idea. Okay, excellent. Yes, let's meet. Register 1, 5 minutes, okay?
5 minutes, we'll be there.
Okay. What was that?
That's what happens when you say that Star Wars and Star Trek are the same thing.
What? So this whole thing is just a setup because I insulted your stupid space opera?
Save your energy.
Heaven, I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak.
You're a good man.
Look how good she's doing.
Happiness I see when we're out together dancing cheek to cheek.
Oh, it's my car. That's what I get for parking outside the lines.
Is this everyone? Should we wait for more people?
No, we're ready.
Right. Don't want to start with cold muscles.
Hey, you look pretty warm to me. It's showtime, Mateo.
Okay. Great. So, first thing is, check the equipment. Oh. Looks like it's broken.
You just turned it off. Here.
Thank you, Shay. So now, we begin.
Bees!
What?
Oh, I got stung! Bees! Killer bees! Killer bees! Get out of the store! There's killer bees! Get out! Ah! Killer bees!
This red area here represents all the money the store spends on utilities.
Amy, that is a big slice of pie.
A very big slice, Jonah. I mean, I couldn't finish that. But when the store shifts over to LED and motion sensors, then something happens to that slice of pie. Next slide. That slice gets a lot smaller.
Yeah, you know, if someone offered me a slice that size at a birthday party.
Okay, I have to leave in 2 minutes, so we could just hurry this up, please.
Oh.
Yeah, of course.
Keep going. I'm sorry, was that the donkey from Shrek?
Yeah, that was for a budget pun. doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, okay, here we go. Once you've added up all the cost-saving provisions, the total savings comes to...
$18,326.
Now that is
so
a
many
lot of
savings.
savings.
That, I have to admit, is very impressive. Thank you.
Nice of you to say.
Great. So Myrtle gets to keep her job then. I'm sorry. I can't justify keeping her.
Wait.
But you said that if we found the savings, you wouldn't fire her. I know that I said that, but yeah, honestly, I didn't think that you'd be able to do it. All right. Very impressive, though, and very good work. I got my eye on you guys. You have a very bright future. Oh. What's the joke about the donkey?
Oh, only an ass would keep writing blank Shreks for Donut Thursdays.
It's funny. Told you it wasn't funny.
So you've never even been to Denver?
No. Why do people keep asking me that?
Lori! Quitting time, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Man, I cannot wait to get home. I'm gonna get drunk, smoke some cigarettes, jump on my trampoline. Woo!
Okay, it's a big night. Sorry, you look different.
Whoa. You know, in the future, I'd appreciate if you didn't comment on my body. You're a woman. You should know better.
So what do you think of Lori now? B word? C word? A word?
I think she's a...
Okay, so same as Jeff.
Yeah, gender neutral.
We've come a long way.
What is happening?
It's the best day ever!
I'm so glad! Myrtle, you're fired! I feel terrible. Woo! Best day ever! Come on! Best day! Best day. Today is Local Vendors Day. This is Cloud9's way of supporting the local small business owners we're constantly putting out of business. And this year we have a very special vendor. Just look at these beautiful needle points. This is certainly an exciting product.
Glenn, we all know that's your wife.
No, it isn't. She is just a talented craftswoman who is gracing us with her presence.
Thank you, kind sir. I appreciate the opportunity to sell my crafts in your lovely store.
Well, the pleasure is all ours. It's just so exciting to have such a beautiful stranger at our vendor fair.
What's happening? I think it's foreplay.
Glenn, are you going to tell your wife that you're flirting with one of the vendors?
Oh, I don't think she'll mind.
Oh, so you guys have an open marriage.
What's that?
Means you're allowed to have sex with people who aren't your spouse. It's like the walkers.
Oh, God, no!
Then why are you trying to get at the vendor lady?
Are you cheating on Jerusha?
You know what? I'm gonna call her.
No, don't call her.
She deserves to know.
Don't answer that!
$8 for a bar of soap just because it's shaped weird and wrapped in twine?
Well, it's artisanal, it's organic.
Ugh, I don't need my soap to be organic. We have science now. Science has created chemicals that keep us clean. Handcrafted, locally sourced beer. What does that even mean?
Well, what makes a microbrew special
You know
is...
what? That actually looks kind of interesting. I think I'm gonna check it out.
Oh, because of the cute girl?
No, because it's artisanal.
Did you just say artisanal?
Whatever, man. Leave me alone.
Wow. Things are going well with Beverage Guy. I mean, he waves, you wave.
Yeah, we've been on a couple dates. He's sweet.
Wow, I bet dating has changed so much since your time. How did you guys even send each other naked photos of yourselves?
Just in the mail.
Oh my god, so much effort.
I sent a nude fax once.
Full face?
Full face. I mean, an artist signs her work.
a little thank you for, the gift that you're giving to Glenn and me.
Wow.
It's historic, because you're bringing us a baby.
Gosh, what intricate work.
Yeah, it took me over 30 hours.
Amazing. Yeah. You know what? I actually can't accept this. No offense, but it just really freaks me out. And I do not want this in my home, or, to be honest, on the planet. Thanks.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Can't believe you came on your day off to sell cheese you made out of breast milk.
Yeah, well, it's been a lot of trial and error. If you don't get the consistency just right, you get boob yogurt. That's just gross. Then there's the scavenging. Oh, and then my lizard ate a bunch of my samples.
Wait. Let's go back to scavenging.
Well, I mainly work with found milk.
Found milk?
A mom leaves a bottle on the table at a food court, and we figure she's okay with people taking a lid off the top.
Ever since the storm, he's become the most amazing hider. Sometimes I can't find him for days.
That's great.
Hey, were you guys talking about Jerry?
Yeah, this weekend we're taking the rails off the toilet.
Yeah, hey, you know what'd be really good for his recovery? A nice, cozy scarf from Jerusha's booth. But I get over there fast, before she sells out.
Oh, did you want us to go right now?
Whoa! Someone's excited. Yeah, go ahead.
But I don't want to get up. Good, let's go.
Well, I am jealous of you.
I like the label. It's very artisanal.
Thanks. Yeah. Would you like a taste?
All right, cheers.
Cheers.
Wow, it tastes like Bud Light.
You're funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a little bit of a crack up, but this is Bud Light, right?
No, I guess if you're not used to drinking craft beer, might take a little time for your palate to adjust.
Or it might be Bud Light.
If you buy just one more scarf, you get a free other scarf.
Sure. Let's do it.
So it seems like Jerusha's sales seem to be picking up a little bit, huh?
Yeah. God, I am so proud of her. Because, needlepoint comes easy to a lot of people, but not Jerusha.
Just can't help but wonder if some of the employees might feel a little pressured, to buy her stuff.
I'm not pressuring anyone.
No, of course not. But I think there's an inherent coercive power that you wield over the employees, even if you're not conscious of it.
Yeah, sure. But, I think if I was doing something subconsciously, I'd know it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, I think what I'm saying is just be careful how you use your power.
Maybe you should be careful how you use your power. Handsome?
Wow. Did you design this? This is very impressive.
Came to me in a dream. A really boring dream. And it is taking forever.
Well, if you get hungry, I highly recommend the mini burritos. I've had like
I don't know, something about a burnout white dude making money off Mexican food.
Yeah, but in fairness to Burrito Brian, I don't think he's making any money, and I'm pretty sure he sleeps in his van. And he did spend some time in Costa Rica.
Burritos aren't from Costa Rica.
Yeah, no, I know. Obviously, they're from other places.
Be careful. I'm gonna have to take away your Latina card.
Yeah, my Latina card. Here you go. Take it. No, so that's a picture of a kid. I found this on the sidewalk, and I felt really weird about throwing it away. If you were to describe me, like Amy is the blank one, what would you say?
Amy is the bossy one.
Oh, Amy's the divorced one.
Amy's the mad one. The loud one. Ooh, the sad one.
Oh, I could see that.
No, it's something more obvious, like about my identity. Like, what am I?
Oh, the short one.
The
Miranda one.
Guys, I'm the Latina one.
Sorta.
I guess technically.
What do you mean? I am Latina. That's a fact.
I mean, you don't even like spicy food.
Yeah, and you're not that good of a dancer. Not that all Latinos are good dancers, but it definitely feels like you're one level below wherever you should be.
I get it. This is the first time you've dated a Latino guy, and you're out of your element.
I am not out of my element. I am the element. The element is in me.
Okay, quick tip. Just call him Poppy at the end of every sentence. You'll drive him wild.
Okay, no, that's not a thing.
It works.
It really does. I've dated a lot of Latin men. A lot of them.
None of you feel pressure to buy Jerusha's needlepoint, right?
Actually, it did feel like we kind of had to buy something.
Had to because of me, or had to because you appreciate quality?
You? But maybe quality. I don't know.
Come on, you guys should know me by now. I never pressure you, so this is not my fault.
I felt pressured to buy cookies from your foster kids. And then someone in Tucson bought a Vespa with my credit card, and the bank said I had to prove that I wasn't in Tucson. How would I even do that?
You take a picture of yourself with a newspaper, not from Tucson.
You made me take care of the tropical fish that you raised, even though I can't afford the tank maintenance. I had to take out a loan.
My sister was in labor and you needed me to change your screensaver to flying toasters. She gave birth in her tub.
Okay, I am sorry then. You know, I'll never pressure you again.
And it's like, why would I even want a Vespa? My vertigo was going crazy at the time. I had to sit down in the shower.
So I can do hats with squirrels on them. I can do scarves with birds on them.
What about a scarf with a squirrel on it?
No. I mean, I guess technically I could, but no, I just don't feel comfortable with that.
¿Qué pasa, amigo? ¿Cómo estás?
Hey, what's up?
Answering in English. I'm gonna have to take away your Latino card.
I guess you do. I had no idea you spoke Spanish.
Oh, sí, claro que sí. We spoke Spanish in mi casa all the time. Lunes, martes, miércoles, and so on.
Oye, Amy, pero es un alivio completamente. Mira, hay un tipo que trabaja aquí. No sé cómo se llama, pero suena como un tipo animado, tipo como un gato suena. ¿Sabe quién es?
No.
Pero de todas maneras, Amy.
That is Bud Light.
Thank you.
But you know what? Who cares?
No, man, I don't care. It's just that I want her to admit that I'm right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's about respect.
Right, that sounds like caring.
No, dude. I don't care. It's just important to me.
Oh, okay, so that's the definition of caring.
No, dude, I don't care.
Right?
Hey, feel like getting some lunch?
Oh, no, I'm not really hungry. People aren't buying anything anymore. Earlier I was selling a lot, but now people are returning things.
That's weird. Well, you know, retail, it's a crazy business.
That's probably it. I just can't help but kind of feel like a failure as a woman. You know, my lady parts are all dried up. Can't do needlepoint up to the standards of these people. My hair won't hold a perm. When is it Jerusha's turn?
Come on, you'll be fine. Sales will pick up. I mean, people love your scarves.
What about my hats?
Oh, and your hats too. Even more than your scarves.
More?
No, they're the same. It'll get better. I promise. Come here.
Pero de todas maneras, yo te quiero llevar a ti a un sitio que yo voy, personalmente, tú y yo vamos, como familia. Un restaurantico que te va a encantar. Yo entro ahí y la gente me conoce, a mí me dicen, hey, ¿cómo estás? Yo digo, hey, how you doing? Así yo entro ahí, son gente mía. Y es genial porque yo veo los martes como quiera.
Oh, fantástico. Sí.
Really?
Sí.
Wow, this is great. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, sí.
Awesome.
So you agreed to something and you have no idea what it was.
It sounded like mana solar ral Manasolare.
Bensosa?
Manana.
Mantequilla.
No.
Marikina.
No.
Vanilla?
No, you're not listening.
Mandano. Mancilio.
Manasolare. Okay, stop. It's not helping.
Don't you speak Spanish?
Yeah, some. But he was talking so fast. And plus, he's got that Dominican accent. So he was like dropping S's and like moving L's to R's. And it was a mess.
The only Spanish words I know are mas tequila. Know what I mean?
Oh, God.
Oh, hey, Jonah, do you speak Spanish?
No, why?
Don't worry about it.
Amy's boyfriend said something to her in Spanish, and we were trying to figure out what he said.
You have a boyfriend?
No, just some guy that I've gone on a couple dates with.
Alex, the beverage guy.
Oh, the beverage guy. Cool.
Cheyenne, look up the Spanish term for would you like to have sex in the butt?
Why?
Because that may be what you agreed to.
Whoa, busy day, huh?
Actually, I think I'm about to sell out.
Whoa, wow. Well, hey, if you do, no worries, because you got a whole row of beer right behind you.
Thanks, but you guys don't sell beer like this.
Oh, no, yeah, where are we not? Hey, you know what is interesting? I had a friend try one of your samples, and this is crazy. Totally independently, also said it tastes like Bud Light.
Well, it's not.
Well, hey, look, I wouldn't judge you if it was. In fact, I'd respect you for charging $13 for $2 worth of Bud Light.
And I'd appreciate that respect if that's what I were doing.
Okay, well.
Okay, well.
Life is a highway.
What?
Hey, back to work.
So, what do you want me to buy from her?
Okay, it doesn't matter. Just get as much as you can for $200, okay?
Yeah, okay, I can do that.
Thank you.
Excuse me. How much can I buy for $200?
Oh, wow. Let's find out.
Oh, damn it, random man. Hey, you know, I don't think you want to be spending all your money here.
Oh, I thought it was supposed to.
What are you doing?
Well, nothing. It's just that $200 is a lot to spend on candy when there's so many other
Asked
booths.
you to get involved.
What's going on?
He's messing with my sales.
Buy? What do you
That's
want me
what's
to
going
buy?
on.
No, it's okay. I just want everybody to be happy.
Mind your own business.